This is Viscount Nostra, a 7th Circle mage and one of the strongest in the kingdom. The son of the Walpurgis family, Head challenged him to a duel. This is the most powerful mage family in the empire. But since the kid is still a child, he accepted the fight. When the fight started, he tried to end it quickly, but the boy used a strange spell that left him dizzy. Nostra got furious at the provocation and unleashed a broken spell that destroyed the entire place. In the middle of all that chaos, the kid just chilled inside a magic shield that blocked both attacks with ease. Nostra couldn't understand how he was tanking his attacks. The boy went on the offensive, firing off a barrage of magic lightning. Nostra stared down the spell and calmly activated his shield, thinking it was harmless. But when the shield exploded, he was left speechless, having never seen anything like it. The boy started humiliating him, throwing out all kinds of rare magic. The old man was getting destroyed. He got so mad that he unleashed a 4th Circle magic combo that was impossible to block. The boy's father panicked, thinking Nostra was going to kill his son. But Nostra didn't care about anything anymore. After being humiliated like that, he launched his most powerful spell. But then something happened that shocked everyone. The boy simply grabbed it and shattered the spell with his bare hand. Nostra couldn't believe what he saw. Unable to understand how that kid had such an insane level of power, he poured every last bit of power he had left, but the boy canceled everything, got right in his face, and knocked him out with a single punch. Even his own father was shocked that his son crushed a 7th Circle mage. This is Mikhail, and he's not just any mage. He's the reincarnation of a 9th Circle archmage, the most legendary mage in history. During the war against the demons, he was going one-on-one against the final boss, who had already wiped out his entire team. Warriors, archers, mages. He was the last hope. With his 9th Circle power, he unleashed a meteor shower that wiped the entire map, but the Demon King tanked the explosion with barely any damage. With no hope of winning, he activated the 10th Circle for the first time. The pain was insane. When the mana exploded out of his body and a pillar of light shot into the sky, he thought the spell had backfired and that he was done for. The Demon King rushed him, landed a massive hit, and crushed him like a bug. Out of nowhere, he wakes up in a house with a butler standing right next to him. He instantly realized the return spell had worked, because he traveled back 20 years in time. The only problem is that now the MC was nerfed down to the 3rd Circle. To make things worse, he had bandages on his body that left him really confused. Then it all started clicking. Back in this time period, Mikhail had tried to get back together with his ex, Eileen Reindl, and got beaten up trying to do it. The girl had already moved on. But today's Mikhail is not that lost kid anymore. Now he carries years of war experience, loss, and the mind of a supreme archmage. Now he wants to go back to her, but for a different reason. Her family has the strongest knights in the empire, and that alliance will be essential for the war against the demons. So the first thing he does is sit on the floor and start meditating. Normally mana flows in a standard way, going in only one direction, but in his past life he created a method of 12 mana streams running at the same time, passing through several points of the body. This technique would fry the user's body, but for a former 9th Circle archmage, it was easy to get used to. When he opened his eyes, he had already leveled up to the 4th Circle. His first test was with mixed magic. He fused fire and ice into the same skill, something only a 7th Circle mage could do. Suddenly his father burst into the room in a panic, thinking he had disgraced the family by losing the alliance. Mikhail set the record straight, saying they were the ones who broke the deal first, because during the engagement training, mana was forbidden, and the girl looked like a Super Saiyan with that much aura. To deal with this engagement mess, Mikhail showed up at the Reindl mansion to try and have a straight conversation with Eileen. While he waited under a tree, the girl showed up and immediately told him to get lost, saying there was nothing to talk about. But the protagonist knew all her secrets. He told her he knew that her family had already brought in another warrior to marry her. She was confused with no idea how he knew that, and agreed to hear what he had to say. A few minutes later, they were moving through the palace halls. Aileen led the way, with him and the others following behind. As he walked after her, the protagonist looked around. Sun was shining brightly through the spacious windows. A massive chandelier hung on the ceiling. The sight made him smile. Quietly, he muttered that nothing had changed. Then the butler behind him spoke up. He pointed out that Mikhail hardly ever came here. MC turned with a scowl and complained that the old man always had to chime in, and Morden shot back that he was the one grumbling like an old man. That made him snap that it wasn't true. Then he calmed down, let out a breath, and admitted maybe it was a little true. A moment later, the butler moved closer and quietly asked what the plan was. They had come alone, not with the Marquis. Mikhail looked up at that. A smile spread across his face as he asked what the old man meant. Turning to him, he said he already had it covered. Morden looked a little surprised. Then he sadly lowered his head and said he didn't think it would come to this. Mikhail cut him off and put a hand on his shoulder. He gestured to the side and told him to have more confidence, without any fear in his voice. Walking ahead, he told the butler that he trusted him more than the others. Just then, Aileen placed a hand on the door and said they had arrived. Looking at the protagonist, she told him this was the living room. Mikhail said he knew she was short on time, so they should get to the point. Then he added that he wanted to speak with her alone first. Aileen looked at McCain and ordered him to wait outside. MC waved to the butler too and told him to stay there. A moment later, the living room doors shut. Aileen sat down and crossed her legs. Lowering her head, she asked what he wanted to say. Mikhail rested a hand on the table and stared at her before bluntly saying she had lied. Annoyed, the Duchess asked about what. Taking a seat, he said he meant the agreement between their families. With his arms folded, he reminded her that when they got engaged, they agreed she would not train Mana. He fixed her with a hard stare and asked if she remembered. Aileen gripped the armrest tightly. She lifted her head and insisted she had broken nothing, adding that if he doubted her, he could check for himself. Then she shot back that he was the one who told the whole world she was his fiancée and put her in an awkward spot. Arms still folded, Mikhail realized she thought he was bluffing and knew nothing. He admitted to himself that he really had been too careless before. Raising a hand, he said checking for himself sounded like a fine idea. Aileen carefully rose from her chair and said he could do it right away if he wanted. Mikhail stopped her and said no thanks. Standing over her, he asked if her family had truly treated him fairly. Then he stepped back and said things had gone too far for a private check. Now it should be done in front of witnesses. Aileen stared at him in confusion. Her eyes widened and she shouted, "Seriously?" He walked to the window and said she heard him right. He meant people who could judge the matter more fairly than anyone else. Smiling, he named the Pavlov family. Just then, a carriage came to a stop. Noxim looked inside and told the young lord they had arrived. As he stepped out, Siegfried rose quickly and looked ahead. He remarked that the castle was far grander than their estate. Noxim replied that of course it was. This was the Duke's land. Siegfried remembered there was supposed to be a knight here ranked 5th in the entire empire. A sly smile crossed his face. Noxim warned him not to pick fights with the Duke's servants for no reason, and the boy nodded. Siegfried said he had no plan to do that, then asked if he really looked that rude. A beat later, he joked that if there was a reason, maybe once would be fine. Noxim's expression changed. Siegfried crossed his arms and quickly said he was kidding. Then he let out a heavy breath and asked why this mattered so much to his father. Noxim told him it was unavoidable. The Count was desperate, and no head of a family would be happy watching his house stay ignored. Siegfried had to admit the servant was partly right. For nobles, being overlooked was the worst. The emperor only gave inheritance rights to families that proved useful, not those that stayed on the sidelines. Folding his arms, Siegfried said this was their chance, and they had to use it. After all, the Duchess had just broken off her engagement. Noxim agreed and reminded him the other party was Mikhail Walpurgis. That made Siegfried wonder what had happened between them. In shock, he asked if the problem was the Duchess. Did she have some strange flaw? Noxim laughed and said it was nothing like that. Aileen's family led the Order of Knights, while the protagonist was Edward the protagonist's son. He added that if Mikhail had noticed something truly wrong, he wouldn't have let her go so easily, and Siegfried agreed. Noxim went on to say the MC family likely had such a terrible reputation that the Duchess ended it, especially since people had always said the engagement was only for convenience. Siegfried covered his mouth and noted that his Walpurgis family still ranked high in the empire, but Noxim answered that a great bloodline didn't mean a good reputation. Master said, then he added that something about it seemed off. Back in the room, Aileen stared at Mikhail in shock and asked what he had just said. Turning from the window, he asked if she hadn't heard, then repeated that he wanted the test done in front of everyone. He stepped toward her and said Count Pavlov's arrival was the perfect chance to settle this unfair decision. Leaning in with a wild look, he asked if she was scared. Aileen could only stare back, mouth open in fear. Then she forced herself to steady up and answer. Hatred filled her eyes as she said he would never see that happen. He wasn't here as an official representative of the Mikhail Walpurgis family. The protagonist slipped a hand into his jacket and asked with heavy sarcasm if she was sure. A second later, he pulled out his family's gold medal. Aileen froze in shock. She even stumbled back and cried out, asking how. With a sly smile, he showed her the Mikhail Walpurgis crest and said that as long as he carried it, he spoke for the family. MC knew that once he revealed that symbol, this was no longer personal. It became a matter involving the entire MC Walpurgis house. If he lied, his whole family would bear the blame. But if Aileen lied, she would make an enemy of them all. Pushing those thoughts aside, he spread his hands and said this was strange. If she was innocent, then she had nothing to fear, right? Aileen lifted her head and shouted in fear, asking if he understood what he was accusing her of. If he was wrong, the consequences would crush his family. Mikhail calmly raised a hand and said that was exactly what they were about to test. Bowing his head slightly, he coldly asked what her answer would be. Aileen lowered her gaze, unable to reply. Suddenly, a loud voice ordered them both to stop. They turned and saw Aileen's father. Stunned, Aileen could only whisper, "Father." The Duke appeared, and Mikhail asked how long he'd been listening. The Duke turned to his daughter and firmly told her not to say another word. He grinned and said now they could finally talk for real. Seeing him, the protagonist recognized Duke Reindl. He was the Empire's 5th knight, one of its 12 greatest swordsmen, and in the future, one more victim of the demon. Mikhail thought this man had the skill needed to stop the disasters ahead. Reindl walked up and said he didn't seem like MC. MC calmly replied he felt the same about him. That made the Duke pause and think. Touching his chin, he muttered that he still looked the same on the outside, but something had changed. Watching the protagonist's sarcastic smile, he said he could sense something new in him. Then he asked if the Marquis had given him the dragon's heart. Mikhail said no, he hadn't even seen it yet. The answer clearly surprised Reindl, since only a few families had one. MC smiled and said his father was so stingy he wouldn't even show it to his own son. Reindl crossed his arms and said the Marquis had always been like that. He couldn't believe the man hid it even from his heir. He agreed, a Marquis should be more generous. That caught the Duke off guard. Then he burst out laughing, saying he never expected them to think alike. Aileen stood to the side and watched her father laugh. Mikhail figured he'd won him over a little, then asked what he really thought. The Duke sat down and asked what he meant. The protagonist pulled out his chair and told him not to play dumb. He meant the broken engagement with Aileen. Reindl repeated the word thoughtfully, while his daughter sat nearby. A pleased look spread across the Duke's face. Smiling, he said Mikhail simply wasn't good enough for her, so they ended it. MC asked if that was the whole reason. The Duke laughed and asked if breaking an engagement needed some special excuse. He said he'd be direct and not waste time. He accused Aileen of secretly training her aura the entire time they were engaged. Her father threw his head back and laughed, saying that was impossible. If his daughter had done that, he said, he would have known. He was the Empire's 5th knight. Mikhail nodded and said exactly. There was no way he wouldn't know. The Duke smiled, then his expression hardened. He asked if the protagonist was saying he was a liar. A bead of sweat ran down MC's face. He realized the Duke probably hadn't meant to deceive him at all. Maybe Aileen had trained her aura alone, and her father only found out by accident. Mikhail quickly weighed the situation in his head. The choice came down to two things: keeping an engagement with a fool, or protecting his daughter's sword talent. Reindl said he understood Mikhail was upset about the broken engagement, but that didn't give him the right to act like this. He could tell Duke Reindl sounded sure of himself and believed he hadn't noticed the magic tool. At the same time, the Duke pressed him with his aura, making it harder to think. Even so, the protagonist smiled and said that when the Duke had grabbed his daughter so tightly a moment ago, Aileen made one small but serious mistake. Pointing at himself, he added that he caught it right away. He said he noticed something, even if it was only for a second, something he thought he'd gotten used to. Aileen turned in horror. The Duke grew tense and clenched his hand. Mikhail asked if he understood what he meant. Reindl answered with a cold, unreadable stare. In a threatening voice, he said MC was wrong. Then MC asked if they still wanted to deny it. He slowly rose from his chair and said this could end right here. Then he started walking away, saying it seemed they were done. Without looking back, he added that Lion was already on the way to the castle. Mikhail turned with a smile and said he hoped to meet him on the road back. That made the Duke's face change at once. He called out for him to stop. He turned back with a sly smile and asked if he was finally ready to admit he was right. Reindl let out a heavy breath and said they needed to clear something up. Mikhail smiled and said he was listening. The Duke pressed his lips together and stayed quiet for a moment. Then, sounding unsure, he asked if they could reach some kind of compromise. The protagonist's expression shifted, and he thought, right. To him, it was only natural that the Duke would start talking like this. After a pause, Mikhail said with sarcasm that he was glad they'd come to an understanding, so he'd be going now. At the door, he added that they'd meet again. He left, leaving Reindl by the window and Aileen in the room with her head lowered. She clenched her fists, realizing MC really had noticed. Looking down, she thought he'd been hinting the whole time that he knew something, but she'd assumed it was a bluff. Now that he knew the truth, she was sure he'd do everything he could to make them pay for the lie. She turned to her father and shouted, asking what they were supposed to do. Reindl calmly told her to settle down, and a satisfied smile touched his face. Still looking outside, he said through clenched teeth that he'd thought that little brat didn't understand how the world worked, but he was wrong. Reindl had always believed he was good at reading people. Aileen stood and said if needed, she'd take responsibility since all this happened because she was careless. Her father cut her off. This was a matter between families, so it didn't matter which one of them took the blame. When she tried to speak again, Reindl added that he was the one who gave her permission. If he'd realized sooner that she'd awakened her aura, none of this would have happened. As her parent, the responsibility was his. Aileen lowered her head and stayed silent. After a short pause, she looked up again. The Duke said nothing for a moment. In his heart, he knew no one could have predicted this. He remembered the day strong magical energy wrapped around his daughter's hands. Back then, Aileen had happily said she'd done it. Reindl had stood nearby, stunned that she awakened her aura on her own. His face showed nothing. Still, he saw how happy she was. Aileen was a genius with the sword, and returning from the memory, Reindl admitted to himself that he only wanted to protect that talent. Without taking his eyes off her, he said the Walpurgis family would get what was coming to them because they were the ones who broke a knight's code of honor. Aileen looked at him with disappointment, but he firmly told her everything would be fine. He added that he didn't expect them to demand anything unreasonable. Besides, Mikhail wasn't acting for his family. That surprised Aileen, and she asked what he meant. Reindl stepped closer and said he was not as stupid as she believed. Then he gently patted her on the head. Smiling, the Duke told her that if she didn't understand yet, she should just watch. She still had a lot to learn. At that moment, Lion and Maxime were nearing the estate. Suddenly, Lion stopped in surprise. Mikhail was standing ahead, blocking his path. Lion asked who he was and why he was in the way. The protagonist introduced himself, and Lion blinked in surprise. Who? Walpurgis. MC, he repeated firmly. Lion looked him over from top to bottom. Judging by his clothes, he seemed to be telling the truth. With one hand on his hip, Lion asked what was going on. He was supposed to meet Duchess Aileen today, and now he was wondering if he'd gotten the date wrong. Mikhail smiled and said the date was right. They just had to meet first because of an urgent situation. Annoyed, Lion asked if he was serious. He frowned even more. Then he answered his own question. It sure looked like he was serious. The protagonist said it wasn't like that, but Lion cut in coldly, asking why he was acting this way. Anger flared, and he activated his magic, demanding to know what nonsense Mikhail was talking about. MC folded his arms and watched calmly. He quickly judged the force behind the attack. Then he raised a hand, thinking about the strength of this new generation swordmaster. Mana wrapped around his body, and he chose the simplest answer. Push Lion's magic back. Lion's eyes widened. What? He demanded to know how he did that. He said there'd be time to get mad later, but right now he needed to listen. Still confused, Lion said this couldn't be the protagonist. He'd heard plenty about him. MC nodded and said he knew people saw him as an idiot. He glanced down and thought Lion wasn't totally wrong. Still, that didn't matter now. What mattered was that he was here, and the Demon King's invasion was coming. At once, he shut his mouth. He shut his eyes and thought he had to take Lion's place, the very reason he came back. Mikhail's expression hardened. Grinding his teeth, he swore he wouldn't let Lion become a warrior. Lion flinched and carefully reached for his sword. He noticed and asked, confused, if something was wrong. Lion said he looked ready to bite someone. The protagonist admitted he had just remembered a person he badly wanted to kill. He put a hand on his hip, told himself to calm down, and asked Lion to hear him out. Lion studied him for a moment. Then he nodded and told Mikhail to talk. MC smiled, like he had expected that. He remembered how Lion used to seem reckless, yet he was actually cool-headed. He knew exactly when to let his anger out and when to hold it back. Lion admitted he really did have anger issues. With a faint, nostalgic smile, Mikhail thought those were the same words Lion had once told him before he returned. He said Lion had come to get engaged to Aileen, and that would have happened if not for one problem. Lion laughed and asked if he already regretted barging into the girl's house and causing trouble. The protagonist smirked and said that wasn't what he meant. He didn't need Aileen. Raising a hand, he said the one he wanted was Lion, then pointed right at him. An awkward silence followed. Mikhail, clearly thrown off, quickly said he liked girls if that was what Lion was thinking. Staring at him in surprise, Lion asked why MC wanted him. He broke into a wide grin. He held out his hand and asked Lion to become his partner. Lion stared at him, stunned. He said maybe Mikhail wasn't an idiot after all. Then, seeing that wild smile, he corrected himself. The protagonist was just insane. In MC's past life, his partner drove a sword into a monster. The huge horned beast fell, and Lion stood over it with his hand still on the hilt. His face was covered in blood, and he could barely keep looking at the thing he had killed. Walking up behind him, he said his wounds were fatal and he was going to die. Lion lifted his face and calmly said he knew. If he had started training his aura a year earlier, he would have killed it faster. Mikhail slowly walked up to his friend and looked down with a sad smile. At Lion's feet lay Fursulzum, the demon commander of the 3rd Squad, defeated by him. That so-called useless warrior had led an army just to kill the commander of the 2nd Squad. For Lion, it was an amazing victory, but he had paid for it with his life. Standing behind him, Mikhail asked if he had any last words. Using the last of his strength, Lion said there was nothing to say, as long as he dragged that monster with him into the next world. The protagonist said that was true, then reached toward his friend's head. He rested a hand there and told Lion not to worry or think about anything else. Lion closed his eyes and said he would. After a brief silence, he turned toward MC. Barely opening his eyes, Lion told him to answer, since he was dying. He looked off into the distance and said he was listening. Lowering his head, Lion asked if Mikhail really thought he could never become a worthy warrior. Sunlight fell weakly over the two of them. Back in the present, the protagonist sat in the gazebo at his estate. With his arms crossed, he wondered if this peacock was really talking to him so rudely on purpose. After a moment, he calmly said it was nothing unusual. There had been lots of rumors in the church lately, and he thought they were somehow tied to the Pavlov family. Sitting across from him, Lion asked in surprise, "The church?" Then he asked if MC meant the warrior from the prophecy, the one said to stop a disaster. MC answered yes. Lion spread his hands and said people had tried things like this before. Then he asked who even cared about a prophecy. It was just a legend. Smiling at him, he asked if he had still heard about it anyway. Lion looked away. Then he threw his arms out, laughed, and asked why the protagonist was even asking. People still didn't understand how serious the demon invasion threat was, but the prophecy had been the first warning. Cassandra's prophecy was different from the rest. They said it had spread across the whole world. With a mocking smile, Lion said his family was called the Demon King in their world, then asked if Mikhail really believed such pointless rumors. Nobody did. MC turned serious. He knew everyone would ignore the prophecy until the invasion actually began. There was no humor left in his eyes. No one believed it except him. Lowering his head, he said belief didn't matter. What mattered was whether Lion would work with him. Lion spread his hands and told him to stop talking nonsense. He wasn't going to support those delusions. With that, he stood and called the whole thing complete nonsense. Then, Mikhail brought up aura training with the Miller method. "What?" Lion asked. He smiled and said even a genius can hit a wall in training. He knew Lion's training had stalled around this time. Looking at the shocked Count, the protagonist thought this was solid information. Lion himself had told him before. Still smiling, Mikhail said Miller was a master swordsman, the greatest aura expert, and one of the 5 most gifted swordsmen in history. Lion frowned and sharply asked what MC even knew about that. He said that if Lion accepted his offer, he would help him train his aura with the knowledge Miller left behind. Lion slammed both hands on the table and shouted that he was lying. He snapped that Miller had left only a single note behind. The protagonist cut him off and said he knew the note was incomplete. He looked at Lion and thought that all this time, Lion had been training for Miller's unfinished work. Mikhail knew the missing part. Looking down, he said he had the rest of Miller's teachings. He added that he wasn't asking for anything crazy, and he didn't care about Lion's engagement. Holding up one finger, MC said he wanted only one thing. The prophecy, Lion whispered. Mikhail said that was right. Then he asked what Lion would do. Damn, Lion thought, confused. He couldn't understand why the protagonist would risk his life over stupid myths. His hands clenched as he thought about Miller's teachings. His fist trembled from the pressure. He knew he couldn't let a chance like this pass. Lion frowned, remembering the rumors that Mikhail was so foolish the Reindl family broke off the engagement because of it. Looking at him, Lion wondered what kind of person he really was. He slapped the table and asked if MC truly didn't care whether he got engaged to Duchess Reindl. MC said there were more important things right now. Lion replied that maybe MC didn't care, but the other Walpurgises probably would. With a sly smile, he asked if Lion really thought it would affect his family. Lion noticed how confidently Mikhail spoke, like he truly didn't care what anyone said. A slight smile crossed his face. Good, he thought. Lion said his first impression of the protagonist had been bad, but now it had changed. MC answered that of course it had. After all, they used to be friends. Lion immediately asked what he meant, and MC brushed it off. Resting a hand on the table, Lion asked if he could prove he really had Miller's teachings. Prove it? The protagonist repeated, then told him to follow. Outside, Mikhail bent down with a sword in his hand. Lion looked around nervously and asked if they could really just use someone else's training ground. Looking at the sword, MC said it was fine. He already had permission. He gave the blade a shake and thought it was heavy, so he used reinforcement to boost his muscles. Grinning, he said that was much better. Lion looked at him and asked what he was doing. With a sly smile, Mikhail said Lion wanted proof. Then he told him to watch closely because he was about to show him something amazing. Standing nearby, Lion tensely asked if he was really going to prove it like this. Looking at him, he asked if he really meant he could explain aura training, and as a magician no less. The protagonist grinned and said Miller's method was twice as effective as the others, which was why Miller got such incredible results. It wasn't very different from normal aura training, except for one thing, the engraving that appears on the body. Also, other methods usually cap mana at around 40 units, while Miller's method lets you use all 70. Pushing those thoughts aside, Mikhail held out his hand and said the first step was awakening the aura. Hearing that, Lion looked confused and asked why he did it so suddenly, but MC cut him off and said he just felt like checking. Fine, Lion said, and power wrapped around his body. An engraving slowly appeared on his forehead. Matching marks showed up on his left hand. His energy kept growing stronger. Mikhail studied the engraving and realized it looked a lot like Miller's, but not exactly how Miller described it. Then he told Lion he had only learned half the method, and even that version was incomplete. Lion stopped and admitted this was his limit for now. With a small smile, he said it was impressive Lion had found Miller's teachings at all. Lion shut his eyes and said he had searched for a long time, and only found them through his father. He held out his hand and added that once he started learning it, his hands curled into fists and anger flashed in his eyes as he spat out that he already knew this was only part of the real method. Watching him get upset, Mikhail thought there was nothing to be done. Lion lowered his head and struggled to hold back his rage. He had been the first to learn the method, and he also knew it would lead to his downfall, so he passed that knowledge on to the protagonist. MC kept his eyes on his friend and thought he never expected this, but now it was time to give that knowledge back. With that in mind, he lifted the sword and warned Lion to watch closely, because he'd only show this a few times. Then he gripped the hilt tight, focused, and an engraving appeared on his hand. Huge surge of magic wrapped around the sword in his grip. Lion froze in shock. Staring at that wild flow of power, he muttered that it was impossible. Cold sweat ran down his. As he looked at Mikhail, he quietly admitted he had been right. Clenching his teeth, he pushed his focus even harder and showed off unbelievable control. Lion finished the thought for him. He had mastered Miller's method. The force was so intense, Lion lost his balance and fell, calling it insane. The protagonist gritted his teeth, trying to keep that power under control. The energy around his hands and sword started to fade. In his head, he admitted he had hoped to last a full minute but couldn't even make it halfway, since swordsmen and magicians use. He lowered his arms, looked at Lion, and asked if that was enough proof. Still on the ground, Lion asked in disbelief if MC wasn't supposed to be a magician. MC calmly answered that he was, a full 100%. Looking straight at him, he said that didn't matter, then asked if Lion believed him now. Lion stared at his own hands and quietly said, so now it was him. Then he grabbed his head and cried out that this was too much. A second later, he threw his hands down and yelled, asking why the protagonist didn't just teach him now. He'd do anything the protagonist had asked before. The protagonist answered easily, okay. Lion started stammering, shouting that he thought Mikhail wouldn't. His whole expression changed when he heard that answer. Confused, he asked what MC had said, and MC simply repeated, okay. He spun around and said Lion should come to his family first, because he wasn't going to teach him here. This wasn't his training ground. Lion was stunned that he agreed so fast, then shouted, asking where he was going. Mikhail lifted a hand and said they had already settled things, so there was nothing left for him to do here. Reaching after him, Lion shouted, asking if the protagonist would really teach him if he came to his house. Then he yelled for the protagonist Walpurgis to promise, and if he broke that promise, MC just waved goodbye. The Count watched him leave and shouted for a promise that he would keep his word. He stopped and gave a nod. He was looking down when someone called to him from the side. Turning, he saw the Duke beside him. Mikhail Walpurgis said he had planned to say goodbye before leaving, but hadn't expected to find him here. The Duke asked if he was leaving already, and said he hoped the protagonist got what he came for. MC looked at him and realized he had seen everything. Smiling, he asked if the Duke knew enough now, since it should be easy for him to learn this method too. Duke Reindl coolly said he had seen enough. Then he bowed and said he wanted to apologize to the Walpurgis family for his own house, and Mikhail Walpurgis could decide how the Duke should repay that mistake. That surprised him. Clearly the Duke understood what he wanted. The young man said the Duke had made the right choice, and the Duke replied that his family had acted shamefully. The protagonist Walpurgis looked at him, a little surprised by how calm he was. That, he thought, was how a family head should act. He smiled and apologized too for barging in and causing trouble, then said he hoped the engagement with Lion would still go well. Engagement? The Duke echoed with a faint smile. He said Mikhail was more naive than he looked, because that engagement was already finished. MC apologized with a smile. The Duke grinned and said everything had turned out just the way MC wanted. MC laughed, asked what he meant, and thought he had only given Lion a choice. Duke Reindl explained that Lion was strong-willed. Until today, the Count had probably believed the engagement ended because they thought he wasn't worthy. Touching his nose, he added that after meeting the protagonist himself, Lion understood those rumors were just rumors. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The Duke lowered his gaze and asked if the Walpurgis family could ever win back the Walpurgis family's trust. Mikhail thought it over, because he now understood what had been weighing on the Duke this whole time. Then he smiled and said, of course, if they truly meant it, their doors would stay open. The Duke laughed, realizing MC was being completely sincere. He then brought up something else. Smiling, he asked what the Duke would do if Eileen had a strong mentor to guide her. Duke Reindl was clearly surprised by that question. Smiling back, he asked if the protagonist had something in mind. The protagonist Walpurgis reminded him that the Duke had just said he wanted to rebuild trust between their families. The Duke thought for a moment and said it sounded like MC was implying Eileen could have been trained better. He smiled and said that wasn't what he meant. What mattered was whether her current training was truly the best she could get. He could tell the Duke thought he was trying to pull something. The Duke touched his chin and looked away, thinking. After a pause, he said he still couldn't tell what kind of darkness was hiding inside the protagonist Walpurgis. MC answered at once with a smile, saying the Duke had him all wrong. When Mikhail got home, his father patted his head and said he had already heard the rumors. Laughing with satisfaction, he said he expected nothing less from his son, adding that he had exposed the Rindle family's scheme. The protagonist turned to him and coldly told him not to say something so heartless. Edward asked what was heartless about it and said no father in the world trusted his son more. Seeing how pleased he was, the protagonist dryly noted that he seemed very happy. At that, the Marquis closed his eyes and smiled stiffly. He let go of Mikhail and grumbled that he couldn't even praise his own son without getting shut down. MC put his hands behind his back and said the Walpurgis family's honor had now been restored. The man replied that he was proud of him. Sitting down, Edward said a letter from Duke Rindle had arrived before he returned. In it, the Duke asked to visit in person and apologize, which showed he didn't want this dispute made public. For a knightly house, that kind of scandal would be fatal. Coming back from the memory, Edward smiled and said that thanks to his son, they now had the upper hand. He added that the Duke's arrogance had annoyed him too, then asked what the protagonist had said to him. MC closed his eyes and said it was nothing special. He had only asked whether their trust could be restored. Edward then asked how he answered. He looked at his father and calmly said he told the Duke it could, if their intentions were honest. Folding his arms, the Marquis said his son had done well. No matter how they truly felt, they couldn't show it openly. After a short pause, Mikhail said he had handled this problem himself, so now he wanted to ask for something. His father looked at him and told him to go on. Meeting his eyes, the protagonist asked him to trust him with this matter because he meant to finish it himself. Edward fell silent and thought it over. MC explained that he had found a way to settle everything, and because of that, he needed to carry it through to the end. Hearing that, his father laughed and said those weren't the words of a child, but of a real man. He admitted he had done a lot for the family, even with the risk involved. Smiling, he said that was exactly the point. Then his face turned serious, and he said there was no need to pretend. If not for him, Edward wouldn't even have noticed what was happening. And besides, Edward himself had said he trusted him. Hearing that, the Marquis tapped a finger on the table. He started to lift it again, but Mikhail firmly cut in and said he wanted to handle everything himself, from beginning to end. Hearing that, Edward slowly lowered his hand. The Marquis bowed his head a little and said, Duke Rindle was a smart man. The whole world knew him as a capable knight, but that old fox was crafty. The protagonist Walpurgis had to understand that if he kept going, he'd have to deal with the Duke face to face. With complete seriousness, Mikhail said he knew. There was no fear or doubt in his eyes. Seeing how set his son was, Edward clasped his hands near his face and agreed. He said MC would have to face this sooner or later, and he wanted to see how it turned out. After getting permission, he turned away with a smile and said he would not let him down. Edward gave him a warm smile, glanced at the desk, and quietly said, "All right." The protagonist was about to leave when Edward stopped him and said he had done well today. That caught MC off guard. He almost never heard words like that. After a brief pause, he bowed. Edward watched him with a gentle smile. Once Mikhail left, Edward slowly rose from the desk, stared at the closed door, and wondered what had gotten into him. In his memory, he had always been a weak-hearted little boy. He also remembered his son laughing bright and loud as a child. Pushing those thoughts aside, Edward quietly said maybe time had changed him. He rested a hand on the table and said they had to get ready for the meeting with the Duke. He moved to the window and admitted he could leave this to his son, but not completely. Touching his chin, he wondered what he could do to rattle that old fox and spread rumors. As Mikhail walked down the hall, he thought about how, before he returned to the past, his family's name as the strongest magicians fell apart in an instant. He knew there was only one reason. Everyone had battled over the family head's seat, and while the old men fought for power, he had been used as a tool. In time, he even helped bring down House Walpurgis. He called to the butler walking behind him. Mikhail asked if Nostra had really come looking for him, since this should have been 3 days before the engagement was broken off. Morden nodded and said yes. Crossing his arms, he added that Nostra's visit was not strange. The protagonist was the family's only heir. The protagonist thought about Nostra, a 7th-Circle mage and one of House Walpurgis's strongest vassals. He had helped Edward since he was young and was very capable, but he had one big flaw. Nostra wanted power too badly. Being an important vassal was not enough. He wanted to lead the family himself. Morden said it seemed he knew what Mikhail was thinking. Then Edward, MC, cut him off and said that was not what he meant. Frowning at once, he said they needed to watch Nostra closely. The butler looked at him and said that made him think. He put a hand on the doorknob and asked why. Morden answered coldly that Mikhail had always sided with Nostra. The protagonist suddenly lowered his gaze. He opened the door and asked if he had not already said that Nostra was the one who taught him third circle magic, which shocked the butler. Morden cried out in disbelief, and MC quickly told him to keep it down. He remembered that after returning to the past, his unstable third circle magic had come from Nostra's teaching. He was glad the circle magic still worked. Then he blushed a little, feeling almost embarrassed when he thought about it. Right after that, he decided that if Nostra really threatened the family, the best move would be to get rid of him now. Maybe because Nostra had once stood by Edward in hard times, his father had never fully dealt with him. Before Mikhail returned, that had become the start of House Walpurgis's fall. The protagonist's face turned serious. This time, he would never let that happen. He turned back and asked Morden to send Nostra to him. The butler answered right away that Nostra was not the kind of man who came running just because someone called. Mikhail smiled and told him not to worry. Nostra was already waiting for that call, he said as he shut the door. A little later, the door opened and someone stepped in. Smiling, Nostra asked if MC really wanted to see him, and MC told him to come in. He asked if Morden had called him, and Nostra said yes. They told him he had finally made up his mind. Then Nostra asked if the boy truly wanted to learn from him. The protagonist closed his eyes and said he had a proposal first. Nostra blinked in surprise and asked what it was. Pointing straight ahead, Mikhail said he and Nostra would fight, with no magic circle skills. Nostra gave a sly smile. Before returning to the past, people had stormed the Walpurgis estate screaming that every Walpurgis had to die. MC still remembered his family falling apart. They were living through their darkest time, and he blamed the rotten Nostra for it. He had been in the main hall with the few family members still hanging on when the killers broke in. They were all one step from death. The attackers were demon followers. His father, the strongest mage in the family, was stuck in bed. The Walpurgis members in the hall shook with fear, and many of their strongest mages had already abandoned them. Mikhail looked at the demon followers and knew they could not stop them. Then soft footsteps echoed through the hall. Viscount Nostra was their last hope. He walked past him toward the invaders without any fear. He was the only 8th Circle mage left in the house. There was no fear in his eyes. Everyone watched in silence. Mikhail looked at his teacher with hope, wondering what spell Nostra would use to crush the demon followers. Nostra stopped before the intruders, but what came next shattered all of the protagonist's hopes. Without warning, Nostra threw his staff to the floor. In the next instant, he dropped to his knees and shouted that they surrendered. Everything collapsed. The shock on Mikhail's face said it all. Their last hope was gone, and House Walpurgis was finished. Nostra pressed his forehead to the ground before the demon followers. Rage filled MC, and he clenched his fist. This time, he would change everything. He pointed at the Viscount and challenged him to fight without those skills. He knew why he was doing it now. He wanted to beat that cowardly beast down. Nostra was stunned by the challenge and asked what he meant. Mikhail touched his chin and said he was fine with learning magic from him. But first he wanted proof that Nostra was worth teaching him. Wasn't it fair to see his real strength? Nostra kept his eyes on him and asked what that meant. Lowering his hand, he said he wanted to judge Nostra's skill for himself. He did not know how strong he really was, and words alone were not enough. Since magic worked that way, he wanted to clear up any doubt. Confused, Nostra asked if becoming a third circle mage through him was not enough. The protagonist answered at once that it was not. The Viscount gritted his teeth in shock. Then he raised his fists and shouted that he had taught MC everything he knew, and yet the boy still dared to doubt him. Mikhail turned away and calmly told him to relax. He only wanted to settle his doubts, and if a man's words were true, proving them with action should be easy. Nostra calmed down and quietly asked if he was serious. He said yes before the man even finished. He wanted to test their power without magic circles, just their own magic. One hand on his hip, he added that if he lost, he would become Nostra's student. Nostra rubbed his chin and thought it over. After a moment, he asked what happened if the protagonist won. The boy looked at him with a smile and said then Nostra would become his student. That made the Viscount smile. After a short thought, he firmly accepted the challenge. Sometime later, inside Viscount Nostra's room, he stood by the window thinking, then laughed. Smiling, he called this a gift from fate, a fight without magic circles. He imagined the gap between them like two stones, his much bigger than Mikhail's. It might look risky at first, but he knew the truth. Their real skill levels were nowhere close. Otherwise, he never would have agreed. Looking down, he mocked MC as someone who had already hit his limit as a beginner. He thought that even if he carried Walpurgis blood, he was still just a kid trapped in a cage, too sheltered to know the real world. Staring out the window, Nostra thought Mikhail was living in a fantasy, acting like some storybook hero. He told himself he was not trying to become family head. What he wanted was a place so high that the head could not control him, and now that chance had fallen right into his hands. He threw up his hands and shouted with joy that this was his chance to make history in the Walpurgis mage family. He said he had already given the protagonist the skills of a third circle mage, so soon the boy would be begging him for more training. Tilting his head back, he shouted that he would become MC's teacher and the center of the family. Then he laughed darkly. The next day, Morden hurried down the corridor. He called out loudly for Mikhail. He noticed him and told him to come in. Morden rushed in and, horrified, asked if it was true that he had challenged Nostra to a magic duel. The protagonist looked up and said yes. He figured Nostra had already made his move, so backing down was no longer an option. Lowering his gaze with a faint smile, he thought this was exactly what he wanted. Throwing his arms out, Morden yelled, asking why he would duel Nostra. MC folded his arms and told him not to panic, but Morden shot back that he had every reason to. If MC lost, he'd become Nostra's student. He added that Nostra would use that to grab even more power, and he just answered, "Yeah, that's true." Morden froze in shock. He burst out that Nostra was sly and rotten, not fit to teach anyone. The protagonist calmly said he knew Nostra wasn't a good man. How could he not? He still remembered bowing at the feet of people like that. Shaken, Morden asked why he would do this if he understood. Mikhail answered coldly that otherwise Nostra would never take the bait. Then he asked why Nostra was still part of their family after everything he'd done. Morden stammered that it was because Nostra had once been close to Edouard. MC nodded. He had been both his father's co-worker and friend. Because of that, his father would never cast Nostra out. There were too many memories tied to him. Morden thought it over, and voice shaking, admitted that was true. Pointing to himself, Mikhail said he would handle Nostra personally. This fight would expose just how low the man could sink. To a mage, the stakes were huge. Magic wasn't just power, it was tied to the words behind a promise. If a mage broke that promise, magic itself would reject him. And if he won, Nostra would be under him. With a small smirk, he thought that was the whole point. Morden rubbed his chin and admitted the plan made sense, then asked if Mikhail really thought he could beat Nostra. Still uneasy, he asked again if he was truly sure. The protagonist only smirked and repeated, "Beat him?" He gave a wink and said Nostra would never defeat him. Then more gently, Mikhail told Morden not to worry. Viscount Nostra wasn't going to win. Morden asked if he was serious, then remembered MC had set one condition for the Viscount. The duel had to be on equal terms. After that, the butler pressed his hands together and fell into a gloomy silence. Then he asked in disbelief if the Viscount would really have to use the same kind of magic as him, and whether he was serious about all this. Once Morden saw the protagonist wasn't joking, he reached into his breast pocket, and the protagonist asked what he was pulling out. Morden took out a written resignation letter, saying he quit. If he kept listening to this, he was going to have a heart attack. Mikhail reached out and burned the letter on the spot. Morden stared sadly at the ashes as MC told him to trust him. Still worried, Morden said he was only at the 4th circle, while Nostra was supposed to be a 7th circle mage. He answered by asking if Morden himself truly believed in the Viscount's power. Morden shook his head. Mikhail crossed his arms and said there was no reason to worry. He would never challenge Nostra if he wasn't sure he could win. Morden then asked where that confidence came from. The protagonist said simply that Nostra's 7 circles were a lie. He stopped there and waited. Morden just frowned. When Morden started reaching into his pocket again, MC quickly told him not to bother. He still wasn't accepting that resignation letter. Then he asked how someone gains higher magic circles. First, you master the basics. Morden had to agree, and he said Nostra skipped those steps. The Viscount claimed he trained properly, but the protagonist didn't buy it. He went on, saying that even if faking magic circles took a lot of effort, it still didn't make Nostra a true 7th circle mage. At best, Nostra could imitate strength. MC was sure the Viscount's so-called 7th circle magic was only a shell, an illusion. If he ever had to use it for real, who knew what would happen? A real battle, with spells flying every second, was nothing like the show Nostra was used to. Mikhail was sure that even if Nostra knew far more spells, he still couldn't win. That thought made him grin. The Marquise, surprised, asked him to repeat that. Looking at him, the protagonist said his father was expecting a flashy magic duel between him and Viscount Nostra. He had come to invite him to watch, but the Marquise only leaned on the table and stayed silent. Then he quietly reminded MC that not even a day had passed since he promised to deal with Duke Rendell's matter. But MC cut in, saying he knew. The Marquise slammed his hand on the table. He angrily told his son to wake up, asking if he really needed another blow to the head to come to his senses. He met his gaze and warned him that he was serious. Rubbing his temple, the Marquis said he hadn't taught him magic for this, then demanded to know what he was planning now. The protagonist studied his father and guessed he had already considered the worst outcome, that the protagonist might lose and end up Nostra's apprentice. The Marquis covered his eyes with one hand. MC said firmly that he had no intention of losing. So when his father talked like defeat was certain, he asked why. He was supposed to win and make Viscount Nostra his apprentice. All of a sudden, a bat appeared in the Marquis's hand, and the protagonist immediately asked what that was. Looking exhausted, his father said it was a textbook, and he was about to beat some wisdom into him. Mikhail grinned and asked what kind of nonsense that was. But the Marquis stayed serious and asked why any sane person would say something so absurd with a straight face. MC only smiled. Then he reminded his father that Viscount Nostra was still a vassal of their family. The Marquis cautiously agreed, and he asked why the heir of the house should dance to a servant's tune. His father repeated that word, servant's tune. Hiding the bat behind him, he asked how someone who had only just reached the 4th circle could be so sure of duel. Still, the Marquis asked what he would do if he lost. The protagonist plainly said that then he'd have to become the Viscount's apprentice, and the Marquis stared at him like that was somehow the only problem. He brought the bat down on the table. Lowering his head, the man asked tiredly what he was supposed to do with this boy. Then he looked up sharply and asked if Mikhail even understood what he was trying to do. MC gave an awkward laugh, remembering how his father always threatened to beat him and break his legs when things went this far. He joked that he would offer up his legs for peace in the Walpurgis family, and the Marquis only muttered that he would remember that promise. The protagonist reached for the door, thinking everything had gone as planned and the duel issue was settled. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. His father had given permission, and now only Nostra mattered, and the Viscount probably still thought he would win. Mikhail pictured Nostra moving a chess piece shaped like a boy, convinced the outcome was obvious. In his mind, the Viscount sat over a chessboard, planning how to use MC as efficiently as possible so he could someday seize power in the family. He chuckled, muttering that this was exactly what you'd expect from someone who had never been a real mage, even before his regression. He planned to crush him. In the Walpurgis training hall, Mikhail noted that nothing had changed. The place should be strong enough to handle attacks up to the 6th circle. He knew the family's main training room was packed with all kinds of magical tools. His eyes shifted to the weapon rack. Then he waved it off and thought the hall could take the impact. He cast Flash, knowing this was the place to test anything. A purple arrow shot across the room as Mikhail focused on the 1st circle spell Flash. It was a basic spell with simple calculations, but that was exactly why many mages messed it up. The simpler the spell, the more ways it could be used. Raising one finger, the protagonist thought that a skilled mage wouldn't use Flash as just a straight shot. He pointed forward, testing control over the mana flow instead of just firing it right at the target. Then he hooked his finger back. The purple beam curved and returned. Mikhail noted that using it this way made the spell much harder. It needed much finer coordinate control, and if the turning angle was calculated right, the difficulty jumped to around 5th circle level. Next, MC added an explosion spell. Flash burst near the ceiling. He realized he could force the mana inside Flash to detonate. As bits of the blast fell, Mikhail thought that even tiny changes like this demanded strong mana control. That was the real gap between low-level and high-level mages. Watching the fading remains of the spell, he calmly told himself his mana control was still nearly the same as before. His body might be younger, but his mind remembered everything. He checked the time and remembered the duel was only an hour away, so he started planning his next move. He decided to test more spells. Everything Viscount Nostra had taught him before his regression had been a lie. The man had only pushed him to build new magic circles as fast as possible. That method would never let him go past the 8th circle, so Mikhail was actually glad his circles had been reset and he could start over. He knew that without his once-in-a-thousand-years talent, starting again like this would have been impossible. Soon, the protagonist knew it was time. Viscount Nostra walked down the hallway, muttering to himself. With a grin, he thought Edward still had no idea what was going on. He believed that by taking Mikhail as his student, he would become a key figure in the Walpurgis family. Then his heart suddenly jolted. He grabbed at his chest, coughed, and dropped to one knee. A voice behind him called out, "Viscount." Nostra turned and saw Marquis Edward. Edward asked if it was true that he had made a bet with his son. Nostra answered that young Mikhail had proposed it himself and called it a lucky break. The Marquis said he had always thought his son needed a proper teacher. He reminded Nostra that the Viscount had been by his side since childhood, helping him through dangerous times. Nostra quietly said he remembered. Edward said that was the only reason he was choosing to watch in silence. Nostra lowered his head, his face darkening for a moment. Then he smiled and said the Marquis had always looked after him, and he would never forget that. He added that this must be why Edward was giving him a chance, which clearly surprised the Marquis. Edward walked past him and said to leave it at that. If Nostra wanted to see it that way, fine. There was no point talking more before the duel. Left alone in the hall, Nostra could only stand there confused. Mikhail heard his father ask if he was ready. He was glad the Marquis had come after all. Edward sat down and told MC that, just as promised, he would be the only witness. No one else would know the result. He reminded both of them that the outcome would carry serious consequences, and once it was decided, neither side could deny it, so they should think carefully. Nostra only smiled and said Mikhail had chosen this path himself. Looking at the boy, he added that being heir to the Walpurgis family was never easy. He, the Marquis. Then he raised a hand. At once, chains rang through the air. They wrapped around the hall, sealing the duelists inside a circle. Edward declared that Nostra's magic circles were sealed until the duel ended, so he could only use magic up to the 5th circle. Nostra accepted. Then Edward asked Mikhail if he was ready, and the boy answered with a grin that he was. Nostra moved first, activating a spell and telling the protagonist to watch closely. A green light gathered around his staff as he cast slow. MC brushed his fingers through the air, thinking it was a smart opening. Slowing your enemy makes winning much easier, so he answered with confusion. Nostra clenched his teeth, shocked that Mikhail could use it. Green sparks spun around him as he grabbed his head. He watched him closely. Nostra couldn't understand it. Even for a 4th circle mage, that spell was one of the hardest to use. The protagonist coolly said he didn't need to know, and Nostra let out a dry laugh. He aimed his staff at the boy, and Mikhail was suddenly covered in pink light. Nostra cast Fireball with a satisfied smile, then followed it with Windblade. The flames twisted into a tornado and tore straight at MC. Nostra thought it was time to teach him a lesson. The gap between magic circles wasn't just about what spells you could cast. Then the ground under him shook as Nostra used Earthbreak. Rocks burst upward, forcing Mikhail to stay alert. At the same time, the firestorm surged toward him. The protagonist only muttered that this was troublesome, then quickly cast Barrier. The flames slammed into an invisible wall. The other attacks couldn't reach him either. Mikhail admitted that, in a normal fight, Nostra would be right. After all, someone who had only just reached the 4th circle shouldn't be able to block attacks like these. But magic wasn't fair the way swordsmanship was. A swordsman can't simply think his way past the gap in strength and aura. Magic, though, worked differently. Mikhail raised a hand for his next spell. Knowing a mage's real weapon is his mind, he cast Flash, and the familiar glow covered his hand. Nostra frowned, annoyed that the boy was using a 1st circle spell. Then MC calmly added, Multi-charge. He knew even a simple spell could become deadly when used the right way. The flashes shot at Nostra like pink claws as Mikhail gave them free control. Nostra stared, stunned, barely hearing him talk about layered explosions and smart mana use. He kept watching the light as the protagonist spoke of changing direction and exact impact points. His staff slipped from his hand. MC kept giving commands, widening the attack area as Flash rushed in. Nostra was horrified. This was no longer 1st circle magic, and the words Mikhail had just used went far beyond that. Almost sounding accusing, he demanded to know how a 4th circle mage could have this much control. He asked if he wanted to see what real magic looked like. Grinning, he let the spell aura gather around his hands. To Nostra, it looked more like fireworks than anything dangerous. He raised his staff and cast Shield. The flashes smashed into it hard. Laughing, he mocked Mikhail for thinking that would do anything. The protagonist calmly said, Explosion! A huge blast roared out, filling the hall with smoke. Coughing, Nostra cursed MC's insane mana control. He demanded again how the boy had done it, and he said he had watched it happen himself. Just a dirty little trick with calculations. Nostra shouted that it was unfair and had to be against the rules, convinced Mikhail had used something forbidden. The protagonist clenched his fist and struck the wall behind him, cracking it. Staring coldly at Nostra, he told him to watch his mouth and stop crossing the line. Pulling his hand back, MC said he was fighting now as a member of the Walpurgis family. Nostra tried to explain himself, but he cut him off. If he was going to accuse him of forbidden magic, then he should be able to prove it. Nostra dropped to his knees as the protagonist said he couldn't believe a man at his level had missed something so basic. All Nostra could mutter was that it was a lie. Mikhail just laughed. Then he accepted that answer and formed another glowing sphere in his hand. Flash shot toward Nostra again. Nostra yelled, Shield! But Mikhail blew up the shield again. Nostra hit the floor, coughing, while MC told him to get up. They weren't done yet. Still lying there, Nostra couldn't understand how he kept breaking through his shield so easily. He pushed himself up to one knee and, trying to save face, said it wasn't bad. The protagonist had simply shown a side he hadn't expected. MC was caught off guard when Nostra declared that now he would get serious. The Viscount said it was time to show the boy what the power of a 7th circle mage really meant. Beams ripped through the air, struck the floor, and exploded. At the same time, Mikhail's flash kept detonating against Nostra's shield. He realized Flash had become useless. Nostra had stacked 2 shields and fully blocked it. Focusing on his opponent, Nostra used multi-shot attack. 3 pillars of fire rose behind him. The Marquis was shocked. That was a 4th circle attack. He shot up from his chair, thinking a normal 7th circle mage could boost a spell like this, but not by that much. Then he shut his eyes, knowing how hard it was to cast 3 4th-circle spells at once. Looking closer, Edward realized this was exactly what Nostra had been hiding. Nostra spread his arms and laughed, saying Mikhail had exceeded his expectations, but there was no way he could survive 3 fire spears, his strongest attack. He laughed again, fully pleased with himself. The moment the fire pillars shot forward, he believed the duel was over. Then the whole space burst apart. Edward sank back down, thinking Nostra was probably right. Nostra rejoiced, sure he had won. But when the smoke cleared, his face froze in shock. Mikhail was still hidden in the smoke when he asked if that was all. He had caught one of the fire pillars with Ryuo, then warned Nostra that now it was his turn. Nostra could only ask how he had stopped the spell. The protagonist crushed the fire pillar in his hand and dispelled it, saying it was easy. Nostra snapped that Mikhail had only just reached the 4th circle and should never have been able to stop that attack, so he couldn't understand how this was possible. MC mocked him, saying control over magic mattered far more than magic itself. The difference was talent. No matter how hard Nostra worked, he could never beat someone born with more of it. And in magic, that meant everything. Magic wasn't something you learned by logic alone. Annoyed, Nostra snapped, asking if he was saying he was more gifted than him. Mikhail just smiled, asked if that was really true, and said they should test the opposite. Nostra lifted his staff. Then he threw both hands toward the protagonist. In a burst of anger, he fired Ice Spear, Demonic Hand, and Thorn Attack one after another. The 3 spells fused into one strike and rushed at MC. Mikhail answered with only one spell. Flash. The attacks slammed together head-on. Nostra was stunned again, unable to understand how he kept breaking his spells so easily. Calmly, the protagonist reminded him he'd already explained it. It was just calculations. Another sphere formed in his hand for a multi-charge attack, and a new wave of flash spears shot at Nostra. Seeing that many flashes at once, Nostra froze in surprise. Magic wrapped around Mikhail's whole hand as he reminded him that he'd blocked the last attack with a shield. But could he stop one 10 times stronger? MC smiled at him. The flash was already almost on top of the Viscount when Mikhail said someone once told him explosions were an art. Nostra tried to respond, but at the last second he shouted a shield spell. The Viscount crashed down, coughing, his eyes rolling back. He raised a hand and used confusion. In an instant he was beside Nostra and punched him. Nostra choked harder, shocked by the sudden hit. Mikhail followed up mercilessly with another flash. Magic gathered around his hand and a red strike slammed into the Viscount's chest. Looking up, Nostra weakly asked him to wait. He was trying to surrender, but Mikhail cut him off with a punch to the face. The protagonist told him to shut up and keep his mouth closed. This was one thing he'd wanted to do for a long time. He pulled back his fist again, thinking he still hadn't finished even half the list he'd once made. Still, this was something he could do right now. He grabbed Nostra's hands just as someone called out to him. Mikhail was about to hit him again when his father called his name once more. His eyes narrowed, but he didn't answer. The Marquis caught his son's hand and ordered him to stop. The duel was already over. MC shouted back that he wasn't done because Nostra still hadn't begged for mercy. Edward glanced at Nostra and said his face was already smashed enough. There was nothing left to prove. Mikhail told his father to look closer. Nostra still hadn't properly surrendered, even though he was weakly raising his hands and gesturing that he couldn't keep going. The Marquis clenched his fist and pointed out those thick veins on it. Disappointed, he said he got it. His father was warning that violence only brings more violence. Edward turned to Nostra and asked if he accepted defeat. With blue lips, Nostra could only mumble. Edward took that as a yes. Mikhail asked to land one last hit, but Edward simply teleported the Viscount away. Nostra vanished, and the protagonist stared at the empty space in regret. Edward stayed grimly silent. Then he called to his son. The Marquis admitted he had no idea MC had grown this much, and he never expected to see anything like that. He said what Mikhail showed today reminded him of an old mage called Astal, whose teachings used similar techniques. He smiled and called it a coincidence. Edward asked again if that was true, and he quickly tried to calm his doubts. He knew exactly who his father meant, the Twilight Mage. That man had been cast out from everywhere, then vanished without a trace. Mikhail wondered if his father was underestimating him, because what he'd done really wasn't that hard. Edward half agreed, but said he'd read that controlling power like that took incredible talent. He reminded the protagonist of his own words about being born with talent, and the protagonist grinned, saying he was the son of a Marquis. Since MC insisted, Edward decided to accept that answer. Then he asked what his father had really called him here for, just to show what he could do? When the protagonist asked what he meant, Edward said Viscount Nostra was his friend, not a proper teacher, and the protagonist had never truly planned to study under him. Looking at him seriously, he asked what MC had wanted to show through that duel. He had to admit his father was right. He would never judge a teacher like that. He chuckled and brushed it off, saying it was nothing special and he'd only acted on emotion. Then the protagonist asked his own serious question. Would his father throw the Viscount out? He knew Edward saw Nostra as his only equal, which made sense. Being family head was a lonely place. Even so, Mikhail hated the situation, but he also knew his father wouldn't throw everything away without a reason. The Marquis understood that was exactly why MC had done all this. He pointed a thumb at himself and promised that from now on, he would keep the Viscount under control. Looking at his father, he thought he had to do it so everything Edward built wouldn't be ruined. Sometime later, Nostra sat at a table with his head in both hands, muttering that this was ridiculous. He was furious that he'd lost to a boy who had only just reached the 4th circle. Lowering his head, he thought about how Marquis Walpurgis had seen the whole thing, so there was no changing the result now. As he wondered what to do, a voice reminded him that he'd lost, and now he had to answer for what he said. Nostra looked up at the unexpected speaker. It was Mikhail, asking if he remembered their agreement. Nostra remembered. He was supposed to become the protagonist's student. He raised a hand, trying to speak. Clasping his hands, Nostra realized how strange this was. MC had known from the start he would win, so why make the losing side become the apprentice? Then it hit him. This had to be part of some plan even meaner than just humiliating him. Nostra studied Mikhail and convinced himself this was a test, meaning he still had a chance. He asked if he understood, and Nostra answered that this was about the future of their family. The protagonist pushed his chair back and told him to go on. Nostra said MC had hidden his real goal for a long time, revenge on Duke Rindel for what that family had done. Mikhail listened without a word. Nostra thought he finally understood everything. Spreading his arms, he smiled and promised to help him get that revenge. Then he asked if he really thought this was about revenge. Nostra only stared at him. The protagonist smiled, and Nostra was shocked to hear that it wasn't. Mikhail lowered his head and said his student talked too much, so he should stay quiet and call him teacher. Nostra just stared at him. Leaning forward, he asked if MC was really going to be his teacher, and MC said yes without hesitation. Nostra realized he wasn't joking. Mikhail was completely serious. A drop of sweat ran down Nostra's cheek as he thought he had to stop this no matter the cost. Acting innocent, he pointed out that he knew he was a 7th Circle mage and also his father's close friend. The protagonist cut him off at once and told him to stop talking like that. He jabbed a finger at the table, driving every word in. Standing up, he said a Viscount should know better than anyone that a mage's promise cannot be broken. Nostra had to know that. A mage's promise was an oath tied to their magic circles. If that oath was broken, the circles would be destroyed. Nostra finally snapped and jumped up, shouting that he was older and had more circles than this boy. He couldn't understand how MC thought this could work, or where he'd even gotten such an idea. MC only grinned and said the answer was right here. Then his face turned serious, and he said he already knew Nostra would try to squirm out of it. Nostra said nothing. Unable to argue, he dropped back into his chair. Silence filled the room. Later, outside, he called Nostra his student. Nostra could barely force himself to call him teacher. He clenched his fist, knowing he had no choice. If he ignored Mikhail's orders, his circles would be destroyed. He remembered the protagonist saying that now, as his mentor, he would teach him a few things. The thought made Nostra grimace. Still clenching his fists, he said he was listening. Teacher. MC frowned as he remembered the time before his regression. He knew destroying Nostra wasn't the smartest move. Funny enough, the Viscount could still be very useful. For one thing, he had 7th Circle magic and real potential, and that could help Mikhail. So he decided to start by asking what Nostra wanted to know. Nostra shut his eyes and said there was nothing, but the protagonist was sure there was. He waved a hand and brought up Nostra's unstable circles that he still couldn't fully use. Then he tapped a finger against Nostra's chest and said, "That proved it." Nostra remembered how even slight effort made his heart ache. He twisted in pain and dropped to his knees. Mikhail watched him without emotion. Usually, circles can't become stable unless lightning comes first. There is another way, but anyone who can do that is called an apostle. MC thought of his father. Nostra suddenly felt like he was standing among countless stars. He lowered his head, staring into that strange space in shock. The man stared at his hands as Mikhail said this all started because he couldn't measure up to his father. Nostra looked up. He told him he'd use the apostle's method. Nostra darkly thought this was the cost of it all. Then he heard the protagonist say he could show him how to make the circles stable. Mikhail leaned in and told him to hand over his mana. Nostra wanted to ask how the boy knew. He quickly assumed the Marquis had told him, which meant he knew Nostra had touched the apostle's hand. A shaky laugh escaped the Viscount. At last, he thought the whole duel had been planned from the start by MC and the Marquis. Mikhail Walpurgis shut that down at once and told him to stop making things up. He said the Viscount still missed the point of the duel. During that triple 4th Circle attack he had sensed something strange, and Nostra instantly asked how he knew. The protagonist tapped his own heart. Nostra stiffened. He grabbed his chest as MC explained he'd been doing that the whole time, a common sign of unstable circles. He figured Nostra thought someone with his blood wouldn't notice. From the ground, the man heard that he wouldn't last much longer like this, and anything he tried would only worsen it. Nostra realized he could die as a mage, but the protagonist corrected him. He'd die as a person, period. Nostra couldn't accept that. MC said there was one way to live, if the Viscount wanted it. Destroy the circles he'd gained through trickery, and let the mana pass to him. The truth hit Nostra hard, and he struggled to take it in. With a smile, Mikhail Walpurgis said he'd gain mana, and Nostra would get to stabilize his Kurgs. To him, everyone won. Sure, the Viscount would drop to the 5th circle, but he didn't see that as a disaster. With him as a teacher, Nostra could recover. Nostra, though, wanted no part of it. He snapped back about the 5th circle and demanded to know if the protagonist understood how hard he'd worked for all this. Mikhail Walpurgis said he hadn't earned circles. He'd grown a tumor. Before the regression, the Viscount had been dying slowly because he tried to cheat his way forward, gave in to temptation, and paid for it. MC said walking doesn't make a child an adult. Then he asked what good being a 7th circle mage was if Nostra couldn't really use that power. To him, those circles were empty, made only because Nostra felt small next to his father. They had no real value. They just looked impressive. Looking at the crushed man, he asked if he really thought the Marquis didn't know. Nostra thought of the Marquis and realized he had known all along. Of course Edward knew. In Mikhail's past life, he acted like he knew nothing until the very end, and that had been a mistake. The protagonist asked if he understood now, then made it clear. Trying to use the Marquis' son had failed. The Viscount shut his eyes as those words sank in. He remembered the Marquis once standing on a cliff and calling him a friend. Back then, Edward had said he'd gone through a lot to reach that point. He'd nearly died more than once to get there. And then Nostra heard it was all thanks to him. Edward said others believed he'd done it alone, but he knew how remarkable Nostra truly was. He'd even patted his friend's shoulder and praised his drive. Edward believed that was why Nostra never stayed still and always kept growing. The Viscount had tried to stop him, but the Marquis wanted him to hear one thing. Looking him in the eye, Edward said that no matter what others claimed, Nostra was the only person he could trust. Then the Marquis smiled. Remembering that, Nostra's expression turned dark. He called out to Mikhail, then corrected himself and said, "Teacher." Without lifting his head, he said he accepted the offer and wanted the circles destroyed. The Viscount asked him to take his mana, wearing a sad smile. Glowing magic circles formed in his hand. As he looked at them, closing his fist around them, Mikhail decided it was actually pretty simple. Nostra lowered his head, miserable over losing his mana. MC gave an awkward smile, thinking it wouldn't be easy seeing the gloomy Viscount every day. Hand on his chin, the young man decided he'd handled his first task well. Then his thoughts turned serious. He needed to put out a spark before it became a fire. In 7 years, a disaster would hit, and he couldn't ignore it when he knew what was coming. Cassandra clasped her hands together. Her eyes shone. Exactly 7 years from now, her prophecy said demons would appear. A demon's red eyes flashed. Winged demons filled the sky. People refused to believe the warning, and that doubt turned into disaster. Humanity wasn't ready, and the demons were far stronger. People ran for their lives, trying to escape. Even if the demons couldn't replace their numbers, no living creature could really stand against them. One demon crushed a man in its fist. The Empire finally understood the scale of the disaster when Kelbian, the 7th Knight of the Iron Wall, was killed. Blood sprayed across his armor. After that, there was no changing the war between the two worlds. Men shook in fear. People called for heroes, but by then, it was too late. Swords dropped, and the demons wiped out half the Empire. In the temple, a huge cross hung on the wall. The heroes had gathered there in a rush. Among them were fighters strong enough to battle monsters and even tame them. Argo's squad faced forward without fear. Mikhail tilted his head back and decided the key right now was Cassandra. He remembered that in his past life, no one believed her prophecy. She was 2 years younger than him, so she should be about 18 now. Cassandra locked her hands together. Her prophecy had become deadly, yet no one wanted to hear her warnings. The castle doors stayed shut. Before the regression, Cassandra had spoken of a hero who was supposed to save humanity, but that never happened because nobody believed her. Mikhail realized a prophecy means nothing if no one trusts it. He narrowed his eyes. He had no idea what became of Cassandra after that, but he doubted it ended well. This time, he had to stop history from repeating itself. Looking up, the young man decided he would personally take part in choosing the warriors this time. He picked up a pen and thought about bringing in Lion to help with the selection. Then he realized he had another problem. The pen froze in midair as Mikhail stared at the paper, wondering what to do about Cassandra. After no one believed her prophecy, she ran from the temple. He scratched his head, annoyed. He had no clue where she was. Grabbing his head, he decided he had to find some way to reach her. He shut his eyes and tried to think it through. Then someone stepped into the office. Morden looked in, called for his master, and asked what he was doing there. The young man leaned back with his hands behind his head, said it was nothing important, and asked what Morden wanted. When he heard a guest had come to discuss something important, he closed his eyes and guessed it was Lion. The butler asked how he knew. Mikhail got up and told him to send the guest in. The door opened, and the boy turned with a smile when he saw his friend. Lion clenched his fist and asked about training. Mikhail sat down and, with his eyes closed, asked if his friend shouldn't be getting ready for the engagement. Lion grinned and said training mattered way more. He added that he didn't want to marry at all. The protagonist lowered his head when Lion brought up Miller's lessons, then agreed. But when MC said he had one condition, Lion frowned and asked what it was. He slapped a hand on the table. Stepping closer, Lion reminded him they'd only agreed to visit the temple. He crossed his arms and said that was true. But now he had a new condition, and it wouldn't hurt anyone. Lion's brows drew tight as he asked what Mikhail wanted. The protagonist asked whether there were any troubles in Lion's domain. Leaning on the table, Lion asked what he meant. The moment MC mentioned a dungeon, he flinched. Looking away, Lion awkwardly claimed he knew nothing. Mikhail raised a brow and said his friend was terrible at lying. Lion laughed nervously and asked why he would even lie. With a faint smile, he explained that Lion's family had found the dungeon a year earlier and discovered a huge amount of mana there. He added that Count Pavlov assumed it was a mana deposit dungeon and sent a research team inside. Lion looked stunned and asked how the protagonist knew about it. Crossing his arms, MC thought that it wasn't really a dungeon at all. They only called it that because nobody understood what it was yet. Before the regression, most of the research team vanished. Count Pavlov sent 5 squads in, and almost none came back. The Pavlov family had wanted a marriage tie with the Reindl family because they were running out of money after spending so much on that so-called dungeon. Lion put a hand to his forehead, shocked anyone else knew, and muttered that there must be a rat in the family. Mikhail shook his head and said no. He had only heard rumors from mercenaries. Narrowing his eyes, Lion asked what he meant about the dungeon. He smiled. Then he said the forest held ancient ruins, and those ruins were what had been causing the Pavlov family so much trouble. He added that he was interested in that place and expected a lot from it. Lion frowned and asked what he was getting at. Mikhail explained that most of the research team never came back, and since it was not a real dungeon, it could not be cleared. He looked down, remembering that before his regression, the Pavlov family had struggled with that place until the very end. In the end, they got nothing. Someone else uncovered the ruins' secrets and took everything. So the protagonist offered to help and go into the ruins himself instead of sending another research team. Lion asked if he could really do what even hired experts failed to do, and Mikhail said yes. Exploring places like that needed basic magic knowledge. Lion grabbed his head. With a hard frown, he asked where all that confidence was coming from. MC smiled and said his plan would not hurt the family at all. If he succeeded, they would learn what the place really was. If he failed, the Pavlovs would lose nothing. Lion accepted that. Lion fell silent and rubbed his chin. Then he looked up and brought up the training again. Mikhail promised to teach him everything he knew, and the swordsman agreed to give it a shot since he had nothing to lose. Still, Lion warned that his approval meant little. His father would have the final say. He got up with a grin and said they should go see the Marquise right away since the matter was settled. Edward covered his eyes in annoyance. Sitting across from his son, he reminded him they had agreed he would focus on the Reindl family, then asked what this new Pavlov idea was. Mikhail said it was all part of the same plan. Edward asked if his son planned to go to their land and stir up more trouble. The protagonist denied it, promised he would not repeat his old mistakes, and said he had already made a deal with Wyan. Holding his blood-stained staff, Edward warned that a magician's promise must never be broken. MC looked away and wondered why his father was so gentle with. He asked his father to put the stick away and promised he could handle everything. Edward rested it on his shoulder and corrected him. It was a staff. Squinting, Mikhail said it looked more like an orc-smashing club. Edward held it out and declared that anything a mage carries is a staff, then started talking about using it to hunt demonic creatures. Demon blood still stained the staff. When he asked why a mage's staff had blood on it in the first place, Edward frowned. Mikhail only gave a sly smile. Holding out his hands, he said there was more than just a promise. Edward shot up from his chair when his son refused to explain further. The Marquis set the staff on the table. Then he relaxed his hand and asked if he could trust his son. The protagonist looked up, surprised. A smile slowly formed on his face. He said his father always did this, always chose to believe in him. Edward lowered his gaze. Mikhail remembered that in his past life, his father had trusted him until the very end and never gave up on him. That memory hurt even more. Standing before his father's corpse back then, he had regretted not acting sooner. The crown had faded into history, which is why MC Walpurgis refused to be a warrior. Leaning on the table, Edward asked if he was truly confident. With a firm look, Mikhail said he had a plan and every step was connected, but it was still too soon to explain the dungeon part. Edward rose from his chair and agreed. Turning away, he told his son to do what he had to do. He bowed and thanked him. Then something off to the side caught his eye. The protagonist turned toward the window. Surprised, he asked if they really had another guest. Edward said no. Then he asked if Mikhail had noticed something. MC kept staring out the window in silence. A moment later, he decided he must have imagined it. After the office doors shut, Edward was left alone. Lowering his head, he murmured that his son reminded him of someone. A voice behind him replied that the boy resembled His Highness. Edward looked up and asked if they were really that alike. A voice from the shelves answered that his master had been the same in his youth, only more reasonable now. Edward asked whether Mikhail had truly sensed someone there, or recognized him. Coming out of the shadows, the hidden man said that was not strange, since his unusual circles were hard to conceal. Edward turned and asked if those marks could not simply be removed. Someone folded his hands behind his back. It was Morden. Edward then asked if his son had really shown nothing unusual lately. Morden raised his brows and said the young man had changed a lot. He was bolder now, and his magic had reached a whole new level. Lightning flickered in Mikhail's hand. He looked up. Morden explained to his master that it was more than magic, since circle magic alone could not do that. He thought it was his own power finally coming out. Bowing, Morden said there was nothing strange about the Walpurgis heir suddenly awakening his talent. Edward stayed silent while Morden added that such power could be hereditary. If Mikhail had truly awakened it, that only proved he belonged to the family. Edward looked up, thinking over those inherited talents. Then he turned away and said he had a favor to ask. Morden placed a hand on his chest and agreed. Edward lifted his head. Calmly, he asked if the time had finally come. Later, Mikhail stood beside the carriage when someone called to him. Seeing Morden, he asked what he needed. Morden rubbed his chin and said the Marquis had ordered him to go along so his son would not get into trouble. The protagonist raised a brow, acting like that sounded reasonable, but he knew Morden had another reason. Even so, he thanked him. Lion lifted a hand to his mouth and asked why Morden was joining them. Mikhail brushed it off, calling him a sort of nanny. Inwardly, he knew the butler was not the type to spread rumors. Looking ahead, he figured Morden would keep things to himself. Resting a hand on his belt, MC decided it was time to leave. Smiling, he said they were heading to the Pavlov estate. A horse carriage soon arrived there. Mikhail quietly looked out the window. Then he turned when someone said his own estate was no worse. Leaning on his hand, he was surprised the Pavlovs kept their land in such good shape even though the area around it did not seem especially wealthy. Looking away, he thought his father would have liked this place. It was not just the buildings. The people here looked happy and at ease. Clouds drifted overhead. The brick road seemed to stretch all the way from the Helen forest, and Mikhail guessed the Pavlovs had strong trade ties if they could afford that much brick. Closing his eyes, he said fancy looks were not what mattered. What mattered was that the people lived well, and for that, the heir should be proud of his father. Lion smiled, surprised to hear words like that from the protagonist Walpurgis. The carriage rolled on, and MC said the estate was impressive because of its lord. The boy added that he respected him deeply, and Mikhail smiled. Resting a hand on his knee, Lion called him an honored guest. He raised a brow, thinking his friend had always taken pride in his roots. Lion just smiled at him. Even after becoming the sole survivor, that pride had never left him. As the carriage moved, Lion explained that they had their own army and regularly hunted monsters. Meanwhile, Dagger asked who had arrived. Lion stepped closer and named his guest. Dagger barely heard him at first, too busy with the medicine on his desk. Grabbing one bottle, the Count muttered that he would die without his medicine, while Lion pointed out he was taking far too many pills. After setting the bottle down, the head of the family looked a little better. He looked up and told his son to continue. Frowning, Lion repeated that his friend had come to the estate. Dagger, seated at the table, said that was unexpected and suggested preparing a proper welcome at once. Lion replied that the guest was already in the living room. Dagger leaned on his hands. Seeing his father start swallowing pills by the handful again, Lion told him to calm down. The Count looked down, complained this job would kill him, and asked what else he needed to know about the Walpurgis heir waiting in the living room. Lion touched his chin and said he had already mentioned a small problem with the dungeon. Dagger looked up and asked what he meant. A smile spread across Dagger's face. Then he laughed, eyes wide. Picking up a pen, he said he should have done this long ago. The Count said he should just leave it all to his son and step down for the sake of his own sanity. But Lion protested that he could not decide everything by himself. Lion raised a hand and said he had not even finished explaining yet. The Count dipped his pen in ink and told his son to explain everything. Narrowing his eyes, the Count reminded them that the Wolfurges stood above their family in rank. They were still one of the Empire's greatest houses. That dangerous dungeon was hanging over them like a curse. Dagger quickly figured the Wolfurges might take the dungeon for themselves. Siegfried said he knew that already, but the mage's offer was too good to turn down. With a hard look, the Count asked what exactly had been offered. When he heard it was Miller's full aura training method, his eyes went wide. He shot up from his seat, demanding an explanation, and Lion said his friend had all of Miller's teachings and would share them under the contract. Remembering how Mikhail had used magic through a sword, the boy said he had already seen part of that power himself. The Count then asked about the promise, and the boy replied that his father should know better than anyone how huge that promise was. Dagger wondered what could be hidden in that dungeon if the Wolfurges were willing to trade Miller's complete method for it. He lowered his hand and said he needed to speak to the guest himself. Clutching his head, Morden groaned that everything was ruined. Mikhail asked what had him so upset. The butler stared at him in horror and asked if the young master truly understood nothing. He raised his voice, saying the Pavlov family was far from simple. Because of the shouting, the protagonist spilled his tea. Morden grabbed his head and asked how the other nobles would react once they learned the dungeon existed. He asked why he was so worried. The man looked away. Mikhail admitted the butler had a point, but he was missing one key detail. Calling up memories with magic, MC thought through what he already knew. He knew exactly what would happen and how much Miller's teachings mattered to the Pavlovs. He also knew they saw the dungeon as a burden after failing to explore it again and again. He smiled, sure things would make sense once he spoke with the Count. He said it would work out, but Morden folded his hands and asked if the Count would really make a deal with someone from the Mikhail Walpurgis family. The protagonist calmly assured him the head of the family would come rushing over any minute. The butler frowned and decided his master was out of his mind again. Then he heard the Pavlov family had entered the living room. Mikhail rose from his seat and said he had been right. Bagger frowned. Even before the regression, he was known for making fast decisions. Holding his cup, the Count got straight to it. His guest wanted the dungeon. MC said he planned to explore it with magic, since that would be more useful than a normal expedition. The Count replied that he wanted to understand the situation too, and asked what value a magician could possibly see there. Hand near his mouth, the Count guessed his guest already knew what was inside. He raised a brow and said it had to be worth at least as much as Miller's teachings. Mikhail lowered his eyes. He knew Miller's method alone wouldn't be enough to get him inside. Crossing his arms, Bagger ordered him to say everything he knew. He looked up and decided it was a bluff. In his mind, it was like a chess match, and he still had the better position. Wide-eyed, he said he wasn't even sure the dungeon held anything valuable, then asked if he could ask a few questions first. After a sip from his cup, Mikhail asked whether the Pavlov family could really clear the dungeon on their own in their current state. The Count frowned, chose honesty, and admitted they couldn't, but that still didn't mean they needed a partner from the protagonist Walpurgis family. MC touched his chest and asked, what if the partner was just him? The Count checked if he meant himself alone, not his whole family. He confirmed it and said he wouldn't even need an escort. Clasping his hands, Dagger asked how long it would take. Mikhail smiled, raised one finger, and said one day. The man stared in shock and asked what happened if the expedition failed. The protagonist spread his arms and promised to hand over Miller's teachings if it did. Smiling, he added that if they succeeded, they would split the rewards evenly. They soon stood at the entrance to the ruins. Lion asked if they were really going in together, and the boy let out an annoyed sigh. Looking aside, Mikhail said that if his friend was scared, he could stay behind. Siegfried stepped forward at once and said he wasn't afraid. The Pavlovs never ran from a trial. The young man reached his hand out, and his companion suddenly froze. The knight looked back and asked what was wrong. Mikhail explained that the dungeon entrance itself was a trap, so they had to prepare first. Warden covered his mouth and sighed. Then he raised a finger and realized they couldn't just walk in. This was a simple but safe way to keep unwanted guests out. The swordsman asked what he meant. MC explained that this dungeon was alive, full of living creatures. He added that it was one of the rare dungeons that needed energy to support what lived inside. Lion, shocked, realized they would be eaten like the others if they entered as they were. Mikhail formed a fireball in his hand and realized they only needed to feed the dungeon mana. He sent the flame forward. It rushed straight toward the entrance. A moment later, the energy was absorbed inside. Its light vanished into the dark. Then the glass cracked. Mikhail warned them the doors were about to open. A bright flash burst from the dungeon. Frowning, the magician realized this was the first tomb of Asar. The group stood before a throne. This dungeon held ancient relics and sacred items. One strange artifact glittered in a man's hands. Mikhail said that item could protect them from demon attacks, and his companion smiled, saying it was the best thing they could have found. The priestess looked at them and said they no longer needed to use it. The treasure floated up and shone as the saint explained that the storm set grew stronger with its owner, and in the right hands it could show its true power. Before the regression, Siegfried had owned it. Just a week later, Mikhail reached out, trying to stop his comrade, but the artifact hit the ground and shattered. Thinking back on it, he was still angry at his friend's stupidity. Squinting, he realized this dungeon held part of the storm. Ahead, open doors shone with bright light. The protagonist decided to take the relic himself so that future disaster wouldn't happen again. They moved into the lit room. Looking around, Lion said it didn't match the reports from the research team. Mikhail explained that time didn't move inside this dungeon. The boy looked up and asked if time had frozen, and MC confirmed it. The knight asked who could do something like that and guessed it had to be divine-level magic. He agreed and said it became even clearer when a time-stop spell covered a huge area. Looking down, the swordsman was stunned that something like this existed in their lands. Mikhail raised a hand and told his friends to stop. Lion looked ahead and asked what was there. Then his eyes widened. A group of goblins was waiting in the ruins. One sat on the ground gripping a club. The boy frowned and suggested going back to bring soldiers, but the protagonist said regular troops would die in large numbers if they fought here. This was only the first gate. The knight frowned and asked if the three of them were really going to fight. Mikhail, watching the goblins, said they weren't in a normal dungeon, they were in a tomb. With a smile, he added that this place definitely noticed new visitors. Looking back, he said one person had once cleared it alone. In the ruined corridor, MC drove a knife into the wall. Lion raised a brow and asked what he was doing. Mikhail looked back and said he was scraping valuable stones off the wall. The boy shut his eyes and asked why that mattered. Holding the dust, he explained that goblins absolutely loved it. Smiling, he said monsters reacted to this powder the way cats reacted to valerian. Warden and the knight listened closely. Mikhail went on to explain that the powder held not just gem dust, but crystals that caused hallucinations. Squatting down, he said magic could change the powder and spread the effect. Then the goblins, desperate to get it, would bare their blades and kill each other without hesitation. Hallucinogenic bombs lay on the floor. The protagonist grabbed one and hurled it at the enemies. The bombs flew forward. One landed by a goblin's leg. The creature stared at it in confusion. Light began leaking from the ball. An instant later, it burst into a bright glow. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. Lowering his hand, the boy asked if it had really worked. The goblins instantly turned on each other, swinging their weapons wildly. Mikhail watched and thought that made perfect sense for a tomb like this. Knowledge mattered more than raw strength. As the monsters slashed at each other, he knew that understanding their nature and the basics of magic was enough to clear the first gate easily. He stepped forward, sure the attack had worked. Walking past the goblin corpses, the young man declared that they had cleared the first gate. Then, something off to the side caught his eye. A glowing object lay beside a dead goblin's body. The mage reached into his pocket. Inside was a spatial bag. Mikhail was stunned. He'd never seen an artifact this valuable so early in a dungeon. He paused and thought it over. Before his regression, Siegfried would have just charged in and tried to kill every monster. Then a holy light appeared in front of him. A sharp flash lit up the goblin's face. The goblin swung its club. Clutching his head, Mikhail groaned that he'd warned him, then started cursing his teammate out. Lion pointed at the bag and asked what was wrong with it, but Morden told him to ignore that. Once he picked it up, MC confirmed it was a spatial bag that could hold all kinds of things, and he couldn't believe they found one right at the dungeon entrance. He looked around and warned them this wasn't some ordinary item. They probably wouldn't get this lucky again. Hand on his chin, he wondered why they found it now. Before his regression, relics like this only showed up much later, so something had clearly changed. Mikhail held out his hand and asked his friend to pass him the bag. Then he noticed writing on it. Inside, the message told them to let go of greed. The knight leaned in, asking what that meant, and the butler guessed it was a clue for the next gate. Staring at the bag, he thought escape from this place wasn't going to be simple. As he pictured the dungeon's layout, he realized this greed had to be somewhere inside the tomb. Then he suddenly stiffened and brought up the goblin chief. The servant didn't see the connection, so Mikhail explained that the biggest goblin had been closest to whatever this greed referred to. Walking to the corpse, he said they needed to take its magic stone and put it in the bag. Lion opened his mouth in shock, then said he'd do it himself since pulling out a magic stone wasn't easy. The protagonist frowned, surprised to hear that. The knight threw up his hands and said a swordsman would handle it better than someone using a staff. Then he grinned and said he had an idea, but the swordsman soon noticed there were 2 chieftains here, which meant 2 magic stones. Eyeing the bag in Mikhail's hand, Lion said it looked expensive and suggested a bet. Pointing to himself, he said he needed to know he'd get something out of this dungeon, and MC narrowed his eyes at him. Standing on the huge goblin's stomach, the knight declared that the spatial bag would be the perfect prize. His eyes widened, and the swordsman used acceleration. Blue waves of energy burst from his hands. A red stone appeared beside his sword. Grabbing it, Lion called it an easy win. Mikhail looked at him and said that was enough. He was holding the same kind of red stone in his own hand. The knight just stared, shocked. The magic stone was still glowing, proving the monster's mana hadn't faded after death. The knight dropped to his knees and admitted defeat. Mikhail tossed his stone into the bag and claimed the win. A surge of energy burst from the bag. Inside was a blue key. A bright wave curled through the air. Then it slammed into the wall, and a glowing door appeared. The group turned toward it. Mikhail touched his chin and thought this place was nothing like the rumors from before his regression. He figured there were still around 4 gates left if this really was an inaccessible space. Smiling, he said they'd found a shortcut. The 3 of them headed up the stairs. Lion frowned. Covering his mouth, he asked who Mikhail really was, because he clearly wasn't like the rest of them. Morden closed his eyes and said most of the rumors about his young master had been true. Lion raised a brow and asked if he was serious. With a smile, the man said yes. The protagonist really had lacked skill, charm, and good judgment before. Lion found that strange, since most people try to hide their past failures. But Mikhail just accepted all of it as part of who he was. The butler lowered his head. He added that his master had changed so much he was almost unrecognizable. MC raised a brow, feeling like they'd still missed something even after making it this far. Soon they stood before the 4th gate. Looking at it, he knew everything ahead was a guess. Before his regression, he'd only ever reached the 4th gate a few times. Since this route was hidden, the next trial might be different. Mikhail placed his hand on the runes. His eyes widened when he understood the words. They warned him not to try guessing, so he figured the answer was simple: just go in. Lion reached out and asked if he was really about to open it. He looked around and said they had no clues, so standing there and guessing was pointless. The mage lifted a trembling hand. The others looked down at themselves in confusion, and Mikhail explained he'd put a small safeguard on them against physical and mental attacks. With a bright smile, he told them to move forward. The 4th gate opened. The protagonist stepped into the darkness, where nothing could be seen. A glowing orb formed in his hand. Looking up, he guessed the room was huge, but that was all he could tell. He looked around and realized the darkness was so thick he couldn't even find his friends. Standing alone, Mikhail worried about Lion and hurried to figure out what kind of place this was. Then bright light flooded the room. Someone called to him, and when he turned, a knight was waiting ahead. The blood-covered swordsman lifted his head and said it had been a long time. Mikhail said nothing. Then he casually rated the Mirage an 8 out of 10 and asked where the real Lion was. Grinning, the fake Lion asked why he was in such a rush and said they should sit down and talk about the past. MC shut his eyes and answered that he couldn't be bothered. The knight stared, confused by that reply. He stepped closer and asked if he was really going to ignore all this. Swords covered the ground all around them. Smiling wide, the warrior said Mikhail was the only one who had escaped that nightmare. Hands on his shoulders, Lion asked if someone who escaped alone even deserved to be saved. The protagonist raised a brow and said that dropped the score by 1 point. Eyes closed, he explained that the real Lion would never say something like that. With a hard stare, Mikhail told the illusion not to drag his friend's name through the dirt. The fake knight broke apart into black dust. The darkness shifted into a forest. Illusion magic was powerful enough to break minds, even the mind of its caster. MC now stood in a pale forest. Someone called his name, and he turned. Morden ran over, saying he'd been searching everywhere, and he quickly asked if he was all right. Scratching the back of his head, the butler said he was fine and guessed Mikhail's protection spell had worked well. Crystals glowed all through the forest. They were mana stones, more than enough to make Count Pavlov rich. Pointing ahead, the servant asked if that was Lion. The boy was on the ground, clutching his head. Cold sweat covered his face. Morden looked at him and asked what they should do. Mikhail smiled and said they should hit him. Lion gasped for air. In his mind, dozens of eyes stared at him, and countless mouths kept saying that he, the new generation swordmaster, would restore his family's honor. He looked up and realized he'd spent his whole life following his father's wishes. He had always pushed himself because his father cared about him. Seeing the worn sword, Lion believed that was the purpose of his life. While black hands reached for him, eyes shut, he wondered why he had even come here. Then Mikhail came over and told him to get up. The knight lifted darkened eyes, and the protagonist looked at him, confused. Thinking of his dead friend, Lion realized that if MC died here, all the dungeon's treasure would be theirs. Telling himself his family's honor mattered most, he stood. Turning toward Mikhail, Lion decided it would be worth it, even if he had to sacrifice his partner. A sword flashed into his hand. With a wide grin, he said he'd do whatever was best for his family. He raised his hand and cast Flash, sending out bright waves of energy. Lion's eyes widened. There were far more than he expected. Purple waves rushed toward him. Holding his sword up, he realized he couldn't beat Mikhail. He already knew his whole training style. Lion hesitated and asked himself if this was really how he wanted to die. The black energy in his eyes faded. He lowered his sword and said he was back to his senses. Mikhail walked past him and told him not to waste time. They needed to keep moving. Watching him go, Lion thought his friend was terrifying. The protagonist kept walking. The group crossed a clearing packed with mana crystals. As they went deeper, MC noticed the fog getting thicker. White waves of energy burst from the darkness. He glanced aside, sure there had to be a reason for this. Then the fog swallowed him, while his friends shouted after him. Mikhail stepped forward. Looking down, he realized this wasn't an illusion. He stopped, knowing he'd reached the right place. Someone sat with their hands folded before him. Ahead stood a grand rotunda, and a man waited at it smiling broadly. The stranger told his guest to come closer. He greeted him, and he calmly asked if he was really the keeper of this place. Her eyes widened, and the girl asked if he was actually scared. As the protagonist went up the steps, he said no. At the table, the woman replied that she did not care. The stranger put a hand to her chest and introduced herself. Asari looked confused when he called her the keeper of the first storm of the ancient deity set, and asked how he knew that. Like this. Mikhail closed his eyes and said it was a long story. Then he added that he also knew about the reward waiting for him, and she confirmed it. She lifted her gaze and said she had already felt her guest arrive. Surprised, the magician denied it and said he was just good at acting. Mikhail narrowed his eyes, told her not to worry, and promised to grant her wish. The keeper said she had not asked him for anything, so he figured he must have imagined it. She frowned. Asari raised a hand and said there was no problem giving it to someone worthy. A green magic circle formed on the table. Energy burst out of it. Then a glowing medallion floated up. Eyes wide, she said she had poured all her power into it. She still had not picked a name, so she decided to use the one her guest came up with. Staring at it, Mikhail asked her to wait a second. He examined the artifact in his hands. The green medallion shone, and he realized it looked completely different from before his regression. Asari said it was a real relic, and she would never trick someone who made it through the fourth gate. Shocked, Mikhail wondered if the pendant was truly real, because in the past, everyone died over a fake. He tightened his fist around the medallion. Tense now, he asked if the same item could be earned by clearing the third gate. Asari said no. The third gate had a potion prepared instead. MC lowered his head and realized he had not found it before because he had not deserved it. Her eyes gleamed as she said that in the wrong hands, it would lose all value. He stayed silent. Closing his eyes, he said he understood. The medallion was already hanging from his neck. Then the pendant suddenly broke. Green energy spread around him. A barrier wrapped around his soul and body. But Mikhail looked himself over and felt nothing unusual. Watching him, Asari explained that the relic could block any attack but only once a day, and its effects might change depending on the wearer. That made him raise an eyebrow. Then Asari's body started fading away. Looking down, she said her time had come. With a smile, she explained that all she needed to do was hand over the pendant, and now it was time. Mikhail covered his mouth and realized time in the dungeon was moving again, so the spell must have worn off. He looked at her and asked what she would do if she could stay. Asari lowered her head and told him not to even think about restoring the magic barrier. He would need the 9th circle for that. She folded her hands on the table. Smiling, Asari said she wanted to see for herself how the world would change. Mikhail put a hand on the table and said she already understood everything. As he passed her, he said she could keep existing once magic returned to normal. Then he stepped forward. A huge gear-covered door stood in front of him. The moment he touched the glowing stone, he understood how it worked. Mikhail said this was the best way to make it last as long as possible. Asari jumped up from the table and asked what he was doing. Without turning around, he asked if she wanted to see how the world would change. Smiling, he said he would show her himself. He reached for the button. At once, her body started to glow. Asari's eyes widened as she asked what was happening. Purple crystals appeared. Soon the whole door was covered in mana stones. Looking at it, Mikhail said it was perfect, then turned when he heard her voice. Her hands were shaking. Now much smaller, Asari demanded to know why her beautiful body had become this awful little chunk of meat. The protagonist just raised a brow and said she looked pretty cute. Waving her arms, she shouted that she was a priestess of the ancient gods. He apologized and explained he had to do this to keep time frozen as long as he could. Frowning, Asari asked if he was really a 9th-Circle mage. Mikhail looked at her and said no. She flew up to him and asked how he stopped time, saying she had never seen anything like it. Her fists clenched. With a grin, he called himself a super talented genius. That only made the keeper narrow her eyes. Floating there, she asked if talent alone could really give someone magic this strong, and he said yes. Dagger crossed his arms. After standing there a while, he noticed a lot of time had passed. Pinching the bridge of his nose, the Count wondered if he should ever have agreed to such a ridiculous deal. Someone called to him, and when he turned, a knight knelt and reported what happened. The knight announced that Mikhail Walpurgis had returned victorious. Dagger stared in shock and asked how that was possible. Crystals were being loaded into a cart. Morden said it was his first time seeing a mana stone that tall and that pure. Smiling, he looked at Mikhail in disbelief that he had cleared a dungeon no one else could even reach. MC smiled back and said they still had a little more suffering ahead. Dagger called it a miracle they pulled it off, but he replied that he would never have offered help if he was not sure he could do it. Looking at him, the Count realized he should not have believed the rumors. Dagger introduced Edward and made it clear he was not ignoring the boy's background. The protagonist raised a hand and reminded him that half would be his, just like they agreed. The Count looked down and muttered that he should have thought harder before accepting. Mikhail said he heard that. Still, MC could tell the Count came out ahead despite his complaints. The dungeon had been a huge burden, and the Pavlov family had spent a fortune sending teams to study it. They had burned through money without making any profit, and the risk of leaving the dungeon unexplored was still high. So when Mikhail held out his hand, he felt like a light in the dark to them. Dagger asked why he was willing to share this, and he looked up. He guessed they meant the aura training method. Dagger said he knew the earlier someone learned it, the better the results, so they needed it fast. The protagonist rested a hand on his belt and said that if he had some free time, they could start training today. A bright smile spread across his face. 4 days passed. At the gate, one guard said Lion had a teacher helping him improve his swordsmanship, and the other was shocked anyone could still teach him more. The first guard looked around and said it was not a knight. His partner asked who else could train a swordsman, then scoffed that it could not be a mage. The first guard said that was exactly who it was. Lion ran forward with purple waves of energy chasing him. As he swung his sword, he reminded Mikhail that he had promised to teach him the Miller method. MC spun a finger and said this was the method. They had to master the basics first. Sitting on his shoulder, Asari commented that in her time, basics meant something very different. She watched with interest and said his way of training was pretty unusual. This was more than just sending mana freely, and Lion dodged another wave. He swung again. People like him were not the careful type when it came to mana. That was why this training worked so well. Then he struck a beam of light. The flash cut him. Mikhail raised a finger and congratulated him. Lion demanded to know what the hell was going on, but another blast hit him in the stomach. He dropped to the ground and asked what kind of training this was. He said he was in trusted hands, so there was nothing to worry about. Hands on his hips, the protagonist said even a mage should know how to use a sword. Thinking back, he remembered his friend once trained him the same way. Then he knelt and told Lion to move all his mana. The boy shut his eyes, then looked down. Seeing blue aura around his sword, Lion said the burden on his body was gone. Mikhail explained that moving mana during an attack was the whole point of the training, and Lion realized he had not been getting hit for no reason. He gripped his sword tighter when MC told him to remember the feeling of mana moving inside him. As Lion got up, he told him not to forget that feeling and to keep training. He added that this was the only way to get real results. Lion frowned with determination. Mikhail smiled, thinking he had shown him a shortcut that would speed things up. Looking at him, the magician knew all that was left was to wait for the results. Later, the protagonist stood alone in an empty yard. Asari touched her head and asked why they came somewhere with no people, when no one could see her anyway. MC raised his brows and said this was the only chance he had to be alone with himself. With her hands behind her back, Asari asked if he really wanted to be completely alone, and if she should go too. Mikhail raised a hand and told her she could stay. The medallion at his neck began to glow. A whirl of energy formed in the air, and Asari reminded him the storm relic was more than just a shield. He said he wanted to understand it before facing a real battle. Closing her eyes, Asari offered to show him the right way to use the relic, but Mikhail said her knowledge would not help. She waved her hands, called that ridiculous, and demanded to know who could doubt her skill with storm. He looked up and said she was still young. When it came to artifacts, there were almost endless ways to use them. The girl flinched. Green energy began to spin. Its power wrapped around the protagonist. He shut his eyes and remembered that, before the regression, this artifact had never been his. Back then, Siegfried had stood before him. Mikhail remembered how Siegfried kept studying storm. Watching that gave him an idea. It might be used to make mana move through the body on its own. The artifact glowed against the body. That self-circulating cycle was powerful, even with limits. Until now, every flaw came from not being able to sense that cycle. A flash lit up Asari's face. Eyes wide, she asked what was happening. Mikhail kept staring ahead, thinking about what would happen if he used storm that way. A wave of blue energy dropped onto him. Asari shouted that storm could not be used to circulate mana. If he tried, it should burst. Staring at the bright glow, she asked how he did it. Mikhail raised his hands and guided the mana streams. Then he lowered them, thinking about how long he had searched for answers about this artifact. In the past, he had found a book on its basic traits and how it worked with the body. That was when MC realized storm could be controlled. Now he decided to test that idea for real. As the magic circles expanded, chains formed around him. Looking down, he knew the effect would not last. Still, with mana and storm together, he could make a temporary magic circle. Mikhail traced symbols in the air, and a ring of fire appeared around him. Asari frowned and asked how he had reached the 6th circle. Fire flickered in her eyes. When she saw him drawing the 7th circle, she told him to stop. Using magic beyond his level would end badly. Instead, Mikhail spread his arms and used gravity magic. The ground split apart, chunks of rock rose into the air, and he stood at the center of them. Asari stared in shock and asked if he had really pulled it off. A week passed since Lion started training with the Miller method. His sword was now covered in blue energy. Looking at it, Lion realized this was the real result of that training. Mikhail swung his sword and said the change was already clear. Lion figured these skills could take him farther than ever in just a few years, and he smiled at his weapon. Then he lowered it and asked what the protagonist planned to do about the dungeon, reminding him about the mercenary selection. MC looked away and thought for a moment. He had gotten so caught up in the artifact that he had nearly forgotten. Then Cassandra came to mind, and he realized he needed to find her before entering the dungeon. Touching his chin, Mikhail wondered how to do that. Someone came running toward them. Hearing the voice, he turned, and Lion asked what was going on. Maxim narrowed his eyes and said he needed to speak with the young master alone. They had a guest. When asked who it was, the guard looked away. Mikhail frowned. He already had a guess who had come. Aileen was waiting at the table. Looking around, she thought the estate was not very large, and the family itself did not have much weight in history. The table drawer stood open. Clenching her fist, Aileen told herself she had to prove to her father that she deserved the title of knight. A memory came back. Reindl, hands behind his back, saying they had no more chances with Walpurgis. He then told his daughter to do as she wished. Aileen could only frown. She remembered standing beside her father at the window, thinking it was her fault their family honor had been stained. The door opened. Aileen rose from her seat. She steadied herself, thinking her worth would rise once she surpassed the Pavlov heir, the so-called genius swordsman of the next generation. Mikhail lifted a hand and greeted her with a smile. Aileen froze in shock. Bracing herself on the table, she asked what he was doing there. Taking a seat, the protagonist said he was a guest of this house. Then he asked her the same thing. She dropped her gaze, embarrassed. Leaning on one hand, Mikhail said he had no complaints. The broken engagement had been by mutual agreement. He remembered that after the scandal, more truths about the Duke's family had come out. Soon, people at the notice board learned the two families had ended the engagement by mutual consent. So the reason was not Walpurgis's failure, and the Empire reacted with surprise. Mikhail decided that worked perfectly for him, since people had finally stopped talking about him. Aileen stared quietly into her tea, then looked up and asked where Lion was. MC said Lion was washing up, so for now she would be speaking with him. Then he asked what brought her here. Looking down, Aileen said she wanted to learn the sword style of another family. With a small smile, she admitted that probably sounded rude. Mikhail pictured her with a sword and thought she could use more experience, considering what lay ahead. He closed his eyes and decided there was no reason to stop her. Besides, Lion could learn something too. He folded his hands, wondering what would happen if she failed to handle this new training. A smile spread across his face. He closed his eyes and called out to his former fiancée. Tense, Aileen asked why his eyes were glowing like that. Mikhail put a hand on the table and said that if she came here, she must want to grow stronger. Then he stood and decided to give her that chance. Aileen raised a brow and asked what he meant. Walking closer, the protagonist explained that Lion was quick-tempered, so he probably would not like her visit. When she realized they meant to help her, her eyes widened nervously. Later, Lion crossed the yard, scratching the back of his head and asking why he had been called. Mikhail saw him and smiled. Lion instantly tensed. Standing there were his friend and his future bride. Pointing at MC, Lion asked what that grin was for. He frowned, already guessing his friend was about to suggest something insane again. Mikhail squinted and told him not to complain. Finding a teacher like this was hard. Tilting her head, Aileen asked what was going on. Lion pointed at her and demanded to know why they were together. Sweat slid down his cheek. A few hours later, Aileen ran as bright waves of light chased after her. Asari asked if this was really necessary. Grinning, Mikhail said he had not lied. He really had given his friend a chance. Aileen kept running. Blue energy covered Lion's sword, and he knocked away the incoming wave. Aileen's eyes widened when she realized he could block every attack. Then pink energy swept down and slammed her off her feet. On the ground, Aileen realized the gap between her and Lion was still huge. Mikhail said that was not the real issue. The weaker fighter was not the one with fewer skills. It was the one with more flaws in their technique. She looked at him, disappointed. Stretching her legs out, Aileen admitted she had overestimated herself. After brushing herself off, she saw Lion was not tired at all. Aileen pressed her lips tight to hold back tears. Mikhail thought that, even with all her flaws, she clearly had natural talent. Her hands trembled. He put his hands on his waist and decided to explain why he had done all this. When she heard he had partly done it for fun, Aileen looked away and let out a heavy sigh. Holding out his hand, the protagonist thought she could become much better, maybe even surpass him. Training her would definitely be worth it. Standing before her with his hand still out, he knew it would not happen now, but someday. With a wide smile, Mikhail asked if he could introduce her new teacher. He wanted to make his girlfriend stronger. The two of them looked at each other after his offer. Then Aileen suddenly slapped his hand away and refused. Annoyed, she asked if he really thought that was why she came, and how a mage could teach swordsmanship anyway. Mikhail rubbed his hand in silence while she went on, saying he was in no position to judge her skill. Then Lion jumped in and said MC absolutely could be trusted as a teacher. Everything she had just seen was thanks to him. Aileen was stunned. She asked if a mage had really taught him to use aura, because that should be impossible. He calmly said she was right. He could not use aura himself, but he understood how it worked and could guide others. Hearing that, Aileen turned to Lion, and he nodded quickly. After a brief pause, she looked down and admitted that if even Lion backed him up, then he must be telling the truth. Then she bowed and apologized for judging him too quickly. Mikhail blinked and asked why she was being so formal. Still keeping her head lowered, Aileen said it was because he was willing to share his knowledge with her. Looking down at her, the protagonist thought an apology like this didn't seem like her at all. Then he glanced at the top of her head and figured maybe he was wrong. Aileen lifted her head and asked why he was staring. He brushed it off, saying he was just surprised she could be this honest and direct about it. That answer clearly annoyed her. After a moment, she put her hands on her hips and said they should start training already. Mikhail crossed his arms and muttered that she really was full of surprises. Then he held out his hand and asked if she seriously thought he'd teach her for free. Of course he wanted something back. That made Aileen lower her eyes and cover her mouth. Then she looked up and asked if that just meant she'd owe him a favor. MC shut his eyes and firmly said no. She let out a heavy breath and reached into her pocket. From it, she pulled out a purple stone and asked if that would be enough. Mikhail stared at the perfect mana stone, caught off guard. Seeing his reaction, Aileen said she could tell he liked it. Peeking up at him, she explained that the stone could make dungeon runs easier, and she'd planned to use it through Lion to start negotiations. He immediately realized something. If she was offering an item this valuable for negotiations, then the Reindl family already knew about the raids. Lowering his head, he thought that her old man was a lot more dangerous than he looked. After a short pause, he took the stone and said they had a deal. Shake on it. Then he looked away and asked if they knew the Judge of Lawlessness. Lion was stunned. From a distance, he shouted, asking if the protagonist meant the continent's wandering swordmaster. The protagonist said he was exactly right. The Judge of Lawlessness, the Holy Sword of the West, Milliwatt Air Iron. Before MC's regression, that man killed the commander of the 7th Legion, one of the 12 demon commanders. That was the teacher he planned to introduce them to. Hearing that, Aileen lowered her gaze. Then she looked up from under her brows and said that whatever he was planning, there was no way he could actually pull it off. How was he even going to do it? Mikhail waved a hand and told her she'd sleep better the less she knew. He turned to Lion and asked if he remembered what he'd said at the temple. Lion nodded and said they could head there right away. He turned aside and said, "Tomorrow." Then he told Aileen to get ready, because she was coming with them to the capital. Clutching her chest, she asked why she had to go too. The protagonist cut her off, saying that if she wanted to start training sooner, she should stop arguing. He figured Cassandra was probably still there around the time the Judge of Lawlessness appeared. Looking down, Mikhail thought this was the perfect chance to get the two people he needed in one place. Aileen snapped back to attention and tried to protest. Clenching her fists, she demanded to know why they were going to the capital at all. It was too sudden, and he needed to explain himself. MC started to answer, then gave her a sly grin. He said they were going to meet a warrior. Sometime later, Mikhail sat in a chair, staring at the wall. Beside him, Asari smiled and called Aileen a funny girl. She said they seemed about the same age, yet they were completely different. She asked why he couldn't live more like Aileen, and he said he liked things just fine as they were. Then Asari noticed the flawless mana stone on the table and said it was an amazing item. Curious, she asked what he planned to do with it. Mikhail answered, "What else would you do with a magic stone?" He pulled a pouch from his pocket, set it on the table, and said he was going to make his own artifact. Asari let out a breath and said he never stopped surprising her. She asked how he planned to make it and whether he really thought the materials he had were enough. The protagonist looked at her and repeated that he would use the stone the way it was meant to be used. Smiling, he added that he was going to make a staff. Asari thought it over and asked if there was some other way to use the stone. She was worried because even though he could already control a huge amount of mana, that alone shouldn't be enough to make a staff. Not even with 100 years of power. Mikhail smiled and told her not to worry. He already had an idea. Asari flew right up to his face and asked where that confidence came from. MC coldly said it was none of her business. Interested? She asked what he meant by that. He began to explain that he was going to find a branch from the holy tree, he said with a grin. That left Asari staring at him in shock. Then she snapped and yelled, asking how he even knew about that. Mikhail calmly replied that he had his own sources. Reaching toward the mana stone, he added that he wasn't rushing to make the staff yet. Right now, he was just preparing for it. Staring at the stone, he said a mana stone by itself was already a powerful item, and refining one wasn't easy. If the quality was this high, one mistake could turn the whole estate into a pile of ash. That thought made him grin. He knew it wouldn't happen, because he was the one doing the work. Holding his hand over the stone, Mikhail thought back to all the experience he'd gained with this before the regression. Then he started pouring his magic into the mana stone. The stone reacted to his power. Watching closely, Asari asked if he really had to purify every part of the stone. The protagonist didn't answer. He stayed focused, thinking that he could also carve spells into it that would stay active all the time. With that in mind, he pushed in even more power, boosting his mana control and layering in a magic circle. Asari watched in shock and asked how he could use spells only high-level mages were supposed to know. Without looking away from the stone, Mikhail answered that it was talent and hard work. Then he pulled out a blade and said only one step was left. He cut his finger and blood began to spill. It fell one drop at a time. As the blood landed on the mana stone, Mikhail said he had to become one with it. A few seconds later, the stone turned blue and started shaking. Soon after, MC said it was done. The mana stone had become black and perfectly round. Asari leaned in and asked why it was black. It was supposed to have a color, and that color usually showed what kind of magic it held. Wiping the blood from his finger, he calmly said that rule didn't apply to him. Then he explained that he could use every type of magic. Asari stared at him and shouted that it was impossible. Mikhail held the mana stone in one hand and made a small fireball in the other. The stone turned red. Showing it to Asari, he explained that he could change its color like that. Then he brought the stone closer and noted that he'd used less mana than before, but the result felt even better. His eyes lit up, and he said they needed to try it again. Looking out the window, he said he wanted to test his limit. It was night. By morning, the sun had started to rise. Outside, the butler, Mikhail, and Lion stood together as Lion asked if he'd already heard the news. An orc settlement at the foot of the mountains had been wiped out last night. With his head lowered, the protagonist answered flatly, "Yes." Lion scratched behind his head and said that sure, it was good so many monsters were gone. But his father had been trying all morning to figure out how it happened. Still looking down, Mikhail quietly said, "Who knows what happened there?" Lion frowned and said that was a suspicious answer, like MC already knew. Then it suddenly hit him. Lion grabbed him by the jacket. In disbelief, he asked if the protagonist had really done it. MC answered with a wicked grin. He asked if Lion had taken care of the orcs. An awkward silence followed before Lion asked if he was seriously saying that. Meanwhile, in the holy church, the monarch's leg stuck out from under his cloak. An old man approached from behind and started talking about the prophecy. He said he'd done what he was told. The monarch asked if it had gone well. Narun nodded and said no one really listened. The monarch replied that it couldn't be helped. The prophecy still existed, so they would deal with things as they came. The archbishop agreed. Then the monarch asked whether they had found Cassandra. Narun looked down and said not yet, adding that searching for her might not be a good idea. The archbishop asked what the point of the prophecy was if nobody believed it anyway. The monarch suddenly asked if he was calling it a lie. Narun said he didn't know. Turning sharply, the monarch said they still needed to keep watch on Cassandra. Looking at the stained glass, he added that they couldn't just ignore what she had said. Gritting his teeth, the man asked them to wait until God revealed the truth, he said, lowering his eyes. A little later, Aileen looked ahead and asked about the prophecy. Mikhail crossed his arms and said that was exactly why they were going. The girl protested, asking how a prophecy could count as reliable when it was hard to believe even if it was real. The protagonist looked at her and thought her doubt made sense. Nothing at all pointed to a coming disaster. He knew warriors were not highly respected right now, and people seemed to think defeating demons should be their job by default. With a smile, he said this could also help them get closer to the church. Aileen looked confused and asked why. A moment later, she seemed to get it and brought up that judge of lawlessness. Mikhail told her he already knew what to do, so she didn't need to worry. Looking up, he added that once they reached the capital, they could handle everything. Then he frowned. Only Cassandra was left to deal with. He turned to Morden and asked if he had learned anything about that request. The butler nodded. He had asked around the temple about Cassandra and the prophecy, but even they didn't know where she was. The boy asked if not even the Holy Church knew, and Morden said that seemed to be the case. He was about to say more when the boy suddenly looked to the side with interest. Morden lowered his gaze and added that she had been seen near the border with a knight. Mikhail looked at him, confused, and asked what it said. The girl stood there in a cloak, staring ahead. Then she turned and said she would wait. After hearing that, the protagonist held out his hand and used teleportation. His magic wrapped around all three of them, and in a flash, they were somewhere else. Lion let out a long breath after the jump. Wiping his mouth, he groaned that he hated magic. He raised a fist and shouted, asking why he had teleported them without warning. He flatly said it saved time. Then he pointed toward the city and told him to look. They had arrived in the capital. Lion looked around and said it was amazing here, way beyond their village. Aileen told him to stop talking nonsense. It was fancy, sure, but luxury wasn't the same as beauty. Mikhail rested a hand on his hip and said she might be right. Still grumbling, Lion called them dirty bourgeois. The main character stepped forward. At the same time, he lifted his head. Spotting the capital's flag above, he thought the whole place felt different. He closed his eyes for a second and said they should head straight to the temple, but Asari suddenly stopped him, pointed aside and told him to look. Mikhail saw a man dragging a cloaked girl into a narrow alley. Without a trace of fear, the girl warned that if he didn't let her go, he'd be in serious trouble. Death was already behind him. The protagonist stared at her, wondering who she was. He could see her face under the hood, and it looked familiar. Something about her was off, and it gave him a bad feeling. "Could it be?" he blurted out, then rushed in to help. The man flew into a rage and swung his sword. He shouted as he tried to strike the girl. Mikhail threw out a hand to cast a shield, but a knight suddenly appeared in front of the girl and slammed into the barrier. The knight's face was hidden by a helmet. The attacker dropped to the ground and fearfully asked what the knight was doing. Coming up behind the knight, the protagonist demanded to know who would pull a sword in the middle of the capital. Was he insane? He glared at the armored man and said he shouldn't make a scene. Anger flashing in his eyes, he ordered him to put the weapon away. The girl stepped up from behind and asked Sir Aaron to lower his sword. Then she folded her arms. Without revealing her face, she greeted Mikhail and the others. Realizing who she was, the protagonist walked up and said, "What a surprise." Cassandra answered that at least they had met. "It happened," the protagonist murmured, unable to look away from her. Cassandra only looked back in silence. Had she really foreseen this? He wondered. While he thought, Lion put a hand on his shoulder and suggested finding somewhere quieter. He pointed behind them and said too many people were staring. The protagonist turned, agreed, and said they needed another place. Meanwhile, the attacker started slipping back into the crowd. Mikhail noticed and used a numbing spell. The man instantly began shaking, unable to move. The protagonist searched his pockets, and the man angrily asked what he was doing. MC pulled out a bag and told him he should be glad to be alive. He was just returning what had been stolen. The man cried out that it was his. Holding up a cross, the guy asked how long he'd been pretending to be a priest. Then he put a hand on the man's shoulder and called him Mr. Pickpocket. With a wild look, he told him to let his rats know Walpurgis was looking for them, so he'd better run. When the man tried to mention Walpurgis, the protagonist clamped a hand over his mouth, then raised a finger to tell him to stay quiet. Mikhail handed the bag back to the girl, and she thanked him. She looked down as she checked it. Then she asked if there was any point in her imagining things. When Aaron suddenly got upset, Cassandra said it was fine. They had seen everything. Lion crossed his arms and asked what was going on, and Aileen admitted she didn't get it either. Behind them, Morden quietly whispered, "Prophet." The boys stared in shock when they heard that. "That's right," the girl said, adjusting her hood. Then she pulled it off and revealed that she was Cassandra. Not long after, the rat was sitting in a dungeon. She jumped into the water and swam ahead. A bald man knelt there while the leader asked what happened. In a cold voice, he asked if Walpurgis was looking for him. Smiling, he said he had heard the protagonist was nothing special. The man instantly broke down, screaming apologies. He said Mikhail had robbed him, and it was all because of him. The leader's expression changed. If the rumors were true, then how had he managed to cross that man? He suddenly stretched out his hand and sentenced him to death. At once, poisonous roots started eating through the man's body. The victim remembered grabbing Cassandra's cloak and her warning that if he didn't let go, death was already behind him. Fear filled his face. Then he screamed as pain tore through him. After a while, the leader looked at the skull and said that was one less idiot. He told his servants to move. They still had plenty to do. Frowning, he looked away and asked what that bastard was planning. He got up and started walking. Then he heard something odd from the side and turned sharply. He recalled they had him, then suddenly noticed a masked knight standing before him. Ariram swung her sword and asked what they were going to do. The fat man laughed and said he had almost forgotten the greatest swordmaster was right in front of him. Ariram thrust her blade toward him and ordered him to talk before she killed him. The fat man stiffened and hissed that if she did that, how would she ever find what she wanted? He told her to calm down and handle his problem first. Ariram kept her sword aimed at him and listened. What did she want that badly? The man wondered. At that, the swordmaster turned away and asked what it was this time. He answered that Mikhail Walpurgis had decided to interfere. And? Ariram asked. With a smirk, the fat man rested his head on his hand and quietly said he simply didn't like it. Meanwhile, The protagonist and the others reached another place. Cassandra raised her hands and said she'd been waiting for him. She wanted to talk. Talk? Mikhail repeated softly from a short distance away. Cassandra glanced at his group and said this wasn't for other ears. Lion shut his eyes and said they would head to the temple then. Aileen looked at him and coldly said she was going too. Before she left, the protagonist put a hand on her shoulder and told her to wait. Leaning closer, he said that if they ended up in danger, she had to remember one thing. He whispered in her ear, "Carry him on." After that, the others left for the temple with the butler. Mikhail waved them off. As soon as they were gone, he turned to Cassandra and asked what she wanted to discuss. Looking at him with clear nerves, she said she had one question. Clenching her fist, she asked him to answer honestly. Her eyes were full of fear and hope. Then she suddenly asked if he had received the prophecy. As soon as she said it, her expression changed and she drifted into thought. Since childhood, she had been able to see the future. They appeared on their own, friends dying, a carriage disaster she tried to stop, and the ending never changed. The more she tried to fix the future or stop someone's death, the more she wanted to curl up in a corner and never see anything again. She cried without stopping. That terror only grew because nothing could be changed, and the vision of demons destroying the world filled her with that same awful fear. She begged her father to believe her, watched people pass by, and realized no one took her prophecy seriously. She had carried that burden alone all this time, unable to share it, and it was heavier than anyone knew. She lowered her eyes, feeling like she wanted to give up. Those old visions had faded, but new ones took their place, and in those new visions, she saw him. Cassandra pressed her lips together. He was her last hope. After a pause, Mikhail said he had never seen any prophecy. She just stared at him, shocked. Then her gaze fell in disappointment, while he admitted he didn't know if he could help her. Confused, Cassandra asked what he meant. Mikhail answered without dancing around it. He gently placed a hand on her head. Smiling, he said he believed her prophecy about the demons, and humanity's destruction too. The moment she heard that, tears ran down her face. Her voice shook as she asked why. The protagonist spread his arms and asked if she thought he was lying. Then he brightly declared that he was a curious wizard, and he wanted to know if the future and prophecy could be changed. With shining eyes, he said it was fascinating. A perfect chance to prove fate wasn't fixed, and anything could happen. Cassandra looked at him with renewed hope. She had been scared he would laugh like everyone else, since no one ever believed her prophecy. She bowed her head, surprised by his answer, but sure of one thing now. She trusted him. Laughing through her tears, Cassandra called him funny, then asked if she could speak to him more casually. She stepped closer with a small smile and said that if he believed her, then she could believe in him too. Gently taking his hands, sunlight broke through behind the castle. Meanwhile, a man held a paper and asked coldly, but Lion slammed the table and snapped that everything was correct, and since he came to sign up, they should skip the pointless formalities. The man glanced at the paper and asked about the others, but Lion suddenly called for Mikhail. Annoyed, the man looked up, and Lion barked at him to fix his face. Unmoved, the man asked if they came here to mess around, because this was a place for recruiting warriors. Lion pounded the table again and shouted, "Mess around?" before Eileen cut in, and told him to calm down. Grinding his teeth, the man wondered where MC was. Then he leaned out from behind the table to greet a new arrival, and Lion quickly turned, hoping it was Mikhail. Heavy footsteps sounded behind them. Instead, Rairam stepped in. The man's expression changed in shock. In a threatening voice, she said she was looking for a boy. Pointing her sword forward, she demanded to know where he was. The sword caught the last light of sunset. Rairam glared at everyone and repeated the question. Her aura was so intense that everyone felt it. Lion didn't hesitate. He drew his sword. Eileen did the same. Both took battle stances. Watching Rairam, Eileen asked if he knew who was under the mask, and he said no, but it was clearly the swordmaster. Rairam lowered into stance and asked again where the one who could see the future was. Lion realized she meant the prophet and demanded to know why he should answer. Because, the swordmaster said quietly as she turned her blade, and in the next instant, she leaped straight at him, appearing right in front of the man. The sight left Eileen horrified. With anger in her eyes, Rairam finished that she would make him talk. Then she smashed him into the ground hard enough to crack the pavement. Eileen was thrown back and hit hard. She added that attacking here was pure madness. Rairam coldly said she didn't care. No one even knew who she was, and even if they did, she still wouldn't stop for them. She kept Lion gripped tightly by the face. Eileen asked if the Emperor would really allow this, but when Rairam showed no reaction, she clenched her teeth and tried to think. Her hands were shaking with fear. Then she remembered what Mikhail Walpurgis had told her when they first came to the capital and met Cassandra. Feeling the swordmaster's crushing aura, she wondered if this was the moment. She opened her mouth and tried to say the word he gave her. Forcing it out with all her strength, she screamed, "Karyaman!" Rairam snapped her head toward Eileen. her eyes filled with shock and fury. In the next second, she grabbed Eileen by the throat. Lifting her into the air, the swordmaster demanded to know how she knew that name. As she choked, Eileen thought in panic that this hadn't helped at all. Then Mikhail calmly spoke up. He knew much more than that. He had arrived at the temple with Cassandra and Aaron. Hearing his voice, Ariram turned sharply toward him. The protagonist walked up to her and said the blood of the protagonist Walpurgis ran through him, so she should avoid hurting anyone else. Talking would be better. Ariram still held Eileen, then suddenly smirked. A wild laugh burst out of her and her terrifying aura swelled, making Eileen suffer even more. She glared at Mikhail in rage and said this was very funny. Asari cried out in fear, warning MC to be careful. He spread his arms and used expanding circles, a spell that instantly boosts the number of magic circles. Ariram swung her sword and launched a powerful magic strike at him. He thrust his arms forward and cast a reinforced shield. Mana wrapped around his body as he shouted that he only wanted to talk. Ariram told him he could still stop, but Mikhail covered his face and realized he had no choice. He knew the spell's effect would only last 5 minutes, so he stepped in hard and activated 4th level acceleration. With anger blazing in his eyes, he also used 4th level Eagle Eye. Ariram started pulling back, but the protagonist fired a magic beam after her. Then he unleashed even more beams, pressing the attack. Closing the distance, he clenched his fist and activated massive gravity. Knowing this was the key moment, Mikhail struck with everything he had. Their mana crashed together, and the shockwave hurled him backward. MC dropped to one knee as Ariram raised her sword high. From the ground, Lion shouted that this guy wasn't even a knight, then asked how he could be a wizard without any aura. A blue aura poured from Ariram's sword as she whispered that he brought this on himself. As it spread through the whole area, she added that he would have to clean up the mess now. Still on the ground, Mikhail watched the mana rushing toward him. Then he frowned and looked up. A grin crossed his face. He knew it. He shouted, "Now!" And Asari answered yes as she released her mana. It wrapped around his body and a whirlwind formed around him. He moved toward Ariram, who stared ahead in horror. Mikhail touched his nose and felt blood. Asari flew closer and asked if he was okay, warning that taking in that much mana could crush his organs. He checked his palm and said he was fine. Ariram fixed him with a hard stare and asked what he had done. The protagonist shouted back that it was a secret, because everyone carried secrets. She called him a worthless bastard, just as disgusting as his father. Mikhail immediately said he was nothing like him. Locking eyes with her, he added that he had already proven that. Ariram slowly reached for her sword and admitted his skill deserved respect. Saying she had little time, she asked only for his name and how he knew that man. MC coldly answered that they met by chance. He explained that the boy looked pale, like he might pass out, wandering with no direction. So he gave Karyaman water and asked where he was headed and what he planned to do. Ariram moved close and asked in horror where he was going, but he shot back that he wouldn't give her something that important, especially if Karyaman himself wouldn't want that. At once she placed a hand on his shoulder. Sadly, Ariram said she had to find him. Mikhail smiled and said he had a question first. Side-eyeing her, he asked how she could stay calm while helping the one responsible for that boy's suffering. Then he brought up Knight Milius. Her eyes widened in horror. What? At the same time, a man walked through the dungeon. It was dark and wet. He passed cages full of dirty, starving children. They stared at their captor in fear. The man looked back at them with disgust. Hands behind his back, he grumbled about what was wrong with them and whether they really couldn't sell for a decent price. A servant beside him explained that buyers preferred obedient children. Hearing that, the fat man struck him hard. Then he stepped on him and angrily yelled that the place was crawling with children like these. Couldn't the old ones be sold too? Or was his servant waiting for them to die? Keeping his foot on the man's head, he sneered that some noble might still want trash like them. After a pause, he turned away and said he was in a good mood, so his lackey should be grateful, or he'd feed him to the dogs. The servant raised his head and thanked him. The fat man walked off smiling, thinking about how great his mood was. And it was all because the great swordmaster was in his hands. She gave him information, but information always had a price. He suddenly stopped by a cage and peered inside. Thinking Ariram was no fool, she already knew. From inside, a pair of empty eyes stared back at him. The fat man smirked, thinking the great swordmaster had no idea her precious child was locked up here. That thought made him grin even wider as he quietly said her son's name. Then he turned away, saying no one could have guessed the boy would end up near the judge of lawlessness. Right after that, a servant rushed over from behind. The boss asked what was going on with the prophet. The servant stood there shaking, then managed to say she was in the temple. At once, the fat man's smile vanished. Meanwhile, at the temple, Mikhail was speaking with the archbishop. A church servant stared at the protagonist in shock and asked if he really meant the criminals of the capital were after the prophet. MC answered yes, they wanted to control her prophecy for themselves. The archbishop touched his chin and wondered what kind of madman would go against the temple. He then asked what if it was even worse than that. The archbishop lowered his hand and asked if he meant someone inside the temple was involved. Michael said that was exactly it. The minister then asked if he had any proof because those were serious words. While they were talking, it was Ariram. Reaching them, she said she had information. The archbishop turned toward the newcomer. Seeing her without a mask, he said her name. Ariram told him priests had tried to kidnap the prophet. Rubbing her hand, she added that Mikhail stopped them, and because of that, the guilty ones had to be crushed and punished for their arrogance. After hearing her out, the archbishop lowered his head and quietly asked how they knew. Ariram said she had helped a filthy rat who led the kidnapping. The archbishop asked if she was certain. Ariram looked away. After a brief silence, she said that bastard was behind all the dark crimes here, the master of shadows. The archbishop jerked his head up in shock. Shadows? Ariram lowered her hands and said he was one of the few high priests here, so he should know exactly what she meant. Through clenched teeth, the archbishop called him the Ugly Lord. Mikhail looked at him and said he was one of the 12 monsters serving the demon god. He added that the Ugly Lord was hiding in the capital's dungeons. The archbishop dropped to the floor and cried out that it was impossible. Still in disbelief, he asked if they were sure. Looking at them, he asked if the demon god's followers really existed, because if that was true, everything was far worse than he thought. Mikhail told him to think about it. Leaning in, he said the prophet had warned many times about a demon invasion. So was the archbishop really saying it couldn't happen? The archbishop's face changed, and he tried to argue. The protagonist could tell the priest had no real answer. If he denied it, he'd be going against the temple's own will. Mikhail knew even demon remains believed to be extinct were still kept in the capital's lands. Would the archbishop really pretend he didn't know that? Even thinking about it was tearing at the man's pride. MC rested a hand on his leg and said he would handle this. Standing before him, he said that he and Ariram would defeat the Lord, and the archbishop only had to do one thing. The man fearfully whispered, "A signature," as Mikhail asked to be appointed a warrior. Folding his arms, he asked if that was really too much to ask. He pointed out that killing the Ugly Lord would be a deed worthy of the title. The archbishop closed his eyes, then answered, "Fine." He brought out the pen and said he believed in them. Raising one finger, he spoke about the Ugly Lord's existence and the order tied to him. Then he started signing the paper, saying he was bound to support Mikhail and name him a warrior. Sometime later, they headed outside. The protagonist and Ariram left the temple. She thanked him right away, saying that without him, she would still be trapped in that man's scheme. Then she said that if he had spoken that name to Duchess Reindel, it meant he knew the truth. Mikhail let out a breath and said he had already told her everything he knew. He explained that the Lord had been captured and almost turned into a slave for nobles. Standing behind him, Ariram quickly asked if she could find him. MC turned and asked what she would do if the answer was yes. She said she didn't want pointless bloodshed. As she drew her sword, she added that was especially true when it involved this child. Then she drove the blade into the ground. Ariram dropped to one knee and asked if she could find him and restore her honor. Looking up at Mikhail, she said that in return, she would offer him her sword. He stared at her coldly, and then she made a promise. She had lost her husband, murdered brutally by a tramp. Even though she got revenge, the hatred never faded once she truly understood he was gone forever. That was when she understood the cause of this lawlessness. To her, it was why people were split into beasts and prey. So she took up the mask and left her old life behind. She became the judge of lawlessness. At that same time, the Ugly Lord slammed into the wall hard enough to dent it. Furious, he cursed and said he never expected Mikhail to interfere this much. Lowering his eyes, he muttered that nothing had gone to plan, and first he needed to get out of here. Then an unseen voice said it would not allow that. A grin full of razor-sharp teeth appeared in the dark. The shadow turned into a monster and declared that it had to absorb the prophet. The Ugly Lord snapped back that it was too dangerous now. They should wait for another chance. As he spoke, a shadowy hand grabbed his leg and asked if he had really decided to break their contract. The fat man shook it off and complained, asking what contract mattered more than his own life and growth. Then a servant suddenly yelled that they were under attack. Hearing that, the boss gritted his teeth and swore. He moved to leave, but behind him the shadow took the shape of a man and spoke again. After a brief pause, the monster screamed that it would eat him and lunged. Shadow chains wrapped around the boss and dragged him away. A few seconds later, a terrible scream echoed through the dungeon. At the same time, his servants tried to flee in terror, but Araram cut them down one after another. Once she was done outside, she sheathed her sword. Wyan and Eileen ran up behind her. Wyan laughed awkwardly and said the swordmaster was incredible. Eileen looked at Ariram with envy and thought she wanted to learn to use a sword like that too. Not far away, Mikhail was watching. Asari sat on his shoulder, saying Ariram's skills were amazing. The protagonist watched her and said they were in the capital. Once a blade is drawn, rumors spread fast. He folded his arms and added that the rats wouldn't keep them waiting long. At least no civilians were here. The girl spread her arms and said he seemed to be forgetting their real goal. Lowering her head a little, she asked him not to look at her like that. Mikhail kept his eyes on the keeper and thought that dealing with the villain's sister wasn't important right now. Looking away, he reminded himself that their real target was the main rat. More exactly, MC pictured him in his mind and thought that was the one they needed to find, the ugly overlord. The overlord spread his arms and asked the monster what good it would do to eat him. After thinking for a moment, the monster said a human had no food value. The man decided it would be enough to eat Cassandra. Grinding his teeth, he said he never expected to feel her energy here. He ordered the monster to devour all of them. They had to find it. His smirk faded, and then he said he had an idea. Looking at the bars, he asked if they had been taking good care of the younger generation. The overlord laughed and said they should make use of it. Eileen frowned and swung her weapon hard. She fired a beam of magic straight ahead at the enemy. Angrily, she thought her power was still unstable. Thinking of Ariram, she knew this went against her family's teachings, but there was no other choice. Her sword burst into flame and she kept going. With a fierce look, she stared ahead. Then she pushed her mana to the limit and attacked again. In the end, her sword cracked and blood spilled from her mouth. Eileen wiped it away and realized she was too tense, and her sword couldn't handle that monstrous aura. Ariram came up behind her and said she was doing well. She added that Lion was a strong swordsman, and it was clear Eileen had studied many styles. Then she looked at the stunned girl and said Eileen was different. Eileen quickly bowed, begged her not to doubt her, and asked Ariram to become her teacher. Ariram looked at her and said, "Excellent." She told her to follow. Training would start right now. Eileen stared at her back, about to cry out about the fight. Ariram turned back and told her not to worry. Mikhail could handle it on his own. He carefully placed a hand on the floor. Asari nervously asked if coming here instead of Ariram had been a bad idea. The protagonist got back up and told her it was fine. Then he stared ahead in confusion. Standing by the cell bars, he asked what the Lord was planning. He couldn't understand why the man was here with children if he had no use for eating them. Asari looked up and started to stammer in fear as the children suddenly screamed for help. Horrified, Mikhail realized the Lord was using them as hostages. In the main hall, the ugly Lord sat on his throne. He leaned on one hand and waited. Soon, footsteps reached him. He slowly opened his glowing eyes. Seeing Mikhail, he said his guest had finally arrived. MC looked at the demon's servant and asked if he'd been waiting long. The fat man laughed, saying it was fun to watch the children fight. It really lifted his mood. Hands on his hips, he figured it out. This was Krima, the commander of the Demon King's army. The ugly lord grinned and said he only expected to feast on the girl prophet. Rising from the throne, he added that he never thought one of her underlings would come to him first, helping him recover his power faster. Mikhail crossed his arms and coldly told the fat man to go ahead and try. That answer made the ugly ruler tense. He stared at the protagonist, wondering where this brat got such confidence. His eyes caught the tattoo on Mikhail's neck, but he quickly dismissed the idea that it was because of a deity. He'd already dealt with that. Dropping the thought, he decided the boy was just bluffing. Then he waved to the side and said MC had made things easier by coming here himself. He followed the gesture and understood at once. The children were there, in the prison cells behind that wall. Dark magic wrapped around the ugly lord's hand. A swarm of shadows shot at the protagonist. Mikhail quickly raised his hands and cast a shield. The barrier appeared just in time and blocked the strike. The ugly lord chuckled, saying maybe the boy was more than a simple snack. MC looked at Asari and told her not to step in. Her job was to protect the children. Startled, she asked what about him. Turning away, Mikhail said not to worry about him. A huge wave of dark magic burst from the lord as he mocked him for refusing a deity's protection. His eyes went fully black, and he called his enemy a fool. The instant he spoke, shadow tentacles lunged at the protagonist. MC raised 2 fingers and used flicker. He vanished and reappeared in the air above the spot the shadows hit. Looking down, he noted that the fat man's shadow attacks could change shape. After a brief pause, he realized the enemy was much weaker than before the regression. He could dodge this. The terrifying overlord kept firing more shadows. Mikhail crossed his arms and used a strengthening skill. Then he spread his arms and activated Wind Cutter. Magic blasts flew at the overlord and cut through his attacks. The overlord stared in shock and anger. His attack had been stopped. He quickly looked ahead. Asari carefully controlled her mana, making sure none of the magic reached the children. The overlord grinned and said he'd like to see how Mikhail handled this without protection. He thrust his mana-covered hand forward, and the shadow of a raging monster formed behind it. Then he launched the spell at him in the air, aiming to kill him. The protagonist frowned and activated Shimmer. Wings formed on his boots as he used acceleration. In a flash, he appeared right next to the enemy, face to face. The Overlord kept glaring at him with rage, then sneered and called him an idiot. He struck for Mikhail's shoulder and asked what he thought would happen at this distance. "Perfect," MC shouted. He shot his hand forward and grabbed the enemy's face. Smirking, he started repeating, "Be kinder, be more humane." The Overlord listened in horror as Mikhail went on, saying he should remember the kindness hidden inside him. Still holding his face, he heard the Lord shout how a mere human could have heard it. He knew those forgotten words were a message from the afterlife. The protagonist thought about how, even in weakness, the Demon King had kept watching this world. Warriors had given their lives to leave that message behind and bring down the enemy. Pressing harder, MC thought that message was carved into the demon's heart, so it had to affect him. Before the regression, Mikhail had failed to learn the full message, but now he pushed harder and shouted that the Lord would die. Then he looked at him and called him Beelzebub. The Lord's face twisted as he demanded to know how he knew that name. The protagonist looked at him coldly and whispered that he was letting him go. Then he clenched his hand into a fist, crushing the monster. Black slime from Beelzebub spilled across the floor. Asari could only stare with her mouth open. She looked at Mikhail and asked if the enemy was really gone. MC asked her what happened to the children. Shaken, the Guardian said they were safe, then asked how he killed such a powerful demon without any setup. She kept talking about how he destroyed it. Mikhail turned aside and saw a huge mass of slime, while Asari warned that it would create a big problem. The tree fixed its gaze on him and mockingly asked if he really thought killing it would end everything. With a wide smile, it said he was too quick to judge because it was the one behind the chaos. The protagonist didn't even glance at the monster lying on the floor. Then he turned with a grin and asked what was stopping him from destroying it anyway. A few minutes later, he finished drawing on the floor. A huge magic circle surrounded the tree. The monster asked in surprise if that was a spell, saying Mikhail couldn't beat it unless he was at least an 8th-Circle mage. MC scratched the back of his head and said he didn't need all the details. Asari studied the magic circle and said this spell was different from normal ones, no matter how strong it was. But he already had his hand on the floor, saying this was the only thing that could beat the demon gods. He knelt down, ready to erase the demon. The tattoo on his neck lit up, and he smiled, saying he knew how to use it. Hearing that, Asari was stunned and asked if he was really going to. But before she could finish, a massive power burst out of the protagonist. Staring at him, the Guardian wondered how he'd learned magic at this level so fast. The protagonist gave no answer. He stayed focused on the spell, knowing he had to break down its structure. The magic seal started to glow. Curses were a branch of magic built on patterns and formulas. Like math, magic came down to calculation and the right formula. Mikhail gritted his teeth and wondered what would happen if he approached it from the opposite side. The demon tree started melting fast. What if he returned the magic to its original state, he thought, as the tree kept shrinking. Fear filled the demon's eyes, and it screamed at him to stop. MC smiled and said he knew he couldn't erase it completely, so he had to try something else. With a dark grin, he said the curse was weaker now. That meant the judge could deal with it easily. As it shrank, the demon screamed in rage. Mikhail looked at Asari and ordered her to activate the storm set and blast the demon away. She threw out her hand and agreed at once. The demon's heart pounded in fear as death closed in. A wild storm completely swallowed its body. Asari watched and happily said she never thought he could do that, but Mikhail just turned and walked away. Noticing, she asked where he was going. With a sly smile, he said he needed to check something. After all, it wasn't often you met someone who'd been cursed. He turned to the Guardian and added that before it vanished completely, he had to go somewhere. As he spoke, a black lump of magic formed behind him. "Him!" Asari screamed in horror. A massive blast of dark magic shot from the roof into the sky. The butler kept his hands behind his back and said his master had hidden so much from him. Arayaram stood behind him and asked what they had done to him. The old man kept watching the pillar of dark energy and quietly asked what kind of question that was. Without looking away, he asked if she thought he was equal to the great master. The girl stepped closer and said the boy claimed he knew what to do. The butler replied that he'd only heard that from the master. Then Arayaram asked if Mikhail knew something about him. The old man closed his eyes and quietly said that was a good question. Morden held out his hand and said they could talk later. After they handled this problem, she could help him with her. Arayaram eyed the mass of mana with clear suspicion. She pointed her sword at it and said it brought back old memories. The black mass of mana shot upward. A moment later, pressure from the surrounding mana made it burst into bright flames. Then the energy scattered and faded until nothing was left. By the next day, the Archbishop grabbed Mikhail's hands and praised him for what he'd done. The protagonist could tell he was feeling better, and with a smile, admitted he never expected things to end this well. Looking down, he thought about Beelzebub being gone. At last, the capital had peaceful days again. Still, he knew one victory wasn't enough to change how people saw demons. Then he looked at the Archbishop and asked if he still remembered their promise. The Archbishop held out a hand and said of course, he'd back whatever Mikhail chose. But first they had picked someone to replace the main warrior. Even though he supported MC, he still wanted proof of that person's skill. He looked away, already knowing who it was. There was no way he wouldn't. He remembered Siegfried calling him an idiot. While heading down the stairs, Mikhail suddenly heard someone thanking him. He turned, saw Aileen, and asked why she was thanking him out of nowhere. She looked down and explained that since he planned to leave the capital right away, he was now looking for someone else. The protagonist told her she could just come with him if she still saw him as her teacher, but Aileen hesitated and said she wanted to go back. She glanced at her shaking legs, then faced him. Her ears turned red as she asked him to forgive her. Aileen said that if they had no past together, she could understand his distance, but now she didn't know how to finish that thought. She only hoped he would accept her apology and let things get better between them. Mikhail broke into a wide smile. Aileen narrowed her eyes and asked if she'd said something funny, but he quickly said no. He told her they weren't tied together by feelings. Folding his arms, MC simply told her to do what she thought was right. Aileen listened, then gave him a gentle smile. With one hand on her hip, she said this was only the start of her path. Pointing forward, she added that she wanted to keep growing as a swordsman. Sometime later, Arayaram came down the stairs and asked if Mikhail was done talking with his student. He answered coldly that since she wanted to leave, she needed to keep the promise she made him. Right away, he asked where her son was. Back at the temple, the Archbishop and the monarch were talking. The monarch asked in shock if there really had been an ugly ruler in the capital. Slapping his face, he cursed and said that if that monster had fully shown itself, it would have caused a disaster. The Archbishop let out a heavy breath, then quietly said, everyone would have died. The monarch stared at him, stunned and confused. Naran explained that people believed the great demon could have erased everything in less than a day. He added that, according to Archbishop Ali, all of this was the work of one person. Then he handed over a letter, saying it proved it. After reading it, the monarch said Walpurgis had stopped hell on earth by killing the ugly lord. And it wasn't just the bishop saying so. The judge of lawlessness and Cassandra confirmed it too. Even then, the monarch said it was hard to believe. But if it was all true, after a short pause, he asked if Walpurgis was a warrior. Elsewhere, Mikhail looked down and said Karyaman clearly hadn't liked his offer, so he chose the exact opposite path. Arayaram stood nearby, listening in silence. He said he didn't think the boy wanted revenge. Instead, he chose to join the defenders. Then he asked how a little boy like that could ever escape a monster like this. The answer was simple. He joined someone even stronger than that rat, the Condor mercenaries. That left Arayaram visibly shocked. She looked up and asked if he had really gone with the Defenders of Freedom. The Condors were founded to fight for freedom itself. Joining them took a huge amount of effort, and every member was exceptional. On top of that, both the Empire and the Four Kingdoms recognized them, something no other mercenary group could claim. Mikhail said he wanted to join them too, though as a knight, Arayaram likely already knew all that. He added that when she became a Condor, she threw away her old name and took a new one, which meant Karyaman would be even harder to track down. Still, the protagonist calmly said that if they found the mercenaries, they'd find her son. Arayaram lowered her head, discouraged. Then she quietly asked if she really should do this. Mikhail was taken aback. She had spent so long searching for him. Arayaram looked up and said the time when her son needed her was already gone. Staring ahead, she said he had chosen his own road, and someone like her probably wasn't wanted in it. MC silently watched the grieving mother. Arayaram reached out and said it hurt that she had failed to be a real mother to him. She lowered her eyes, unsure whether she should keep searching. Mikhail immediately placed his hand over hers. He told her to calm down. They should meet him and talk first. If she told him everything honestly, then he could decide what to do next. Even if her son rejected her, she would still be his mother, and that would never change. Then he pulled his hand back as he placed a small bottle in hers. Mikhail said the medicine might help, so she should use it when the chance came. Arayaram clenched the bottle and said he was right. She couldn't give up that easily. She looked up and thanked him. Moving on, she called out that if she ever got the chance, she would repay him. Soon after, the judge of lawlessness and Aileen left the capital. Watching her go, he wondered if he should do the same. Then he turned and noticed Lion, asking if he felt sad about Arayaram. Lion briefly said no, his hand tightening. What upset him was that he hadn't even managed a proper fight. She was just too strong. He added that he couldn't help Mikhail either. Looking up, Lion said Arayaram never told him anything. What hurt most was that she didn't even say he had disappointed her. The protagonist looked at him, thinking that wasn't true, and he hadn't expected Lion to be shaken by something like that. So he suddenly called out to him, something bright flew through the air toward Lion. He caught it at once and asked if it was a pendant. Hands on his hips, MC said it was a gift. Their first stop would be the temple, but Lion gripped the pendant and argued that MC had said they needed to reach the capital. He shouted that he had obviously heard him before, so this had to mean he doubted his strength. The protagonist just smiled and said that was exactly why Lion should keep traveling with him. Then he asked if the next generation's genius swordmaster was really going to give up over something so small. Lion's face turned red, and he shouted that he would never give up. Morden walked over and said the master was right. Lion could help and prove he deserved the title of warrior. Mikhail then asked where Morden had been. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the butler said he had met some old acquaintances and talked with them, then moved on. A moment later, they heard footsteps behind them, and a woman say she wanted allies like these. Cassandra stepped up and said they seemed to have gained the Archbishop's trust. Turning to MC, she added that he now held real influence in the capital, so they should count this as a small win. With a fist near her mouth, she said she wanted to help too, then asked for permission. Cassandra leaned forward and said it was time to put everything back where it belonged, when Aaron tried to stop her. She fixed her hair and asked what Mikhail would say to that. Smiling, she put a hand to her chest and said the church's top prophet might be useful to them. 3 days later, at his estate, he was in bed, wrapping his hands after finally returning home. Asari sat in front of him, saying his magic had run dry and his body was back to normal. Mikhail looked at his hand and said he understood. Without any doubt, he decided he needed to raise his magic circles to 6. Clenching his fist, he was sure the Demon King's other companions were even stronger than the Ugly Lord. Then Asari broke the without looking away from his hand. The protagonist asked what she meant. Asari calmly said she wanted to know where his skills and powers truly came from. Staring at him, she warned that if she was going to trust him, he needed to stop hiding things. Hearing that, Mikhail looked at the keeper and admitted to himself that she was right. Trust was the best place to start. Thinking it over, he looked up and decided he still couldn't tell Asari about going back in time. Since the storm set hid his true nature, he could hide that secret too. Asari kept staring at him, waiting for an answer, when an idea hit him. I got it, he thought. He smiled and told her she wasn't the only one who knew something about her god's tomb. Asari looked shocked and pointed out that it was his first time there, yet he moved like he already knew the layout. Mikhail answered that there was something called the Records of Thoth. He finished with a sly smile. That caught her off guard, and she asked if those records still existed. MC answered without hesitation that they did, and that part was true. His eyes dropped as he went back through his memories. Before the regression, he had almost memorized the Records of Thoth. After several successful tomb raids, Thoth took control of them, and somehow the information leaked. That was how the Records of Thoth spread. Coming back to the present, he told Asari she wasn't the only one who knew about those gates. Asari touched her chin and said that explained a lot. After a brief pause, she looked up and said that if so, his power was incredible. Mikhail just smiled and said he got lucky. Asari quickly asked if he knew about other tombs too. He sat up in bed and told her to give him a second. While getting dressed, he said his first goal was becoming a warrior. Someone he needed was hiding in one of the tombs, so they had to clear them out. Asari smiled and admitted she thought he had no plan at all. At least now, she said, what they feared might not happen. He slipped on his jacket and added that there were still parts of those records he couldn't confirm. Then he suddenly asked the keeper which deity they worshipped. The question threw her off, and she looked away. Mikhail then said that the continent now recognized Hecate the Wise as its deity. Before his regression, she had been known as the only god. So if there had originally been 2, and Asari's god was so great, why did no one remember him now? Asari didn't answer right away. After a pause, she said she couldn't explain everything. The protagonist fixed his collar and said he understood. Then she told him the reason was an accident. That was enough for him to realize she knew about Hecate too, so he asked if all information about the gods was being hidden. Asari lowered her head and quietly said yes, for now. Mikhail dropped his gaze and thought that now he understood her silence, but he already had enough for now. A few minutes later, he left the estate. Lion scratched his head and asked if they were heading straight to the temple since it was better to settle this fast. MC said he was right, but they needed to stay put for now. When Lion asked why, Mikhail explained that the one he killed was an important servant of the Demon King. By now, news of that death had probably spread across the empire, maybe even the whole kingdom. He pictured the anger that would follow and thought this was what the prophecy really pointed to. Things might seem quiet now, but chaos was coming soon. He added that the news might have already reached his father. Lion immediately asked if that meant Edward already knew. Tapping his foot, Mikhail said that was most likely. Then he crossed his arms and said it was obvious. Sweat ran down Lion's face as he nervously asked how that could be. He pointed out that the protagonist's father was the Empire's greatest mage and the head of a major family. Then Lion snapped and grabbed MC by the collar. With wild eyes, he demanded to know why he had to get dragged into this. Shaking him hard, Lion said they should turn back right now, but Mikhail only smiled and said it was too late. Clouds rolled in overhead. He looked up and cast a multi-charge shield. The barrier formed above them and stopped a bolt of lightning. Lion stared up in fear and asked what that was. Keeping his hand raised, Mikhail smiled and said it was a greeting from his dad. He looked toward the fog and added that Edward was already here. Edward flipped his son off and started cursing at him. Meanwhile, the Archbishop took a sip of tea, set the cup down, and asked if they really thought he had nothing better to do than meddle in the warrior selection. Still, he said they couldn't ignore the threat of the Demon King's invasion. Mikhail's image suddenly flashed through his mind as he stood by the window. A nasty grin spread across his face. If not that boy, he asked, then who else could become the hero? The office door flew open and startled him. His assistant rushed in and the Archbishop sharply asked if the demons had attacked already. No, the man shouted. He yelled that Edward, horror in his eyes, had cast magic on Mikhail. Edward thrust his hands forward and sent mana at his son. The Archbishop frowned, confused, and asked what was going on. The protagonist darted away from the incoming lightning. He knew this electric magic used massive voltage, but Edward wasn't aiming to kill him, just striking close by. Looking back with a grin, Mikhail thought that was exactly what he'd expect. Why master magic just to use it for something this pointless? Then he shouted back that he sent his respects. Edward roared in anger while controlling the lightning. What did he just say? And why was he still alive? A bright flash lit up MC's face as lightning closed around him, but at the last second, he used flicker and slipped right out of the lightning cage. Then another bolt shot at his back, but Asari stepped in front of him and used her magic, saying she'd block it. Edward stopped attacking and let out a heavy breath. Mikhail faced his father and asked if he really thought he was chasing the warrior spot for no reason. It just happened that this generation's warrior was someone else. Edward looked confused and wondered what he meant. He then asked if he'd heard about the demon that appeared. The Marquis smirked and said of course. People were talking about it everywhere, and the temple kept spreading stories about the Demon King. The protagonist asked, what if they weren't stories? That made Edward widen his eyes and think. After a short pause, he looked at his son and told him to speak plainly. So Mikhail told his father everything. Edward rested a hand on his chin and asked if one of the Demon King's strongest followers, the Ugly Lord, had really appeared. MC said yes, and added that even the Demon King himself showed up for a moment before disappearing. The Marquis got angry and asked if his son understood what he was saying. Was he seriously claiming the Demon King appeared and he still survived? Then someone else cut in and firmly said it was true. It was Siegfried, asking if Edward remembered him since they'd met about a year ago. Edward only stared at him in confusion. After a moment, he looked back at his son and asked who Mikhail meant by this generation's warrior. The Archbishop pointed at him and said it was the one standing right in front of him. That answer left Edward speechless. A moment later, he coldly said all he saw was his foolish son. Then he looked closer and noticed the mark on Mikhail's neck. He said that thinking back, his son had seemed different since that day. The protagonist smiled and asked if he'd finally noticed. Edward said nothing, vanished at once. The Archbishop quietly muttered at how sudden that was, and MC said his father would be back soon. Right after that, Edward reappeared in front of them. He crossed his arms and said he'd checked the mana in the capital. It was definitely energy that could have come from a powerful demon. After saying that, he lowered his head and quietly repeated, "Warrior." Something like this had never happened in the Walpurgis family. Mikhail closed his eyes and thought that reaction made sense. The Walpurgis family had never cared about religion. Then he told his father that being a warrior was more than a title. It meant being the person meant to save humanity. If the prophecy came true, only a warrior could stop that disaster. As he said it, he thought his father would surely change his mind. Edward heard him out but said the temple elders were talking nonsense. Besides, the prophecy said one warrior alone wouldn't be enough to save everyone. Then Mikhail activated the storm set, and wind wrapped around him. Edward and the Archbishop stared at him in shock. The Archbishop trembled and asked, could it really be? Looking at the protagonist surrounded by mana, he asked if this was truly divine power. Then he added that if the disaster was really that huge, none of this would be enough. Asari turned to look at MC. Mana covered his whole body as he clenched his fist and shouted that the Lord was with them. He said the choice now belonged to the temple. It had no right to lose its chance to choose a warrior. Edward narrowed his eyes and asked if Mikhail had really found a worthy candidate. He smiled, pointed at Lion and said, "Right here." Lion looked confused, and Edward said he didn't look ready for something like this. The protagonist nodded and said he believed in him. Then he turned and added that he had promised Lion something amazing in return. Even Lion was surprised to hear that. He spread his arms and answered with total confidence that it was true. Grinning, he added that Mikhail always keeps his promises and never says things like that without a reason. Then he looked at Edward and said, "A father should understand that better than anyone." Those words hit Edward hard, and he remembered MC asking him to trust him because he would keep Nostra under control. He asked why his father never trusted him. Edward lowered his eyes for a moment, then looked at the Archbishop. He asked if his son could really do this even though he was not part of the temple. The Archbishop stood up from his knees. Facing Edward, he said with certainty that he was ready to swear it before God. After thinking it over, Edward said there was no reason left to doubt. He turned at once and told Mikhail to do what he had chosen. As he walked away, he added that he would not stop him. The protagonist watched him leave with a smile. Edward only said he would wait and see how it turned out. Lion came into the room and called for Mikhail. He yelled out, asking if he was finally going to get his reward. MC slowly turned to him and thought that, one way or another, whenever promises were involved, Lion became painfully annoying. He pointed at the bed and told Lion to lie down first. Lion quickly did as told, not caring much. He asked why, but Mikhail moved a magic finger over him and told him to sleep. A stream of mana flowed into Lion as he said he was about to show him something he would not forget. Lion lay there wrapped in magic. His eyelids slowly grew heavy. Before long, his eyes shut completely. Then he suddenly opened them again. He looked around in horror. He was standing in a ruined city, and he asked where he was. A stranger suddenly welcomed him. Lion froze in surprise. He spun toward the voice, saw a black figure on top of a monolith, and demanded to know who it was. The man casually replied that he was a local guide, someone who could show him another world. Since he still could not see the stranger's face, Lion only said the man's voice sounded strange. At that, the unknown figure jumped down from the monolith. Looking up, he ordered Lion to draw his sword. The moment he said it, he charged in. Shock flashed across Lion's face. He forced himself to react, grabbed his hilt, drew, and barely blocked the attack, but the impact was so strong that his sword flew from his hands. Now, unarmed, Lion panicked. His opponent was clearly far beyond him. Before he could think more, the stranger swung again, and raw fear filled Lion's eyes. The unknown struck and pierced him. Lion looked down at the wound and let out a terrible scream, but in the next instant, no one was around him. He stared at his hands in shock and asked what that was. When the stranger's voice greeted him again, Lion went stiff with fear. After a brief pause, he slowly turned around. The stranger was there again, sitting on the monolith. The figure dropped down at once. Lion reacted by grabbing his sword, which seemed to please the stranger, though he still had no idea what was going on. Keeping his eyes locked on the enemy, Lion said he would not go down that easily. Magic wrapped around his hands and sword, then spread over his whole body as he used Miller's technique Type 1. Covered in mana, he rushed forward. He closed the distance fast while the stranger just stood there, and Lion thought his enemy was not ready for this attack. He reached striking range and prepared to slash. Then, a knee shot at him. The stranger cut him off and drove the blow into his stomach. Blood burst from Lion's mouth. The stranger threw him back and mocked him for being so full of himself. Standing over Lion on the ground, he said Lion should have known what he was stepping into. Then he asked if he wanted to die one more time, and killed him again. Lion jolted upright on the bed with a scream, and Mikhail calmly welcomed him back. Lion shouted that he had to go back there. The protagonist said there was no use asking now. When the time came, he would send him back. Arms folded, he added that this was what Lion would face for real after learning to control his aura. Lion grabbed his head. Completely confused, he asked what all of that was. Mikhail looked away and said he would learn later. In his mind, he knew Lion had just seen his future. He told Lion to get some sleep because tomorrow would be rough, but Lion suddenly asked if this had something to do with the temple. MC said the temple was their final stop, but they would visit another place first. Lion asked with interest where. Mikhail answered, the magic forest. He replied that she had already mentioned it herself. Aaron said the elves would likely be stubborn since they only listened to their leader. He nodded, said good, and asked how he should address the night. Aaron introduced himself. Morden quickly cut in, saying no one had ever believed those prophecies anyway. Aaron turned to him and said he was right. Then he asked whether they would believe even after seeing proof. The butler answered harshly that they simply did not have the brains to understand it. The two immediately shook hands. Watching from the side, Mikhail was glad they had somehow gotten along. He raised a hand and told them to stop, because the tree mattered most right now. Lion turned and asked what they would do next. Straightening his jacket, the protagonist said that was a silly question. With a smile, he said they were going to snap off its branches. Everyone stared at him, confused, and the room went quiet. They quickly asked how they were even supposed to enter the magic forest. Mikhail looked away and said he would show them now. They all faced the half-dead trees. MC placed a hand on one and said that even here, the roots were still connected. The others looked confused and asked what that meant. He explained that this tree had spread its roots across the whole world. Then he added that every one of those roots led to the tree's heart. Cassandra said exposed roots meant the tree was in bad shape, and Aaron asked if Mikhail really planned to reach the heart that way. It was a higher being, so normal tricks should not work on it. He just smiled and said it was fine. He formed a triangle with his hands. Focusing ahead, he said he had already prepared everything. Then he shut his eyes and said, blockage, before regression. At once, the world tree and everything around it dried out completely. Mikhail stood at its base beside King Jihad and told him to focus. The elf before him was the one who would have to lead all the others now, and Jihad, tears in his eyes, said that if only he had tried harder. The protagonist put a hand on his shoulder and said it was not too late to act. He looked up at the world tree. It had withered completely. Not even the elf king could save it, and later he too died at the hands of the demon king. Mikhail's eyes were cold as he thought that the first of the elves had done everything he could to save the world. After a pause, MC asked Jihad to join them, and from then on they traveled together with Jihad, the 8th king of the elves. Then he left that memory behind. In a white empty space, he thought that dealing with so many beings kept dragging old memories back up on their own. Suddenly, Asari, the guardian, clenched her fist and angrily said she was here to protect him because the seal tied them forever. The protagonist sighed and accepted it, and when she asked if they had any chance to save him, he asked what she knew about that tree. Asari closed her eyes and said she knew it well, the world tree, and one of its roots reached her deity. Then she lowered her head sadly and said that child survived, while they were the victims. MC thought it over. The tomb's managers were the victims, and Asari's deity, a being like the world tree, was the survivor. He figured the rest would become clear later. His feet touched green grass as he arrived at the world tree. Powerful mana poured from it. A beautiful young woman appeared before Mikhail. She sat gently on the grass and said she was happy to see them. She was the world tree. Placing a hand on her chest, she introduced herself as Yggdrasil and held out her hand. At once, roots rose from the ground and formed a table and chairs. Yggdrasil said they should sit first, since they clearly had much to discuss, and then her gaze shifted. She looked at Asari and asked if they knew each other. Then she smiled and greeted her as a sister, saying it had been a long time. Asari lowered her head and quietly said she was just the same as ever. Yggdrasil sat in the chair and said that made sense. If she were any different, she could never carry the role of the world tree. She added that she never expected anyone in this age to know about the morning message. Glancing at Asari, she pointed out that he even carried it with him. Asari flew closer and said Mikhail also had Thoth's records. That clearly surprised Yggdrasil. She turned to him and said that if he had those records, then he already understood the situation he was in. The protagonist answered without hesitation, then asked if all of this was tied to the Demon King. That question left Yggdrasil stunned. She admitted that he really had left his records behind. Reaching out her hand, she said he had also left behind a huge mess. Then her fingers started to crack. Dark mana leaked from her hand and scattered into the air. Asari stared at her in fear, while Mikhail quietly watched. Yggdrasil said it was strong demon blood, and she had no idea if it would ever fully disappear. MC finally understood why the world tree had withered. He asked if she had really been trying to handle this alone, even though the Demon King would eventually take over the whole world. Closing her eyes, Yggdrasil said his blood worked like a slow poison, and it killed without fail. Asari kept staring at her in horror. Mikhail asked how much time she had left, and Yggdrasil answered, 4 days. She said she wanted to see how all of this ended, but she didn't have much time left. He told her the demon still hadn't taken over her essence. As she rested a hand on the table, he added that meant they still had a chance to fix this. Her. But not long after she died, the Demon King still broke into this world. Thinking back on it, he understood what her choice had led to. He looked at Yggdrasil and realized her death had been for nothing. But this time, things were different. Mikhail asked what had to be done to stop it within those 4 days. Then he said with confidence that he would find a way to heal her before time ran out. They still had hope. Asari crossed her arms and told Yggdrasil to trust him. Flying closer, she added that MC was incredibly talented. Yggdrasil lowered her eyes, clearly struggling to decide. Her hand tightened into a fist, then she folded both hands together. Before she could answer, Mikhail held out his hand and cut in. He said he wanted his reward first. Yggdrasil blinked in shock, and Asari yelped in confusion. She grabbed his cheek and pulled hard, while Mikhail calmly said that if he solved her problem, he wanted payment afterward. After a brief, awkward pause, Yggdrasil asked what he wanted. He raised one finger and said it was nothing big. He thought this wasn't only for himself. He was doing it to save her too. Then he pointed upward and asked for the best thing she had. Yggdrasil waited for him to explain. Your old branches, Mikhail said, pointing up at the tree. A few days went by. The world tree had nearly dried out. One elf stood praying, begging the Great Mother to answer. He asked what he could do to save her. It was Jihad, and the grief on his face said everything. The world tree stayed silent. Lowering his head, he whispered that maybe she stayed quiet because she was still trying to protect them. Then at last, the world tree answered him. Jihad looked up in shock. "Mother?" he asked. Yggdrasil said it was strange. Some called her mother, while others called her the world tree. She went on to say that darkness was swallowing her, but there was still a little time left. A bright light fell into Jihad's hands, and he cried out, asking what he could do. Yggdrasil said only one person could help, and Jihad had to support him if they wanted any hope. As she finished, the light began to fade. Seeing that, Jihad begged her not to leave. Then he quickly asked where he could find this person. Footsteps sounded behind him, and Mikhail answered, "He's here." Jihad jumped a little at the voice. He turned around with tears still in his eyes, and asked who he was. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked, "Me?" With a broad smile, he introduced himself and said he was a trusted agent of the World Tree. Sometime later, Mikhail and Jihad walked through the elf city together. Jihad asked if he really knew what to do, since his mother had sent him. MC rested his hands behind his head and said he mostly did, and if not, Jihad could help point him the right way. Then he opened his eyes, full of confidence. He knew exactly what he was doing. But first, he had to change the fate of the current fairy king. The king was weak and stayed shut in his chambers, but as long as he was alive, there was still a chance. Sooner or later, he would die in the war the demon king would start. After thinking it through, Mikhail told Jihad he would not let that happen. Jihad asked if he had come alone. He said no, and told him not to worry, because he already knew everything. Confused, Jihad glanced at the others and said he didn't want to doubt his mother's messenger, but this forest wasn't easy to enter. The protagonist just smiled at that. He told Jihad something had been left outside, and what was happening now didn't exactly follow common sense. Jihad had no idea how to respond. At that moment, someone came running toward them. A man with a spear rushed over, shouting about an intruder. Mikhail smiled and said he had finally arrived. The servant yelled that people were flying in. Jihad frowned and looked ahead. Enemies on flying horses were overhead, and the cry went out that the 4 priests of destruction had to be stopped. MC looked up with a grin. Standing in the middle of it all, he said he had been short on allies. He let out a long breath as he looked at them. Hands on his hips, Mikhail added that they really didn't need to cause this much chaos in the forest. Morden's expression changed at once, and he shouted in panic that he had left without a word and never should have abandoned them. The protagonist put a hand on his chin and thought for a second. The butler. Then he decided this was Morden's mistake and said he should be arrested. Jihad immediately gave the order. Guards grabbed the butler and dragged him away as he cried out to his master and begged for forgiveness. Cassandra just smiled and said riding flying horses had been fun. Lion turned to the group and asked what the plan was. MC said he already had branches of the world tree inside him, though he had paid a price for them. Then he asked the others to help him. Sometime later, the sun was bright overhead. Jihad led them through the garden and pointed out the fairy palace where his father lived. Mikhail studied it carefully. He remembered that elves and fairies had lived together for ages. Their king was chosen by agreement between both races, an elf accepted by the fairies. As they reached the building, he finally saw the home of the fairies, a sacred place to the elves. He headed straight up the stairs and inside. A group of cheerful fairies swarmed around him, shouting that a human had come. They rubbed his cheeks excitedly and called him amazing. Jihad said fairies were rarely this nice to strangers, so for them to welcome someone sent by their mother was incredible. Mikhail quickly told him not to make a big deal out of it, and Jihad asked the fairies to look after him. They stopped at a door, and Jihad said the king was inside. He pushed it open slightly and invited everyone in. As the door opened, the king said it had been a long time since a human entered this place. Then he looked at them and welcomed them in. The fairy king greeted his son and Mikhail. The protagonist bowed and thanked Jern for the welcome. Jern studied him and remarked that he knew proper manners. Once they were inside, Jern asked why they had come. Jihad started to speak, asking his father not to panic, but said the world tree. At once, the king turned around in surprise. He slowly set his feet down and asked if it was true. The fairy king narrowed his eyes and demanded proof. Empty words were not enough when it concerned the world tree, and he asked if Jihad could truly confirm it. Jihad hesitated and quietly said, "About that, yes." Mikhail cut in firmly, placing a hand on Jihad's shoulder. He gave Jihad a small smile, then turned to the king and told him to see for himself. With that, he reached into his pocket. What the fairy king saw left him speechless. Staring at Mikhail, he murmured, "This is..." In MC's hand was a branch from the world tree. After a short pause, he asked if the king understood what that meant. "Trusted person," the king whispered. The protagonist realized the branch was all the proof he needed. The world tree had accepted him. At once, the king dropped to his knees. He stared at Mikhail and begged him to save them. "Father," Jihad whispered. MC said there was only one way to fix this. Lifting the branch, he explained that it could clear away the miasma eating the tree. But first, he had to make something from it. Then he raised a finger and asked to use the workshop. Mine? Jairn asked, confused. Mikhail nodded. He meant the source of Urta. Horrified, the king asked if he really knew about it, the source of Urta. Urta was a legendary elven smith who once forged weapons for kings. Jairn held out his hand and said there was no reason, but Mikhail stopped him, saying there was one more thing he needed to ask. He meant the remnants of the demon god still eating away at the world tree. Looking at the king, he said that was their real enemy. Jairn answered that he felt no evil energy, and the protagonist explained that was because the spirit was doing everything she could to keep it from spreading. He said she was already pushing herself to the limit. Maybe she should have asked the king for help sooner. Mikhail looked at Jairn and realized the spirit had hidden her weakness on purpose. The king's eyes widened. "Mother," he whispered. MC said the spirit had done all she could, and now the rest depended on them. Frowning, he warned that while he worked in the workshop, the demon god's remnants would keep damaging the tree. Lion, Jihad, and Cassander all turned toward him. The king looked at him. "So that means..." "Yes," Mikhail answered grimly. The fairy forest was already in danger. There was no time left to waste. Hearing that everyone had a role to play, Jairn straightened himself. He turned to Jihad and ordered him to lead Mikhail to the source. Then he told the others he would gather the forest's knights and warriors. Looking down, the king vowed they would protect the forest no matter what. Another disaster could not be allowed. He stepped over to Cassandra. She already knew what he was going to ask and said she and Elaine would help the elves. Smiling, he said having a prophet around was pretty useful. Then he asked Lion to help too, and the boy told him to count on him. Mikhail smiled at that. Then he faced everyone and said it was time to save the world tree. A while later, they reached the place, and Jihad told him they had arrived. Pointing ahead at the source of Erda, he admitted no one knew how Erda used it to make magic tools, not even a guess. Then he turned to Mikhail and asked if he knew. Of course, the protagonist thought as he looked ahead. He remembered making countless weapons in a place like this, back when survival depended on it. Looking into the water, he realized Erda's method was brilliant and he likely meant to keep it secret. Holding up the sphere in his hand, MC said Erda had used it well. Taking the branch, he thought the great master Erda had never truly been a normal craftsman. Then he tossed the branch into the water and activated Save. The water quickly began to bubble, and Jihad stared in shock. Mikhail reached out and thought that now he could reveal the truth. Erda had actually been a mage. It's revealed that Master Erda was a mage. He held a glowing staff, though his talent in magic was never that strong. Still, Erda made up his mind. Gripping his staff, he believed he could become great at something else. Mikhail, looking down, noted that Erda eventually became a true master of magical tools. He raised a brow, admitting he had thought the spring was just a metaphor. But it was a real spring, and it was filled with mana-rich water. Mikhail lifted his hand and used structure waves. Magic light wrapped around the branch. Then the water splashed. A branch shot out of the spring. Rising above him, it revealed itself as a world tree branch carrying the tree's own life force. The protagonist smiled and said it almost couldn't be used as material. Almost. Focusing, he said he just needed the right mix of magical elements. Jihad awkwardly asked, "Then what?" Without stopping his spell, Mikhail said that once he found the right level of mana, he could refine the branch and use it. Glancing aside, he said it would take around 4 days, but Jihad worried about what was happening in the forest. MC calmly closed his eyes and said it would be fast. Then he turned and asked if Jihad planned to just stand there. Stretching a hand toward the source, Mikhail said they still had to carry out the plan. Jihad looked surprised when he learned this place held more than the source. It also had other things Erda left behind. Pointing at the branch, he said the old king's weapons should be here too. Startled, Jihad realized those were the weapons Erda made for the fairy king. He asked where they could find them, and the protagonist spread his hands, saying they were about to find out. Jihad watched him in silence. Then his expression hardened. He had accepted Mikhail's words. As the spell continued, MC spoke again about the 4 days. Closing his eyes, he prepared himself and said he was starting as the water rose into the air. 3 days passed. A group of elves appeared. Among them were hooded elves carrying bows. Lion suddenly grew thoughtful. Arms crossed, and guessed things were probably fine. Then he looked to Cassandra and asked if she had seen something bad. He turned to Cassandra as she began to answer, head lowered, saying much of the future was hidden from her. Then she looked up and spoke about the situation as a whole. As for the tree, she had seen nothing good. Still, with a small smile, she said Mikhail would handle it. An armored man warned her not to put too much faith in one person. As the ground started cracking, they said all they could do for now was wait. The stone split even more, and they decided to trust him anyway. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Stunned, Lion asked what was happening. Cassandra looked down in shock. All the flowers suddenly withered. Something burst out of the hole. Everyone stared at it in fear. Hiding his face behind his helmet, one of them said what they feared had finally happened. Red eyes appeared. It was a huge black snake. A second later, it opened its mouth to attack. Worried, Cassandra told the others to run. Lion, horrified, asked how they could just leave them behind. Hand on her chest, Cassandra said it was too dangerous. They couldn't win. The snake hissed at them. Lion froze in terror. His mouth hung open as fear took over. It was the kind of fear that crushes a person. With the giant snake right in front of him, Lion thought he could never beat it. Then he grit his teeth and angrily asked why he was so useless. He lifted his head and remembered the one he met in the dream. Frowning, Lion cursed Mikhail for not being back yet. Magic particles began gathering around his hands. Eyes shut, he wondered when the protagonist would return. Then MC's eyes snapped open. Wilted flowers lay crushed underfoot. The black snake had entered the elven forest. Lion stared at the monster, tense. Jiran looked up with resolve and thrust out his hand, ordering the soldiers to fire. The bows were drawn at once. Arrows struck the snake directly. The beast opened its mouth in pain, and they tried to hit its head next. But as the attack came, the monster pulled back. Jiran frowned, thinking about the item sent by the World Tree's messenger. That item had been in Mikhail's hands. The magic tool had proven incredibly useful. It was made from a branch of the World Tree. Jiran winced, unsure how much longer they could hold out. Magic sparks rose from the well. A root wrapped around the staff. Mikhail looked at the weapon in surprise and realized he was done. Asari looked at him and said 3 days had passed. He lowered his eyes and decided it was time to combine his creation with the sphere. The staff in his hand had come out perfectly. The girl smiled and told him to do it. Holding the small sphere, Mikhail said he was sure of it. He set it into the staff. The sphere instantly began to shine. The protagonist watched calmly. The staff's light reflected in his eyes. At that same moment, something slammed into the snake's head. An elf suddenly coughed up blood. One by one they started to fall, and Giron watched tensely. The sphere began to crack, but Mikhail thought this still wasn't its limit. The cracks spread wider as the man began praying to God. The snake stayed still, only watching its victims. In total horror, Lion shouted for everyone to get ready. The monster burned the sphere with its gaze, and it shattered into tiny pieces. Mikhail stayed cold as he said he hated anything tied to demons. The next instant, a beam he activated burst out. The snake jerked its head back and stuck out its tongue. Cassandra smiled in relief, noticing their friend had arrived. Holding the staff, Mikhail said he had made it in time. The monster narrowed its eyes with a hiss, and MC realized it was even faster than he expected. Watching closely, he knew that if he had come any later, the place would already be in ruins. Jiren called out to him in concern, but he told him not to worry. The protagonist lifts off the ground and flies up. Then he turns and sees just how huge the monster is. He remembers the holy beam, and knows a normal one would never be enough. Mikhail tightens his grip on the staff. A girl had cast a spell on a branch, turning it into a staff made from the World Tree's most precious part. Something with the power to change everything. MC narrows his eyes as he figures something out. He stops right in front of the monster and realizes only a few years have passed since those remains were added to the tree. The serpent's red eyes shine, and he guesses it was damaged during that process. Mikhail frowns, realizing these are the Demon King's remains. The serpent suddenly glows white. If one strike from the staff could end it all, the World Tree would never have needed to suffer. Black liquid drips from its fangs, proving he wasn't the only one getting ready for this fight. The serpent opens its mouth in rage. The protagonist watches carefully, staying tense. Then the monster lunges. A magic arrow suddenly appears. It shoots straight at the serpent. The impact triggers a burst of light that fills everything. Mikhail grits his teeth, shields himself with his arm, and wonders if those are elven arrows. Another arrow appears. It's a treasured weapon said to hold the strongest divine power. MC hears something and looks to the side. When he turns, he spots the archer Jihad with a bow in hand, calling for the messenger. Mikhail just smiles. He says his partner showed up right on time. Black smoke rises near the serpent, and after hits like that, it should be dead for sure. But the monster suddenly turns white. It's shedding its skin. Asari turns with a firm look as he tells her he needs a favor. Then he clenches his fist and charges ahead. The serpent's mouth opens, and a magic beam shoots straight inside. It's Mikhail forcing his way in. He heads straight for the monster's throat. Asari frowns, clearly grossed out. Flying beside him, she realizes these are the remains. They hang there, covered in thick black liquid. Mikhail suddenly notices something. Faces begin appearing all around them. Behind him, Asari explains they're demons born from their king's remains. They look terrifying, and worse, they're forming fast. Mikhail quickly thinks it through. The demons reach for him. A staff appears in his hand. Magic symbols surround him as he expands his magic circles. With a hard look, the protagonist uses Divine Gate. The demons freeze in confusion. A gate opens above them. Then Mikhail coughs up blood. He wipes his mouth and bids the demons farewell. Bright light pours from the gate, a spell he created before his regression. The demons stare at it in shock. Not just anyone can use this technique since it's far beyond basic magic. Blood still stains the corner of MC's mouth, and he realizes his guess was right. As the light breaks through, the demons start screaming. Asari grabs her face in shock as she watches. Pulling Mikhail's cheek, she asks why the demons vanished. He lowers his eyes when she asks if this is really necessary. Looking at the blood on his hand, he silently confirms her fear. Only smoke is left. The spell burns through huge amounts of mana, and mixed with everything else, he is running out of strength fast. So he rushes forward, knowing he has to wipe out every demon in this tiny window. Smoke streams through the air. Mikhail is breathing hard. Still, he says he's finally found what he needs. A huge sphere hangs above him. The protagonist frowns. It's the Demon King's eye, or rather, the serpent's heart. The eye opens. This is the thing tormenting the world tree. A giant eyeball with a red iris stares back. Magic symbols still circle Mikhail, and he knows he has 3 minutes left. The eye narrows at its guests, then lashes tentacles straight at MC. Turning to face it, he declares the fight has begun. With a determined frown, Mikhail activates Shimmer. He rushes for the eye, but now only 1 minute remains. The eyeball suddenly opens wide, and its pupil shrinks. He holds a small magic item in his hand. Asari tenses up when she realizes it's a signal stone. He grips it tight. Only 30 seconds left. At once, he charges straight into the eye's tentacles. Then an arrow flies in right in front of him, striking the girl. The snake twists as green smoke pours out. Jihad appears, bow in hand, full of confidence. The eye glares at Mikhail, but he says they won't let it leave and destroy the world tree. The eye flashes. The protagonist refuses to let that happen, even if it feels like everything else has lost meaning. Pointing his staff at the enemy, MC casts Yggdrasil. The staff touches the eye. At once, sprouts begin to break out from the ground. The tree takes root. It never gave up. Even after using all its strength, it still left hope behind. Its roots reach the serpent's heart, and Mikhail prays those seeds of hope will take hold. As he falls, he thinks it has to happen before the remains consume everything. With a smirk, he says he'll grant the girl's wish. This is a spell he learned for the world tree alone. The blonde smiles and thanks him. Tears run down her face, but she keeps smiling. As the snake disappears, it's clear Mikhail plans to erase Jihad's regret too. Jihad looks up with tears in his eyes, and he chooses to create a new reality. He smiles, satisfied with what he's done. A tree with an eye is born, a brand new beginning. Soon, that tree starts to fade, and a blinding light takes its place. Jihad freezes in amazement. Green mana rushes into one of the trees and starts flowing through it. Its leaves are quickly wrapped in mana. Then the whole tree blooms from that power. Elves and knights can only stare. Jihad watches, completely amazed. Then he turns around, his eye wide with shock. Mikhail tells him the tree will recover and the world tree will be reborn. Smiling, he says now it's Jihad's turn to do his part. Jihad grins and agrees. Then he looks at the tree shining bright with mana. Mikhail stands in the field and says this is truly her world. Yggdrasil comes over and says she can now heal the forest and watch over the children. When she thanks him, the protagonist grins and says, there's no need for that. He only kept his promise. Now it's time for the world tree to keep hers. Yggdrasil closes her eyes and says the moment has come, but that alone won't be enough. Opening them again, she asks if he wants her essence to increase his number of magic circles. With a smile, she says even a small piece of her essence could help, and lately she's wondered if her life was too cheap. Then she puts a hand to her chest and says she'll give him a part of herself. Asari hears that and gets upset. Flying up to her, she asks how Yggdrasil plans to keep balance in this world if she starts giving herself away right after gaining freedom. She glares at Yggdrasil, clearly jealous of Mikhail. MC asks what's wrong. She puffs her cheeks and insists it's nothing. He looks back at Yggdrasil as she says he'll soon be able to absorb not just mana, but other kinds of energy too. Smiling, she calls him a truly determined person. Then she hands him a strand of hair. Looking at it, Mikhail says that's pretty symbolic. Then he dumbly asks if he's supposed to eat it, and Yggdrasil quickly says no. Instead, she ties the hair around his wrist and says, that's enough. He closes his eyes and pours mana into the hair, making it glow a moment later. That mana spreads over Mikhail's whole body. He instinctively opens his eyes as the world's own energy flows through him. His wounds heal, and his magic returns. The protagonist reaches out his hand, trying to control all the mana around him. Mana floods his body. Absorbing her essence might not be strange, but the speed of his recovery is still incredible. Mikhail grits his teeth through the pain. A few minutes later, he smiles and says it finally reached the same level. Now 6 circles float around him. That evening, everyone celebrates with drinks. The elves dance and fire arrows into the air. Mikhail takes a sip of beer, surprised as he watches the elves. Even after everything they suffered, they can still laugh. All around him, people talk and mingle. Seeing that, MC smiles and says, "This is much better." Then the king sits beside him and asks how he feels. He recognizes the king of the fairies and says, unlike him, he doesn't carry so much on his shoulders. The man grins and says he's doing much better now. Looking at the crowd, Mikhail says Jihad is very talented. With training, he could even meet a spirit. There's a real chance he could form a contract with one. The king smiles and says that as his father, he's very proud. The protagonist looks at the king and remembers Jihad saying his father was a truly good elf. Seeing him now, Mikhail knows Jihad was right and he's glad he could help. Then the king got up and apologized for cutting the talk short. That made everyone look his way. MC listened without much interest as the king announced that reviving the world tree had brought back their honor. His lips shook as he admitted the elves had not done this by themselves. Raising his fist, he declared that the messenger had saved them, and from this moment on, they were allies of Mikhail Walpurgis Balfurgas. The king firmly added that they were no longer trapped in the forest. The elves cheered and threw their hands up. A second later, they were tossing him into the air and shouting for his eternal glory. He only gave an awkward smile. He clearly had not seen this coming. Then he suddenly went still, realizing he had forgotten something. Elsewhere, deep in the dark forest, someone cried out and begged his lord for forgiveness. The story then shifts to the church. The head archbishop let out a tired sigh. Then he turned to his guests. 6 other archbishops sat around the table. One of them closed his eyes and said he had learned a new candidate for warrior had already been chosen. The head archbishop calmly confirmed it, adding that even Archbishop Aliyah had said the young man deserved the title. Another archbishop looked aside and pointed out that the candidate came from a family of magicians. Hylian gave a quiet nod. A moment later, the head archbishop said nothing had been officially approved yet. The man turned away sharply, wondering since when they had started pushing back against him. He frowned, thinking these old men had grown far too proud. Facing them again, he reminded them that they served God's will and had no right to make such choices on their own. With a hard look, he said their job was simple: to prepare a warrior. Hylian suddenly slammed the table and argued that this was exactly why they had to reject the new candidate. He said in anger that their wish to survive could end up ruining someone's life. The head archbishop watched him in confusion, realizing Hylian was putting on an act. Hylian glared right back. Closing his eyes, the head archbishop said that if the new candidate surpassed the current one, the title would go to him. Then he looked toward the window and added that the first candidate still had more than one path ahead of him. Hylian heard that and sat back down. Looking at the head archbishop, he muttered that they would see in time. The others stayed silent, and the meeting came to an end. The head archbishop fell into thought. He frowned, remembering how strongly that boy had insisted. Now he only needed to endure a little longer. Meanwhile, Jihad said goodbye to Mikhail's group. He smiled and said he wished he could help them somehow. The protagonist grinned and told him that chance would come soon. Until then, he should keep training with a bow if he wanted to beat the king. Jihad looked at him in confusion at that advice. Then he smiled and promised to do his best, and Mikhail smiled back. Suddenly, Jihad asked if he was really going to become a warrior. MC nodded, yes. Looking away, Jihad said he knew he could do it. That made him turn serious. As Jihad looked at the world tree, he said not every religion turns the world into a battlefield over a fake prophecy, but some of them had still made his people prisoners of the forest. Mikhail frowned at those words. He understood better than anyone how many lies the clergy fed to the people. He had even run away himself to avoid obeying the nonsense those old men in robes demanded. Closing his eyes, the protagonist told Jihad not to worry. He knew exactly what he was doing. Jihad smiled and wished him a safe journey. Mikhail waved goodbye and said he believed in Jihad's people too. Then MC suddenly shivered. He looked aside, then turned sharply to Jihad and asked if he remembered what he had said before. Pointing at him, he warned that he must not carry everything alone, because that would only break him. In a serious voice, he said he hoped they had learned something this time. Jihad had saved many people and done countless brave things, but he was still chained to his past. In his previous life, Mikhail had watched that friend with sadness. Jihad had always been fair, yet the weight of the past never left him. Now the protagonist saw that same image of his old friend in Jihad. Because he had regressed, he decided this time he would help him. Jihad smiled, closed his eyes, and said Mikhail always understood better than he did. So he would repeat those words like a prayer. MC smiled. That was exactly what Jihad needed to hear to guide him the right way. After all, he was a partner fighting just as hard to save this world. Soon, his group set out. Eren looked at him and finally asked who he really was. The protagonist cut in at once, saying he was from the protagonist Walpurgis family. Eren got annoyed and said that was not what he meant. Resting on his shoulder, Asari said she had always known he was special. Still looking ahead, MC said it might be time to tell them everything. Eren flinched at that. Lion lifted his head too, and Morden's face turned serious. Mikhail bared his teeth in a grin. Then he spun around and claimed the reason he could do the impossible was because God's voice was guiding him. All three froze, realizing he was messing with them. He then remembered the first time he met Siegfried, when the man smiled, held out his hand, and asked his name. His bright hair and golden eyes made him look like a hero straight out of a fairy tale. Back then, Mikhail had been fooled by that image. He took the offered hand, not knowing Siegfried was dumber than a beast. The protagonist had warned him again and again about possible traps, but Siegfried never listened. He was smug, more worried about looking impressive than doing things right. A lot of people died because of him, and he never admitted it. Lion crossed his arms and asked if Mikhail was saying he got a revelation in an age when even saints could not. Asari pushed herself up and insisted the boyar was telling the truth. Then Cassandra frowned and asked what kind of revelation he had received. MC looked right at her and grinned, saying it told him to send them all packing. That answer left her shaken and confused. Looking toward the pond, Mikhail said the temple was rotting from the inside. Then he turned away and said the age of the old temple was almost over. He lifted a hand and declared he would send that holy temple away for good. Cassandra fixed her hair. Her eyes were wide as Mikhail faced them again and said they now had to destroy the system those old temple men had built. The scene shifts to the capital of the kingdom of Nut, to one of the saints' towers. Looking at the spire, he said it was the kingdom's symbol, and it also showed someone important had arrived. Soon, the group reached the entrance. An attendant greeted them and asked for their names and where they came from. Mikhail handed over a scroll at once. The man opened it and was stunned by what he read. He even shuddered when the protagonist explained it was a recommendation letter from Archbishop Aliyah. The attendant immediately released his mana and asked Mikhail for a drop of blood. MC placed one drop on the scroll, and after the check was confirmed, he went inside. He started looking around. There were many other candidates for warrior there. He did not care who had noble backing or high status. Lion glanced around and asked if they were really trying to stand out, but he stopped in shock. Mikhail smiled as he felt the breeze. Asari smiled too, saying she finally understood what he meant. A tattoo appeared on his neck, and a staff formed in his hand. Everyone nearby was stunned. Even the Templar could not hide it. Mikhail was soon wrapped. He looked at the crowd and silently told them to watch closely and remember it well for the old men who sent them. Then the protagonist focused on one man in particular. Morden noticed and followed his gaze. He walked up at once and reported that a suspicious man was hiding in the crowd. A moment later, the man flinched when Mikhail asked if he wanted a few days off. Smiling, MC told Morden he always worked hard and deserved some rest. He could count flies, visit a brothel, or dig up secrets. Morden stared at him in surprise, then slowly started to smile. He bowed and said that in that case, he would accept the vacation. Lion and Cassandra looked a little thrown off by that. Mikhail looked at them and said it was time to move. At that moment, Killian shouted and asked the Templar if he had truly seen divine power. The old man frowned and said it was impossible. Mages could not use divine power. Mana and divine power could not exist in one body. Having both at once was supposed to be nothing but a children's tale. He stared upward in disbelief and said none of this made any sense. The Templar bowed and added that there was more. They had also confirmed Cassandra was with him. Hearing that, the old man froze in shock. At the same time, Cassandra walked forward without hesitation. The story then moves to one of the main temples. A young priest named Sion greeted the group and said he would attend to them. Mikhail frowned a little, thinking Sion looked too young to be a mid-level priest. A moment later, he asked Sion to guide him, and Sion glanced at the others, asking what should be done with them. He looked at his companions and said they already knew their roles. Then, fixing his eyes on Cassandra, he asked her to come with him. Once she stepped closer, he asked if she understood that the Archbishop had noticed she was here. Cassandra lowered her head and said she knew. He was one of the people who feared her prophecy most. She looked at him and asked what she should do. That caught her off guard, and she said he understood this better than anyone. Mikhail just smiled. Standing before her, he said he would support whatever she decided. His answer left her stunned. Embarrassed, she quickly looked away. Then she steadied herself and said she would make the right choice. Mikhail turned and said that was settled. Looking at the temple, he added that a hard talk was waiting for him inside. Suddenly, Cassandra reached out and told him to wait. He turned back. His brow tightened when she said she could finally explain why she left the temple. Soon, the temple gates shut. Mikhail's group stayed behind to wait. Standing behind Cassandra, Aaron asked if this was really a good idea, but she said she trusted him. Meanwhile, Ryan looked around and said the place was impressive. As Cassandra passed him, she said she felt the same way the first time she came here. After all, she had spent her whole childhood in the slums. Aaron grew worried and called out to her. A little sadly, Cassandra said the temple had once been her light at the end of the tunnel. Back then, she was always hungry in the slums. One day, a priest came to her. He wiped away her tears, and that moment stayed with her. After that, the clergy took her away from the slums. Hand over her heart, she said she wanted to remember the temple the way it had been back then. It had once meant so much to her. She just hoped at least the building itself had not changed. Lion and Aaron fell silent, unsure what to say. Cassandra smiled and said that if they refused to believe her prophecy, then she would do everything she could to change it. And in that moment, she truly meant it. At the same time, Mikhail walked through the temple corridor. Sion guided him toward the main hall. Then someone called out, "The protagonist Walpurgis." He looked over as they asked if he was really the one who showed a miracle from God. Mikhail Walpurgis narrowed his eyes, confused by the question. A second later, he realized they were talking about his little performance earlier. Sion lit up when MC said a mage using divine power would shock anyone. The priest admitted he had never seen anything like it, and would love to see a warrior use magic too. He calmly said they should already have a warrior candidate for that. Glancing toward the columns, Sion said Siegfried was strong enough, but he had no brains. He said that last part with obvious nerves. Then he looked back at Mikhail and said there was just no kinder way to put it. The protagonist didn't react at all. Seeing that, Sion quickly bowed and apologized for speaking too freely. MC caught his hands, then shocked him by saying he actually liked him. Seeing the priest's bright smile, Mikhail decided to remember him. A little later, they reached a door, and Sion explained that no one below a certain rank could enter, so he had to go in alone. The priest bowed and said he would wait outside. The protagonist put his hand on the door. He wondered what kind of man this Holy Father Gregory would be. The doors slowly opened. Inside, Siegfried turned around at once. Mikhail stepped through and saw him. His eyes went wide. Siegfried stared back, and the knight from the prophecy stood frozen in disbelief. A few minutes earlier, Mikhail had asked the blue-haired girl if all this was because the temple refused to believe her prophecy. She started to answer and said it was not exactly that. Looking ahead, she admitted the real prophecy was a little different from what she had told them. MC fixed his eyes on her and asked what it actually said. Her eyes widened and light flashed inside them. Then she described screams everywhere, with human blood flowing like a river. An image of a lion's paw appeared. She said a lion with a golden mane and a huge charm on his neck stood against the demon. Then she added that the thing around his neck was an upside-down sun. Looking down, she explained that the sun was a symbol of warriors, though it could also mean the warrior would lose. Mikhail thought that kind of meeting did not sound like any warrior the temple would choose. The girl went on, saying that if so, it was a terrible prophecy for a warrior. Then she added that the whole world should know about it. Touching his chin, he repeated, "A lion, with a golden mane." His eyes suddenly widened. Still shocked, he repeated, "Golden mane." His gaze landed on the golden-haired man nearby. The man just looked at him in silence. Mikhail stared, then said his name. A man in white behind Siegfried greeted the protagonist. Then the blonde man spoke up. Mikhail swallowed hard and thought he should curse this guy from head to toe until he collapsed. But facing Siegfried, he forced himself to stay patient. The blonde man asked with concern if he was all right, while he kept repeating in his head, "Be patient." His eyes widened again with real madness in them. He clenched his fist and kept telling himself to stay patient. Hand over his heart. The protagonist bowed and said he was the lowest-ranked person in the temple, and that meeting him was a great honor. The brown-haired man replied that MC clearly knew proper etiquette. Mikhail glanced to the side and asked who this knight was. The church minister said he was a sir from the Order of the Knights of the Golden Lion and also a warrior candidate. He listened in silence as the minister added that only the two of them remained, and one would claim that place. The blond man stepped forward. With a smile, he offered his hand and said he was glad to meet him. Mikhail stared at the hand coldly, then shook it and said the feeling was mutual. His gaze dropped. Siegfried smiled as a strong turquoise aura burst around him. The protagonist sensed that Siegfried's divine power was overflowing and figured this was the perfect time to test his skill. With a twisted grin, he decided they should trade magic and activated auto-circulation. Green streams of magic slowly flowed from his hand into Siegfried's. Mikhail quickly realized the power went in easily, but had trouble coming back out. Siegfried gritted his teeth in shock, his face changing at once. Still holding his hand, MC kept the flow going until Siegfried cried out in pain. Then the green-haired girl poked his cheek and warned that he would kill him at this rate. Mikhail closed his eyes and let go of Siegfried's hand. The blond man pulled his hand back, a little shaken. Staring at the protagonist Walpurgis, the priest said he carried pure divine power, maybe even stronger than his own. Then the brown-haired man asked if the protagonist had received a revelation. With his head lowered and eyes shut, MC said yes. The green-haired girl lowered her hands and asked, looking down, whether he ever felt ashamed of lying. At once, Siegfried raised his hand and shouted that it was impossible. Hand on his chest, he blurted out that after the war the deity stopped speaking to people. He added that not even His Holiness had received a revelation. Mikhail gave a wild grin and laughed, then asked again if he really had not. The blonde boy stared at him in shock, mouth open. He folded his hands and looked up, saying a warrior's very existence was special. A warrior was not meant to simply obey the Holy Church. The brown-haired man's eyes narrowed as the protagonist went on. A warrior's duty was to serve and follow the deity directly. Siegfried stared at him, stunned. Mikhail said he could tell those words had hurt Siegfried's pride, but that attitude was no different from betraying the deity he served. The blonde boy looked down, then he turned away and apologized with his head lowered. Covering his eyes, MC said he understood what Siegfried had meant anyway. Then he turned to the church minister and said he wanted to clear up the part about the revelation, though first, one more thing had to be handled. Narrowing his eyes, he started to speak again about the revelation, then suddenly stiffened. A turquoise-haired girl with animal-like ears was sitting on the floor, staring at him. Mikhail asked who she was and how long she had been there. Her eyes opened wide. Touching her chin with a smile, she asked if he could see her. He froze in shock. Still smiling, she asked again if he could really see her. Then she snapped her fingers. The priest froze in place, and Siegfried did too. Now suddenly behind Mikhail, the turquoise-haired girl smirked and asked who she was. The protagonist looked back in shock and thought that only a few beings in the world could stop time, so the answer was obvious. He said she was Hekau, and with a smile, she confirmed it. Looking at her from the corner of his eye, MC wondered how she could be a deity when she looked so young. Then he thought she was just another baby-faced one, same as Breeze. The green-haired girl snaps that he is not thinking anything dirty. Hekau just says Breeze is basically invisible. Breeze tells her to drop it, but Hekau says that makes sense. She's a magic progenitor and holds half of Asari's power. Breeze looks away and mutters that she is nobody here anyway. Hekau grabs Breeze's hand and demands to know why she keeps shoving her around. Then she slams her hard into the floor and yells at her to stop. Bedorak drops flat and goes completely still. Coming up behind him with a grin, Hekau says she's happy to meet the heir. Mikhail hesitates, and she confirms he is the one who inherited part of Asari. She keeps staring into his eyes and says there was someone else. But his cold stare cuts her off. Hekau asks why he's looking at her like that, because there isn't even a little respect in his eyes. He lets out a breath and starts to answer. A huge winged eye and a dark man in a cloak flash through his mind. Mikhail says it's because the world tree is dying. The demon god is getting stronger, and she's been doing nothing. If anyone is being disrespectful, it's her. That actually catches Hekau off guard. Then she grins. She says it's funny, then folds her arms and adds that if he's upset she ignored his revelation, she had her own reasons. The protagonist asks if she's serious, and she says yes. Hekau laces her fingers near her mouth. Looking at him, she says her words never would have reached him anyway. Even being close to the main deity, she says, was still not enough. Mikhail points out that she is still a deity. Hekau tells him to save the excuses for later. She explains that for some reason, her voice stopped reaching her followers. No one believed her prophecy anymore. MC looks up and asks what she wants from him. A prize for having the lowest trust score? Hekau says he is the only one who can talk to her. Then she raises a hand and says she wants to know why. With a playful smile, she tells him to figure it out. The girl snaps her fingers, and time starts moving again. Siegfried turns to Mikhail and asks if this is about the revelation. He lowers his eyes and thinks. Behind him, Hekau tells him to find out why only he can see and hear her. The protagonist decides the demon god problem matters more right now. He knows they need to deal with that fast, and he chooses where to begin. Then he asks to speak, already planning to throw out some bait first. Staring at the boy a little wildly, Mikhail says the Lord is worried about the current situation and very, very disappointed. The brown-haired man's eyes go wide. The blonde boy blurts out that it's an obvious lie. MC fires back, asking how he can call it a lie when he has no way to check. Then the red-eyed he shifts to the priest, saying he should step in, and asking if he remembers what was said about the two girls. The priest stiffens in shock. Mikhail says he took one girl and let the other go, and insists it should not be taken the wrong way. The priest slowly raises a hand. The protagonist thinks it sounded vague, but the man probably got the point. This is not really Hekau's revelation, but he doesn't care. If he can make them believe it, then it becomes the truth. The brown-haired man narrows his eyes and asks to end it here. The priest looks at the two fair-haired boys and says he has high hopes for them. He tells them not to forget that. As Mikhail leaves, the minister turns toward him. The church minister says it's nothing, but MC keeps watching him. Then he asks if everything is all right. The priest looks startled. He smiles and says they can handle it. Seeing the priest still standing there, Mikhail vows that even if they lack power, he will do whatever it takes to succeed. By evening, the estate is quiet. Looking at the strange seal on his hand, the protagonist says even the mark showed up. This is his only chance, so he cannot mess it up. Breeze, resting on his shoulder, points out that there are even more marks now, and Hekau left one too. She says that at this rate, his back will not have a single clean spot left. MC admits that's very possible. Then he says they need to go to Cassandra first. A gray-haired guy reacts in shock. Spotting the knight facing a purple-haired man, he asks who that is. The armored man stares ahead, and the purple-haired man meets him with a cold look. Lion frowns because the boy has been gone too long. Then he notices a man in the distance and asks who it is. Habe calmly asks where the fortune teller is. The knight grips his sword. As he swings it up, he asks who this stranger thinks he is to demand that. Without moving, the man wonders why they came back. He closes his eyes for a moment. Stone cracks under his feet as Habe runs a finger along his blade. Walking up to the knight, Habe reminds him that the fortune teller belongs to the temple. The knight just stares back, while Habe stays sure the girl is here. The knight's eyes widen when someone tells her not to worry. With a terrifying look, Habe says, none of this will be her fault. Lion quickly shields the knight with her hand. Frowning, he warns the visitor to stop. Habe coldly tells him to move. The other guy only smiles and says he'll spare his life. Lion reaches for the sword as the man brings up his family. A sword flashes and it becomes clear they may not be able to stop him. The guy stares at the weapon in shock. Habe stays calm as they reveal he is the commander of the Holy Knights. Even then, Lion holds out a hand and refuses again. The man closes his eyes and says that if they keep resisting, he knows what he will have to do. The boy watches in fear, while it becomes clear the guest wants something specific. The ground starts to shake and they realize how strong Lion is. Suddenly Habe draws his weapon and raises a hand. Then he charges. Cassandra panics and begs them to stop. Their swords crash together. Habe glances at her carefully. Cassandra watches the two men with a hard frown. She says this is too much, even for the knight commander. The man stands still and says the archbishop regrets what happened. Lowering his gaze, he promises things will be different this time, so she should come with him. Cassandra stays serious and says he is only taking Archbishop Killian's side. She understands what that means. If she goes back, she will never be allowed to leave the temple again, so she asks if they plan to drag her back by force. The man calmly says they will, if needed. Her friends move to protect her, and he says that's why he offered for her to leave willingly. Then Mikhail steps in and says she won't be going anywhere with Habe. Flames whirl around him. The man looks down, surprised. He watches the fire spin around him. Even Habe looks stunned. When the young man appears with a staff, the visitor realizes it is Mikhail. The protagonist says he promised to protect Lady Cassandra. The man answers that this is temple business. Grinning MC says he should not talk like that to a warrior candidate. Hobby is surprised when he offers to recite the laws for him. Mikhail meets his gaze, sure Habe assumed he knew nothing about the rules around heroes. He explains that not many people know those laws. Then he adds that Cassandra left the temple on her own and told no one. Pointing to himself, the protagonist says she was traveling with a warrior candidate. With a flat look, he says that makes this temple-related duty his business too. Habe tenses when he realizes his actions have no clear excuse. He looks confused as Mikhail says he would be happy to file a complaint with Killian. Then MC lifts a finger and suggests the visitors simply leave. Horrified, Habe decides to stop wasting time with talk. He studies him closely. Then he lowers his head and shuts his eyes. Mikhail frowns when the man suddenly agrees to leave. Cassandra lowers her gaze. She presses both hands to her chest. The knight places his hand over hers. The protagonist stands with his back to them. Turning around, he says they need to talk. Soon everyone is gathered around one table. Mikhail folds his arms and says he wants to confirm something. His eyes sharpen as he addresses Sir Helen. He tells the knight to take off the helmet. Still standing there with arms crossed, Mikhail says this suspicion has been bothering him for a long time. He wonders if MC Walpurgis really knows who this knight is. He keeps staring at him. Worried, Cassandra tries to stop this, but Helen speaks up and says they cannot hide it anymore. He starts removing the helmet, saying the time has come. Blonde hair falls free, and the knight is revealed as Edda, Siegfried's sister. Mikhail Walpurgis looks down, thinking. Cassandra looks at her friend in worry as she is asked why she helped Edda flee the kingdom and why she is traveling with her. Edda lowers her eyes and says that she and her brother are Edda says she and Siegfried were orphans. They grew up in the slums where people treated them like trash. She lowers her eyes, scared by the memory. Cruel adults mock them, and to children like them, the world felt heartless. Edda shudders as she remembers it. Back then, they believed they were in fate's hands. They kept running, but there was no easy way out. Mikhail listens as Edda explains that she and her brother were trapped in that life until they met someone who finally stepped in, while her brother tried to shield her through tears. That man was Archbishop Killian. Now, it all starts to make sense to Edda. Siegfried's divine power was never normal. From the moment they were taken in, their lives changed. The Holy Temple became their new home, but that wasn't the end of it. Looking down, Edda says things started getting strange at the same time. She watched with growing worry as Siegfried was raised up as a warrior candidate. After that, a selfish side of him started to show. He grew cold and stopped listening to anyone. Eda looks away and names the first thing he did after becoming a candidate. He attacked the prophet, leaving Cassandra hanging her head in sadness. Mikhail asked carefully if Siegfried was also the one who killed the people chasing Cassandra. That brings up another doubt. Did Siegfried really do it by his own will? Eda sadly says Killian took advantage of how vague prophecies can be. He showed Siegfried people who had suffered because of prophecy and used his sense of justice against him. Mikhail admits he never expected Killian to be directly tied to Cassandra's disappearance. If Eda is telling the truth, then the protagonist has figured out Siegfried's biggest weakness. He gives a crooked smile because the whole thing is both ridiculous and serious. If even the archbishop and the warrior candidate turned against Hekau's prophecy, that may be the real problem. A girl nervously crosses her fingers. MC looks down and says they still can't be completely sure. Then he asks Cassandra if she's tired of always being the victim. She agrees, but says exposing the truth still may not change anything. Her hands shake as she brings up the name people call her. Mikhail calmly says that nickname out loud. Cassandra has spent her time hiding from people since almost no one believes her prophecies. He says that if Killian keeps pushing things this way, then they'll have to reveal the truth, even if it ends up helping Siegfried. That catches Cassandra off guard. Mikhail says Siegfried only draws so much attention because the Holy Temple built a false image around him. In his eyes, that whole image is a lie. With a smile, he says he'll show them what it takes to bring this to an end. Then the story shifts to what's happening in the temple. At the temple, Siegfried stands with his sword in hand. He looks down, unsure whether he can really carry the role of a warrior. When someone speaks to him, he turns and sees his sister there, worried about him. He turns away, saying she doesn't understand anything. Tears fill Eda's eyes. Siegfried sadly asks since when she started looking at him like that. He lowers his head and realizes all the warmth he once felt for her is gone. Then he looks up. Eda stands before him without emotion, and he realizes he's become numb. He swings his sword, unable to understand why. Staring at the blade, Siegfried tells himself none of this is his fault. He can't understand why the only family he has left won't understand him. Killian walks up behind him. Siegfried notices right away. With a smile, Killian asks if he's interrupting. Siegfried says he was almost done and asks why he came. Killian closes his eyes and says there's something he needs to know. At the mention of the new warrior candidate, Siegfried looks away. Killian keeps talking, completely serious. Siegfried is stunned to hear that Mikhail, the prophet, and his own sister are working together. His sword slips from his hand and hits the floor. Wide-eyed, he asks if they really came with the protagonist. He presses Killian, asking if his eminence knew. Killian says he was going to report it soon. Siegfried asks what they should do now, and the archbishop answers that God helps those who act, so they must do their part. Siegfried frowns, not sure what he means. Meanwhile, Cassandra remembers that no one ever believed her prophecy. Mikhail sees the real problem as Killian's control over the story, and decides they need to make him look better by comparison, with help from the priest. Suddenly, Siegfried glances aside. Something near the gateway catches his attention. A dark space waits there. He senses someone nearby but keeps it to himself. Time passes, and a week later the group is sitting in an office. Lion asks what Mikhail plans to do since it sounds like the other side made up their minds long ago. MC looks up. In recent years, the church had been split by fierce arguments among priests and archbishops. They fought over who was right, what made a true hero, and who should become the temple's symbol. A lot of them backed Siegfried. Killian openly supported him too. It made sense. Siegfried was one of the holy knights, and the temple had already built him up with a strong public image. The prize before them was like a crown. Lion rubs his head and complains that they've been stuck in the temple for a whole week. He pushes back his chair and says he thought Mikhail already had a plan. Pointing at the table, he adds that more than half the votes are on Siegfried's side. When he calls that way of thinking ridiculous, Lion frowns and asks what he means. The protagonist explains that those numbers don't include the archbishops who stayed out of choosing a warrior. Some of the highest-ranking people in the temple are still neutral, so until they know for sure, Lion, clearly annoyed, says that still means Siegfried is more likely to win. Mikhail looks down and says that may be true on paper, but numbers can be wrong. His reasons for becoming a warrior candidate were never simple. One of them was the murder of an archbishop. Later, people learned that death was tied to a devil. Mikhail remembers that this was when everyone suddenly rushed to pick a warrior, so he decides to get to the bottom of it. To stop that murder and catch the real culprit, he had to remain in the temple for a week. Cassandra looks back when someone mentions her request. She says she checked everything because she thought he would agree. MC glances at her, knowing this man couldn't turn her down. He was one of the few who believed her to the very end. Then someone knocks, and the door opens. Cassandra puts a hand to her chest. Mikhail smiles at the hooded visitor standing in the doorway. The woman's eyes widen. The guest sighs, raises a hand, and apologizes for appearing in such a different way. Cassandra tells him it's fine. The priest lowers his gaze, disappointed. Cassandra says Mikhail protected her, and the priest thanks him. He says he only did what he had to do in the situation. The man keeps staring at the floor. Then the protagonist brings up the revelation they discussed before. There's a seal on his wrist. The visitor sees it, goes still in shock, and realizes it's Hekau's mark. Mikhail says he spoke with her directly, and she told him the church has to change. The guest silently watches him. Then MC says they need his help. The next day, someone slams a fist onto the table. Killian, furious, demands to know what kind of nonsense this is. A few hours earlier, the archbishops had gathered together. One of them said he would support Mikhail. Killian frowned and asked what he meant. The others began arguing at once. Killian stared straight ahead, thinking Nareen was his closest helper, so he should have stood with him. Around the table, the archbishops tried to figure out their next move. One of them admitted Siegfried was losing support in the temple, and blamed their own overconfidence. Another warns that with Mikhail involved, anything can happen. Killian grits his teeth. With both hands on the table, he insists Edward's son can't win over the majority. He rises and says that no matter how much people talk about demons invading, most still don't believe it. And even if it were possible, he says, they should simply cut that possibility out, leaving the other archbishops stunned. Killian smirked and said they might have to get their hands dirty to keep the truth on their side. Mikhail Walpurgis raised his hands. He yawned and said a whole week had already gone by. Looking up, he figured Naren had made the first move because he had no choice but to back Cassandra. He held the hand with the seal over the praying girl. Mikhail narrowed his eyes and realized there was only one problem left. The archbishop would be found dead on the floor, so he had to stop the murder first. His eminence was trying to keep the door shut, and that only made him trust him less. The villain watched closely. If the archbishop died, Killian was the one who gained the most. Touching his chin, the mage decided to look into it himself. When he heard Morden, the protagonist spun around, startled, and asked why he wasn't still on vacation. Morden raised a brow and said a week off was enough. If he stayed away longer, the Marquis would scold him. Mikhail closed his eyes and thought that did sound like something his father would do. The servant lowered his head and said something seemed off in the temple. Glancing aside, MC asked what was happening and learned it involved the Holy Knights. Morning came over the estate. Asari floated up and said the air felt tense. Morden looked at his master and added that there was one more thing he needed to hear. Thinking of Killian's threatening stare, Morden said the man gave off bad energy and was probably planning something. Mikhail looked up. Then he closed his eyes and said they needed to investigate Killian. The butler smiled when he thanked him for working through his vacation and asked what reward he wanted. Pointing at the chain, the protagonist offered him an elixir. With a big smile, he said it could keep him healthy all the time. The servant looked up, shocked. He shut his eyes and asked when he would hear the full details. Rubbing his chin, Mikhail said he'd explain after they finished this first. He looked away and decided they could go back to the reward talk later. Now he had nothing left to hide. Lion raised a brow and asked if they really had to go to the Holy Knights. As they headed out, Mikhail said they had something to handle there, and Lion asked why he had to come too. Remembering the arena, the knight pointed out that he couldn't even beat the captain last time. MC told him to go all out this time, and the swordsman smiled, saying not to worry. He stepped forward and offered him something to use in the next fight. He tossed the item over to his friend. Lion asked what it was, then saw it was a sword hilt. Mikhail told him to pour aura into it and see what happened. The boy closed his eyes. Then his pupils suddenly shrank. A blue wave of energy flashed out. It burst from the hilt. It was a magic sword. Mikhail warned him this wasn't just a chunk of metal and told him to remember that it could spread aura. Blue flames flared up. They took the shape of a man. The knight's eyes went wide. Standing by the illusion, the protagonist said this was someone even better with a sword than he was. Lion raised his brows and realized he had seen that person in a dream. Frowning, Mikhail said the phantom would help train him, even if they couldn't fully connect or sense each other. Resting on his shoulder, Asari realized he had spent the whole week making this weapon and training partner. Looking at the hilt, Lion asked if he should really accept a gift like this when he hadn't been much help lately. MC put a hand on his shoulder and said things would be different from now on. Smiling, he told his friend to get stronger if he was truly thankful. He looked at him with confidence. The boy's eyes suddenly widened in fear. Gripping the hilt, the knight agreed. The guard spotted a warrior candidate and asked what brought him there. Mikhail said he needed to speak with the commander. The guards traded uneasy looks. He narrowed his eyes and asked why they were hesitating to let him in. He stared at the flustered knights in silence. They asked the guest to wait a bit because they needed to prepare something. As he walked toward the entrance, Mikhail said that wasn't needed. Then he looked up and saw a man in a blue cloak coming toward him. Smiling, he asked if the commander had come out himself to greet them. KB answered with a hard stare. The protagonist just kept smiling. Cabe frowned and asked what he wanted. Mikhail rested a hand on his friend's shoulder, asked why he was being so rude, and said they had important business. He flinched when his companion bluntly demanded a rematch. The knight confirmed it, and the commander frowned. Looking at them, KB said it was a shame they hadn't met again after last time, though calling that a duel was generous. The swordsman glared at him, then a smile spread across his face. Lion narrowed his eyes and asked if Cabe was scared to fight him. The commander frowned deeper. With a grin, Lion asked if he thought he'd just been swinging his sword around last time. Cabe turned away and said that wasn't what he meant. Covering one eye, Mikhail said he had the right to know about the temple's problems and corruption. Cabe looked up and told him not to get involved. With a steady frown, MC asked if that was a threat. Cabe shot him an annoyed look and said it was only a warning. A sword sliced through the air. The two trainees clashed. Mikhail and the others walked past them. Cabe raised a brow and said they kept training so they wouldn't fall in God's eyes. He looked away and said he used to admire them, but now he felt something was wrong. Asari drifted forward and sensed Hekau's energy. Her glowing eyes widened as she said they really did have a reason to worry. There was a Hekau symbol on the wall, and something about it felt off. Hearing there was a detail almost impossible to notice, Mikhail looked aside. The temple was guarded by priests with the strongest faith and divine power. They appeared. In the darkness, a fanged mouth appeared. The mad thing grinned, a devil with terrifying power that slowly broke its prey through tricks and lies. The creature rose from black slime like it was putting on a show. Mikhail Walpurgis looked down and realized even that being had a weakness. The real problem was that once someone keeps lying to themselves, they stop knowing what's false and what's real. Looking up, he understood that at that point people start acting as if the lie is true. He turned to the Guardian and asked who it really was. Cabe twitched when the protagonist asked if anything strange had been happening with the Holy Knights lately. Turning around, Cabe said he hadn't noticed anything. Mikhail studied him and thought it didn't sound like a lie, though Cabe still looked away. Raising two fingers, MC decided to test that. He touched them to the bridge of his nose. His eyes turned black as he used a detection skill. The world around him went dark. He sensed a swordsman training nearby. The canteen was empty. Another knight stood under the building's windows. Then the tree roots shifted. Mikhail's eyes widened when he felt something strange. Lowering his hand, he realized what it meant. Standing alone in the middle of the castle grounds, he understood there was something hidden in the basement. His expression hardened as he asked if anything unusual was going on down there. Without turning back, Cabe said yes. Mikhail looked at him, pointing downward. He asked about the lower level. With a stern look, Walpurgis asked for permission to inspect the basement. Fear flashed across Cabe's face. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He knew he'd caught something. He thought the commander had to know what his men were doing, but he still held back from judging too fast. Mikhail said there had to be something down there, but Cabe turned away and denied it. So MC said, that settled it. Nothing was stopping him from checking the basement. Cabe pressed a hand to his chest and said he couldn't allow that. Frowning, Cabe said he'd go too since it was better with an escort, but he hinted he had more important things to handle. Cabe's eyes widened. Pointing at his friend, Mikhail asked if he was seriously doubting this swordsman's skills. Cabe repeated that he couldn't send a warrior candidate down there alone, and the protagonist asked who he should go with then. Siegfried, already sensing something was wrong, was heading straight toward them. MC frowned, realizing his rival was about to appear. Looking ahead, the boy asked what was going on. He smiled. Pointing at the blonde, Mikhail Walpurgis said he'd go with him. Startled, Siegfried asked what he was doing there. The protagonist turned and called to him. Then he pointed ahead and told his former friend he was coming along. Siegfried blinked in surprise and asked what he meant. The two headed down into the basement. Siegfried frowned and asked why nobody would explain what was happening. As they went down the stairs, Mikhail said there was something in the basement, and Siegfried reminded him the place was supposed to be abandoned. Asari touched her chin and said that made it even stranger. MC stopped. Siegfried frowned and reminded him that he had recently been called overconfident. Looking down, Mikhail asked what was wrong with that. Siegfried raised a hand and asked why some total stranger had called him that. The boy stepped forward. He lifted his head. With a grin, he turned and asked if Siegfried really believed everything the temple did was right. The archbishops all had their own sacred duties, and they claimed they couldn't go against God's will, but to him, that was just a weak excuse. Mikhail asked if his rival had ever thought about how his choices hurt the people close to him. Siegfried looked down, tense, and said he always thought things through and acted with care. He raised a brow and asked if that was why they exiled the prophet. The boy tried to answer, but the protagonist Walpurgis cut him off and told him to shut up. He asked what kind of justice or mercy they could preach after throwing that girl away. The knight lowered his head. He pictured Killian warning that Cassandra's prophecy would only throw people into chaos. That, Mikhail guessed, was what pushed his old friend to try changing the world on his own. The swordsman suddenly found himself beneath a starry sky. MC asked if he had ever considered that he could choose his own path. Then he said this talk was pointless anyway. Siegfried probably never expected kind words from him. That made Siegfried lift his brows. Head lowered, he asked if Edda thought the same. Mikhail frowned and asked if that would change anything. Remembering his friend getting run through by a sword, he thought that if anything could have changed Siegfried, none of this would have happened. The blonde shut his eyes. A ball of light formed in his hand. The heroes glanced around. The basement room was empty except for scattered boxes. The knight smiled and said no one was here. Mikhail rolled his eyes and told him to stay quiet. Asari raised her hands and said he could count on her. A staff appeared in the protagonist's hand. He looked up. The staff tip began to glow. Then a swirl of green energy burst out. The swordsman threw up a hand to shield his face. Smoke filled the room. When it cleared, a strange lump of flesh was lying on the floor. Mikhail frowned and asked if his rival had changed his mind now. The thing was coated in black slime. The staff crushed it. Asari rushed forward and noticed the energy felt like the same force hurting Yggdrasil. Blood splashed across the basement floor. Thinking of the city, Mikhail Walpurgis realized there could be countless cocoons like this. The woman was drowning, lost in hopelessness, and only Hekau could understand it. He frowned, realizing he had badly underestimated the problem. Siegfried raised a hand and asked what it was. Then the young man asked how someone was supposed to make the right choice. Touching his rival's forehead, Mikhail told him to figure that out for himself. Kabe clasped his hands. The man lowered his eyes and thought about MC's heir. The moment they entered the castle, the commander had assumed the boy would back off and stay shut inside the temple for a week. Hands still clasped, Kabe wondered if that had been wrong. He remembered the room under the temple and told himself he hadn't noticed anything suspicious there. Still, the mage had sounded completely sure. Kabe lowered his head and wondered what would happen if something really was down there. Lifting his sword hilt, Lion asked how long his opponent planned to sit there. With raised brows, the boy asked when they were finally going to fight. The man lowered his hands and said this wasn't a duel. The boy frowned and asked if he really meant that. The commander looked up, rose from the steps, and said he held his title for a reason. His sword flared with bright power. Wrapped in that aura, Kabe said the guest couldn't match his strength. The young man smiled. Lion brought his sword hilt up and decided to test that claim. Light shone behind him. Lion narrowed his eyes, thinking he had found a worthy foe with real skill. Waves of energy spread over the man's body. Smiling, the boy remembered his teacher and said his enemy was still far from reaching that level. A blast of energy shot from the hilt. He settled into a fighting stance. Then he struck with the magic sword. The blades slammed together. The commander looked down. The young man gritted his teeth, and his eyes began to glow. Streaks of strikes ripped through the air. Blue waves rushed at the enemy. The knight rose onto his toes. Kabe frowned hard. His eyes widened. Suddenly it felt like time itself had sped up. Tightening his grip, Lion realized the fight was turning dangerous. Their swords crashed together again. There was space between them now. With a grim stare, the man asked what was going on. Then he realized if he lost here, he'd never keep his standing before his men. The others were watching from the ramparts. The commander lowered his hand. The holy knight set his jaw and shouted that he would crush his opponent. Then a huge explosion rang out. The boy turned back and called to his friend. As the smoke cleared, the protagonist saw everyone gathered there and felt relieved they all were. Kabe turned and asked what happened. Mikhail pressed his fingers together and asked for a moment of attention. Smiling wide, he announced that starting today, all Holy Knight missions were suspended. The students stared in shock. The heroes stood in the middle of the arena, and no one understood what this. Mikhail closed his eyes and said there was a reason for it. Striking the ground with his staff, he revealed that a demonic creature had built a nest right under them. Siegfried looked down when his rival added that the candidate agreed with him too. He narrowed his eyes and asked if that was true. Raising his staff high, he declared that no one would leave until they caught the creature. Bright beams shot from the staff. A dome of light spread over the square. A magic barrier covered the whole castle. The seal on his hand and the staff tip both began to glow. Mikhail frowned, thinking those powers together should be enough to locate the demon. Squinting, he ordered it to show itself. The boy shut his eyes. The Holy Knight's eyes went wide. Kabe looked up. Lion glanced away. The young man frowned, wondering who it could be. His red eyes flashed as he said someone was about to start coughing. One knight suddenly grabbed his mouth. The commander stared at him in horror. The protagonist walked toward the warrior. Miles threw his head back and shouted that a holy knight couldn't be a demon. Mikhail Walpurgis slammed his staff down and told him to stay quiet. The student flinched. The boy narrowed his eyes and called him a terrible actor. The knight raised his hands and insisted he couldn't be a demon, but a dark veil covered his eyes. Mikhail, angered, said a monster had slipped into their ranks and forced its host to kill his own comrades. Lifting his staff, he asked for forgiveness and said he had no other choice. As he swung it, the magician said he had to do this. The staff struck the barrier, and the demon asked who had decided to ruin all his years of hard work. The protagonist stared at him in surprise. The people around them had no idea what was happening. Miles was swallowed by darkness. Mikhail Walpurgis opened his mouth, remembering something. Blood had burst from the archbishop's body before, so a monster had to be behind it. Looking down, he realized this was the one they had been hunting. Lowe's appeared on the training ground. The boy looked at him and frowned. The demon smirked and asked if he recognized him. The mage, brows raised, said yes. The commander of the 6th squad stood there before him, Meryl. The protagonist said the monster was trying way too hard to copy her, and it grinned. The devil widened his eyes and said he hated hearing people talk about him like that. Lowe's spread his arms. A huge cloud of dust burst up around him. The Holy Knight looked around and told everyone to stay calm. Mikhail Walpurgis lowered his head and realized the demon was trapped now, so the archbishop should be safe. Squinting, he guessed the monster was aiming for someone closer, like a warrior candidate. The monster charged forward. The creature leaped up to seize its target. Its hand nearly reached the boy's neck. Mikhail raised a brow and used Storm. Lowe's eyes widened in fear. A spinning wall of green energy formed in front of him. The demon looked up and asked what it was. The magician reached out. He caught the enemy by the throat and lifted him into the air. Frowning, he turned to Meryl and said he knew she was watching. The monster shuddered. Mikhail Walpurgis reflected in its eyes. With an angry squint, the boy declared that her plan would fail. A divine spear appeared overhead. It drove straight through the monster's body. The students gasped. Siegfried's eyes widened. The devil tried to lift its trembling hand. Holding out his hand, the young man told the demoness to wait for her turn. A bright flash lit up Delos. The monster broke apart into dust. The boy watched in shock. Looking aside, the magician thought humanity needed a hero, someone who would destroy evil and lead people the right way. The knight pressed his lips together, realizing he didn't stand out next to his rival at all. In his memory, the swordsman saw his comrade waving to him. As he pictured Miles's shadow turning into a demon, Siegfried realized he had never noticed even a trace of the monster. Looking down, the boy decided he was too pathetic to be a warrior. Then he clenched his fist and thought any weakness could still be fixed. The man gathered the wet mass into a pile. Dropping to his knees, the knight thought God would not reject those who truly tried. Frowning, the swordsman knew he had to keep trying. As they went down into the basement, the protagonist asked if Siegfried really believed he could save the world alone. Siegfried frowned, frustrated. His hands started shaking. Lowering his staff, Mikhail Walpurgis asked if everyone had seen it. Turning to the students, he warned that demons were tricky. They acted friendly, so they could catch their prey. When someone asked how he knew, he raised a brow and said, "No one earns the title of warrior without proper training." The Holy Knights stared in surprise when he called them that. Mikhail scolded them, saying they couldn't even tell a demon from their own ally, and that was shameful for Holy Knights. A large banner hung over the castle. He went on, saying the knights just bowed to the archbishops and followed orders. Habe immediately shouted that it wasn't true. Annoyed, the man answered that knights who serve Hekau are supposed to stay neutral. The protagonist then remembered the attack on the temple. The commander looked confused. Mikhail said he could accept that behavior if it actually got rid of demons. The warrior let his hands fall. Still stunned, MC waved them off and said there was nothing else to discuss with ordinary soldiers. Then he turned back and asked if the second warrior candidate agreed. Siegfried froze and opened his mouth. After lowering his head, Siegfried admitted that he did. Mikhail glanced away. Suddenly, Siegfried tried to protest. He turned back and asked what he wanted to say. Siegfried answered that he wanted to test his own strength. With firm resolve, he challenged the protagonist to a duel. Mikhail looked at him suspiciously. Siegfried raised his sword. MC narrowed his eyes and mocked him, asking if he really wanted to compare whose sword was better. He warned him not to regret it later because pride had a price. He then asked what price he meant. The mage pointed at the Holy Spirit pendant hanging from Siegfried's neck. Siegfried touched his chest. He looked away, thinking it over. Then, with confidence, Siegfried agreed. Mikhail realized Siegfried had already used Seth's absolute protection. There was a faded mark on his neck. Standing across from him, the protagonist figured there was nothing to fear. He smirked. Sure, he knew Siegfried better than anyone. Mikhail could already picture him dropping to his knees once his confidence broke. A crown fell from a high cliff. Sitting on the edge, Siegfried reached down, knowing he wouldn't be able to stay calm much longer. MC caught the crown, looked up, and admitted he simply didn't like his rival. The sword flashed in the sunlight. Holding it out, Mikhail declared that he would not lose. Asari flew over and asked if he wanted help, but he said he could handle this one alone. Squinting, he silently urged Siegfried charged. He closed the gap fast. Mikhail's eyes widened. If he didn't show enough power early, Siegfried might think he could win. Siegfried tightened his lips. He gripped his weapon with both hands and swung. Mikhail threw out a level 5 shield. The sword shattered it instantly. The protagonist stared in surprise. Then he grinned, deciding this duel had been worth it. His reflection spell flashed brightly. MC gritted his teeth and struck back. The two separated again. Mikhail's expression hardened as he used 5th circle magic. Chained magic circles formed around him. Hundreds of swords appeared overhead. They gathered into formation. Mikhail recognized the support magic from before the regression. It wasn't deadly, but it hurt badly. The swords shot forward. Siegfried puffed out his cheeks. Purple energy wrapped around his blade. He swung it forward, and a mass of mana flew into the air. A blast rang out across the field. Dust swallowed him up. It billowed high into the air. Standing inside it, Mikhail realized Siegfried still wasn't fighting at full power. He closed his eyes. He decided to fight fair. Only then would Siegfried reveal his real strength. Siegfried rushed in again. He was sure Mikhail wouldn't have time to cast a defense this fast, but hundreds of swords suddenly appeared above him. Calling his old comrade arrogant, the protagonist sent them crashing down. Siegfried looked up and saw them too late. MC raised a hand and cast a level 5 slow. Siegfried froze. The swords pinned him to the ground. He lifted his head, struggling to breathe. Even so, he clenched his fist, still trusting his own strength. Mikhail crouched beside him. Then he pointed upward. He said there were still 10 swords left. Siegfried's eyes widened. He opened his mouth and let out a shaky breath. Mikhail put a finger to his lips. With a sly smile, he said the night would be long. Siegfried realized it wasn't even dark yet, and sweat ran down his face. At the protagonist's command, dozens of swords dropped from the sky. Siegfried collapsed, foam spilling from his mouth. The holy knight stared, thinking Mikhail had gone too far. Lion crossed his arms and called his friend insane. Then the medallion landed in MC's hands. Looking down, Siegfried handed the relic to the winner of the duel. He studied the pendant and decided to use it well, while Asari called it beautiful. The Holy Spirit pendant shimmered. It boosted divine power and sped up healing. After putting it on, Mikhail remembered it had other effects too, but it was still too soon to use them. For now, he decided boosting divine energy was enough. With his head lowered, Siegfried admitted it had been a fair fight. His skills were weaker, and he still had a lot to learn. The protagonist stayed silent. Then he asked if Siegfried would have fought differently if this hadn't been a duel. Startled, Siegfried asked what he meant. Mikhail suggested he might have used a hidden weapon, or attacked from behind. Horrified, Siegfried said he would never do that. Clenching his fist, he insisted it would be unfair, and a warrior could never fight that way. MC rolled his eyes and asked what he'd do if dozens or hundreds of people died because of that kind of duel. Siegfried flinched, confused. Mikhail turned to him and asked if a man who couldn't protect people deserved to be called a warrior. Siegfried looked down. His fist shook. He loosened his hand and tried to speak. He closed his eyes, thinking there was no point hearing excuses. He already knew exactly what his rival wanted to say. Later they walked through the city. Lion raised a brow and asked what Mikhail was muttering about. The protagonist looked ahead and asked what he meant. Thinking of the smiling knight, he admitted Siegfried was a pretty good warrior, just a strange one. Lion said that if he were only an ordinary man, he'd never take that kind of risk. Mikhail replied that a warrior candidate carried more weight than people thought. Lion rubbed his chin. When MC suddenly stopped, Lion asked what was wrong. He narrowed his eyes, wondering why he had come here alone. Several people stood at the castle gate. The archbishop was among them. Mikhail guessed it was because of Cassandra. Surprised, the knight asked what Killian was doing here. Siegfried raised a hand and asked what they should do. The protagonist realized they'd have to face him directly. The old man looked aside. They walked up to him. His eyes narrowed. Mikhail stopped right in front of him and stared at the priest in silence. His expression was threatening. The archbishop met his gaze. Then a smile spread across his face. Mikhail smiled back just as broadly. They shook hands and greeted each other. Killian closed his eyes and said he hadn't expected to see him here. Still smiling, MC gave a light laugh. He said he was lucky and blessed to return safely without falling for the devil's prophecy. The old man asked what devil he meant, and his smile faded. Mikhail calmly replied that devils and madmen were much the same, and the temple's hatred for the prophet had never been hidden. Killian went still when he asked what he would do if the prophecy turned out to be real. A servant of God who refused to believe it was strange. The protagonist added that the priest wasn't stupid. Killian trembled. Letting go of Mikhail's hand, he said he had to leave him. Standing firm, the archbishop warned that such words were unacceptable from a warrior. MC only smiled and said it had nothing to do with him. Lifting one finger, he reminded him they weren't the ones choosing a warrior. Wise Hekau was. With his hands behind his back, the old man replied that he still had to live long enough to see that. Then he left. A dark aura lingered in the air. Asari gasped, covered her mouth, and asked what that smell was. Mikhail turned aside and felt a sickening odor coming from one of the clergy. That priest walked ahead with 2 attendants. Asari asked if it was really what she thought, and he said he understood perfectly. The demon stretched out a hand, and his body dissolved. This creature was the demon killer, a monster surrounded by rumors before the regression. But there was one strange truth. He was one of the twins, and his brother stood right beside him. Veins bulged on Killian's face. The archbishop frowned and asked how this happened. His subordinate stood before him as the old man said all work had been stopped because of the incident. Then he slapped the holy knight. A crystal goblet hit the floor and shattered. Looking down, the man blamed everything on Mikhail Walpurgis's heir. The boy ran off. When the priest turned, he saw another subordinate. Harem put a hand to his chest and reminded him that Killian had called for him. With his eyes shut, the archbishop announced that the holy knight was suspended starting today, with no end date. The high priest's eyes were red, then they suddenly turned blue. Lowering his head, the old man said a mage from the Mikhail Walpurgis family was wrecking all their plans, then asked what his fellow priest's instincts told him. The boy raised a brow and asked if he meant his visions. With a smile, he said, God still hadn't shown him the future. The man grabbed his head and muttered that at least the visions were real. Maybe God was just being careful. Still smiling, the young man thought of Cassandra. Seated at the table, the priest decided not to waste more time and dismissed him. Harem turned and left. After a short pause, he thought about how little time had passed, and yet so much had changed. The high priest frowned and admitted that it annoyed him. Morning light fell over the main temple. Morden lifted his hands and asked if there were more demons. The protagonist said yes. Thinking of that lump of flesh, Mikhail remembered the demon had already tried to seize the world tree and guessed this was another attempt. The man reached his hands through the prison bars. Closing his eyes, the butler asked the young master not to give up on him when trouble came. Turning away, the boy realized he had to kill that monster fast. Narrowing his eyes, he added that he'd found proof the archbishop was tied to demons. The girl rested her hands on her knees. Any link to a monster was heresy, a crime serious enough that even an archbishop couldn't escape it. Cassandra looked up and said they still needed proof, and getting it wouldn't be easy. They needed solid evidence others would accept. The mage stared ahead in silence. Lion raised a hand and said they couldn't just leave things like this. Mikhail looked up and said they were making it harder than it was. Smiling, he reminded them the high priest was already on their side. The protagonist frowned, remembering that the holy knights had already been suspended. Cabe watched the sunset. The old man looked away. They now had undeniable proof the priest was doing things forbidden by the temple. Their biggest edge was the mark of Hekau on the boy. A glowing cross appeared before the eminence, and its power was on a completely different level. The warrior selection was only 3 days away. Lion realized all the archbishops would be there. Smiling, the young man decided it was the perfect chance to expose Killian's betrayal of the temple and kill the demon too. Cassandra's eyes went wide when he asked for her help. Arms crossed, the mage said he trusted her and promised he'd stay by her side. Her reflection shone in his eyes. Her prophecy had to be respected and protected. Thinking back, the protagonist knew he couldn't let her end up the way she had before the regression. The fortune teller lowered her gaze. Frowning, she admitted she'd never truly spoken to God. She only received brief visions. Mikhail Walpurgis frowned, then said that was still more than any normal person could do. When he told her that gift connected her to God, Cassandra stared at him in shock. Looking up, she asked if he really believed in her, and he said yes. She raised a brow and asked when it would happen. Holding up one finger, he said in 3 days, and told her not to doubt herself. Smiling, the mage said he had already worked things out with the one above them. Leaning in, he called it a divine conversation. Naren stood by the temple window. The old man closed his eyes and enjoyed the quiet morning. Looking down, he drifted back to the old days. Seeing the full mug, the priest remembered helping the prophet study different kinds of tea when she had nothing else to enjoy. She used to sit on his lap with an open book, learning which teas came from which regions and how to store them. Back then, the girl smiled so brightly, happy with all she had learned, but Naren couldn't protect her, and the fortune teller lowered her eyes sadly. She had to hide her face under a hood. Touching the window, the old man thought he had no choice but to watch her get thrown out of the temple. His face reflected in the mug. Frustrated, he wondered what he was supposed to do now. Then he looked up and decided he had to set things right. Hearing a strange noise, the priest looked around and asked who was there. The protagonist stood before him. Smiling, Mikhail said they needed to talk. He told Naren that thanks to his help, they had been staying comfortably in the main temple. The old man asked why he'd come, and the boy lifted a brow. Hands on his hips, he explained that the warrior election would be held here in 2 days. Turning to him, the man recalled that every archbishop would give an opinion that day, and guessed many would back Siegfried. The priest lowered his head sadly. Naren looked up while the mage kept smiling. In the past, when Aileen left him, the heir of the Mikhail Walpurgis family had ruined his own name and earned the label of a groom left at the altar. Seeing him here after all those rumors, the old man couldn't hide his surprise. Hearing that, the protagonist flinched at how different his real image was from the gossip. Stepping closer, the man asked if he could ask a favor. He bowed and asked Mikhail to protect Cassandra even if he failed to become a warrior. Closing his eyes, Naren added that it was rude of him to even doubt him. MC Walpurgis bowed his head, thinking that he really did need to protect the prophet. The old man folded his hands before him. He raised a brow and asked why he was saying this. The man explained that if Siegfried became a warrior, anything could happen to the girl. In that future, the fortune teller was burned alive. No one believed her visions, and only a painful death waited for her. If she left the temple for good, she might finally find happiness. The young man pressed his lips together. Staring ahead, the priest said she'd already suffered too much, and he didn't want to add to it. The mage's eyes widened. He could tell the old man was suffering too. Naren lowered his head. With eyes closed, he admitted it. The protagonist raised a hand, pointing to himself. Mikhail Walpurgis confidently said he would win their approval. The man raised his brows in surprise. The boy only smiled back. Frowning, the priest reminded him that the archbishop held huge influence because he'd personally raised part of the clergy. The protagonist smiled and reminded him that his holiness was already on their side. Naren's eyes widened when he heard the protagonist would need his help too, and he said he had no real power. Taking a step closer, the mage told him that wasn't true. He placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. As he moved past him, MC reminded him that God was with them. Then he stopped and said that alone gave them certain guarantees. The man looked back. A white feather drifted down from above. Angel wings. The priest stared in awe. He rubbed his eyes with his sleeve. Naren looked again and wondered if he'd only imagined it. But when the mage turned around, the wings were gone. The old man pressed his palms together. Lowering his head, he asked God what he should do. Then they moved closer and spoke for a while. As expected, the priest had plenty to say. Maybe he also felt tied to Hekau. After all, her seal was on the protagonist's hand. Mikhail smiled, but even with the priest's support, the real reason he came was the man's death before the regression. He remembered blood splashing behind Naren and swore to erase even the smallest chance of that happening again. The young man stepped outside. In his hand was a lump of flesh. Asari came over and said she couldn't do anything because the seal on it was too strong. Thinking of the old man, the mage studied the mark and realized someone had removed the seal made for the archbishop, which meant the murder had been planned. Crushing it, the protagonist decided to uncover the full truth. Asari told him she'd finished checking the temple, and Mikhail asked what she'd found. She raised a brow and said Hekau had asked her to learn why she couldn't make contact. Hearing there was another cause besides the demon remains, he asked what it was. Lifting one finger, she said the devil's right eye was the problem. Frowning, Asari said that dark and dangerous thing had to be somewhere nearby. Touching his chin, the young man concluded that was why the remains kept multiplying so easily. The girl smiled and let out a pleased sigh, but her eyes widened when the mage said they had to find it as fast as possible. He started walking, and the keeper reminded him they didn't even know where it was. The protagonist said he did. She flew up to him and asked how. When no clear answer came, she stared in confusion. Mikhail turned around, and Asari asked if he'd figured it out before she told him. He smiled, calling her cute and quick-witted. The girl let her hands fall in confusion, and a bright blush spread across her cheeks. An offended cry rang out. 2 days remained until the warrior was chosen. It was deep night. Asari asked if he really thought the demon's eye was here. The protagonist stopped. Looking ahead, he said yes. This place was sacred to the temple. Asari let out a long breath and asked if this wasn't going too far. They stood before the grave of the first warrior. Mikhail stepped forward in silence. Staring at the crypt, the keeper blurted out how huge it was. The protagonist said the first warrior had wanted a small tomb, but the temple had gone way overboard. The girl looked at him and asked what kind of warrior he'd be if he became one. He quickly said he'd be the 8th. Asari was stunned. So there had been 7 before? He confirmed it, and kept moving deeper into the crypt. Inside stood a giant statue of the first warrior. Mikhail looked up and said that if the first warrior were still here, he would have already torn down the temple's rule. After a brief pause, he added that the place was still kept perfectly clean. He gently placed his palm on the statue. Looking down, he said the first warrior's influence still couldn't be ignored. Even so, the protagonist quietly added, it was only a shadow of what it once was. Deep down, he felt something was wrong. As he went up the stairs, he hoped things hadn't reached the worst possible outcome. At the top, Asari spotted a coffin. Mikhail stopped in front of it. He apologized, then reached through the magic barrier around it. A second later, the barrier burst apart. Asari stared at the coffin holding the first warrior's remains and asked if he really thought something was hidden there. Then it clicked, and her face changed in shock. She lifted a clenched fist and started asking if it was really hidden here, but Mikhail cut in with a firm yes. Staring at the coffin, he said it had probably been here from the start. Without hesitation, he called the first warrior's coffin the perfect hiding place. Asari threw up a hand and said that made no sense. Even if the demon's eye had been placed with the warrior's remains, what good would that do? Without turning, MC asked, what if the demon entered the first warrior's body before he died? Cold sweat ran down Asari's face. He summoned his staff and said they had to check. Stepping closer, he said that meant opening the grave. If he was right, the coffin wouldn't just hold the first warrior's remains. He suddenly opened the grave, hoping his guess was right. He and Asari carefully peered inside. Both froze in shock. The coffin was empty, except for a hole in the middle. Asari asked what they were supposed to do now because it looked like they'd messed up. Mikhail just smiled and said it wasn't that bad. He stepped onto the grave. With one hand on his hip, he said it was actually the opposite. Now they knew the truth. Then he suddenly stepped forward again. The next instant, he dropped straight into the hole inside the coffin. He kept falling deeper down. Elsewhere, beside a steady candle, a man said this problem had to be handled. Harem sat by the window and muttered that his brother seemed to be gone now. His eye flashed bright pink, and he sounded certain. Anger rose in him as he blamed Mikhail. He figured using the old archbishop would have been easy. That only made him hate the protagonist more. Staring at his reflection, he smashed the mirror into tiny pieces. He knew Mikhail's arrival had ruined all his plans, and that infuriated him. Looking at the broken glass, Harem asked how he was supposed to destroy him. His eyes had gone wild. Then that strange feeling about the grave hit him, and he whipped around. A huge grin spread across his face. He raised both hands and burst into mad laughter. Then Harem grabbed his head and looked down. "Just think," he shouted. Glancing at the candle, he laughed at how easily the protagonist had handled it. Then he leaned in and blew the candle out. Meanwhile, Mikhail and Asari moved carefully through the dark. They tried to make out what was around them. A man on a throne drove his sword into the floor and said he was glad MC had finally come. With one eye burning, he added that he had been waiting for him. Mikhail stared at the dead man and asked if it was really him. The corpse's tiara glinted as he answered that he was the one once called. His trembling hand slowly reached out. He looked at him and apologized. Dark energy gathered in his hand as he said everything he did from here on would be under another's control. With his changed right eye, he explained that the demon had fully taken over his body, and now he had to kill Mikhail no matter what. Right after that, he fired a strong magic blast at him. The protagonist raised a hand and took the hit head-on, shattering the projectile without harm. When the magic faded, he smiled and said he understood, then called the dead man Elder. The first warrior looked surprised and asked who he was. Mikhail explained that he was a warrior candidate. Hearing that, the first warrior pointed at him and said it was an honor to meet him, though he hated that it had to be under these conditions. Magic writing formed at his fingertip as he apologized for standing before him in such a disgraceful state. When he finished, a magic seal appeared. A huge stream of fire shot at MC. He reacted at once and raised a shield, but the barrier couldn't hold the flames and started to crack. Seeing that, Mikhail tensed. He studied his enemy, wondering if the man could still think clearly even while possessed. The first warrior's body was completely dried up. His arms hung limp, and he realized there wasn't a single working muscle left. The demon was forcing the corpse to move. When the flames faded, Mikhail asked if he was holding back, since he still hadn't used aura. The dead man slowly lifted his shaking hand and said that wasn't it. Touching his face, he explained that he was a magician. That answer clearly surprised the protagonist, and he frowned. A massive magic seal formed in front of the first warrior. At once, another raging blast of fire came at Mikhail. He set several magic circles in front of himself and used Fire Strike. A fireball flew out to meet the attack. The clash exploded with magical force. After the smoke cleared, MC asked about the holy sword. The first warrior said His Holiness gave it to him because he was no longer fit to use it himself. He added that the sword only looked holy. If he had to choose a true holy relic, he'd pick the holy robe. It carried many blessings. Lowering his head, he said he was already dead, so he didn't care who inherited it. Then he asked if Mikhail was really a candidate and whether he still had much to do. He coldly asked if he wanted to leave this world. The warrior stammered that he had held on until the very end. His eyes started to close as he thought of the protagonist as his successor. At last, he shut them fully and entrusted this world to him. His body stayed slumped on the throne. Asari bowed and said they wouldn't waste his effort. Looking down sadly, she whispered for him to rest in peace. Mikhail had no idea how long the warrior had resisted the demon. The crown slipped from the warrior's head, and MC thought it was finally time to let this great hero rest, with honor and no regrets. The metal crown struck the floor and bounced. He carefully reached for his weapon. He moved his hands and activated circle expansion. Then he heard a strange sound from the side. The monster opened its red eye and gave a slight grin. With a crazed smile, it kicked off the ground and leaped up. Mikhail looked on in horror as the demon moved. Above him, a chunk of strange mana flew past, but he stayed calm, thinking how much had changed since he reached the 6th magic circle. But for him, things were different. He pointed one finger forward and thought about how well he could use circle expansion, then declared that he could cast 8th circle magic. A tiny drop formed on his fingertip and moved forward as he activated Ice Throne. A moment later, the drop turned into a snowflake. Then a shockwave burst from the ice crystals rising before him and threw Mikhail backward. Asari cried out in excitement, then immediately stared in shock. The demon snapped its gaze forward. It grabbed the sword behind its back and thrust it out. Multiple magic circles appeared overhead. Mikhail studied them, wondering if this was 6th circle magic. A bright shock beam shot downward. A flaming arrow raced toward the ground. Standing at the center, Mikhail realized both attacks were aimed at him. He looked up, confused for a split second. But he didn't panic and used mana concentration. He thrust out his hand as a magic projectile formed in it. He fired a thin magic beam. It struck the mass of dark energy flying at him. Then he confidently used Liberation. His beam compressed into a small magic sphere. Another huge burst of magic exploded. Before the smoke cleared, Mikhail used Flicker. The first warrior stood in the smoke, confused. Then the protagonist appeared right above him and dove in with his hand outstretched. The demon glared up with its blazing eye. Mockery flashed in it, and a hidden magic seal shot out from behind its back. Asari covered her mouth, realizing the demon had predicted this, and hidden the seal there. It had only been stalling to build stronger magic, while Mikhail kept charging straight at it. But then seals popped up beside him, and MC said he wasn't the only one with that idea. Right after that, he used cancel magic. Magic chains wrapped around the demon and shattered its seal. The moment it saw that, it panicked. In the same instant, Mikhail pressed his hand to the demon's head and coldly said he finally had it. Normal magic can't fully kill powerful demons, so the creature stared back with its demon eye. That's why he had prepared something else. He swung his free hand and clenched it into a fist. This was his own spell, made to copy the style of his old ally, the world's strongest martial artist. Before attacking, the protagonist told Suen he was borrowing his power. The second he said it, he drove his fist into the demon with everything he had. It was the divine fist technique, and Mikhail's hand suddenly began to glow. A huge blast of magic burst from his fist and pierced straight through the demon. A blinding flash swallowed everything, and light shot out from the demon in every direction. MC threw his hands over his eyes. Even then, he glanced downward. After a brief pause, he lowered his hands and saw only white around him. As he looked around, Mikhail realized the place had changed. Then it hit him. He had seen this pure space before. It was a place made by God, so he calmly asked when it would show itself. A man's voice answered from behind him, saying he needed a... He turned and saw the first behind him. He admitted the man looked nothing like he expected. The statue was way off. The warrior scratched the back of his head and said people usually make things sound a little bigger than they are. Touching his arm, he said he had always stayed true to his dream of becoming a great holy knight, even though he was a mage. Mikhail lowered his head with a smile and said, "That was pretty cool." Then he looked up and said he hoped he was doing okay. The warrior touched his face and answered that he was more than okay. He said that back then his resolve had never been stronger, but hope still faded. Even though he believed he could endure more than anyone, his mind slowly started breaking. He raised his hand, reaching for salvation. At that point, he was right on the edge of collapse. Then he smiled at Mikhail and said that now everything was fine because he was here. "Rest in peace," the protagonist said. The warrior replied that now he could leave without worries. He said that was because he had a trustworthy successor, and MC shyly answered that he wasn't a warrior yet. The warrior told him he was sure Mikhail would take that place one day. Looking up, he asked him to protect this world. The protagonist instantly looked up at him. "Of course," he said with a smile. A girl suddenly jumped at him and threw herself into his arms, yelling that she had waited way too long. Grinning, she called him a good man, while MC, confused, said he wasn't done yet. She put a hand on his shoulder and told him not to worry. She would handle the rest. The demon controlling the warrior's mind was gone. Lifting one finger, she added that all that remained was reconnecting with the children. She tapped Mikhail on the shoulder and said they would work together again someday. Then she asked what he wanted, saying she'd grant whatever his soul desired. He looked down and answered shortly, "Cassandra." Then he asked her to bless the girl she had shown in the prophecy. He added that Cassandra had suffered a lot because of her. The girl smiled and said she would do it anyway. It wasn't even a reward. She simply had to grant his wish. Then she asked if he needed anything else. Mikhail touched his chin and thought for a moment. He figured he had already gotten the mark, and there were no issues with an idea suddenly came to him. He said there was one more important thing. A few minutes later, Mikhail opened his eyes and found himself on the floor. Sitting up, he realized he was back in the grave. He checked the coffin and saw it had been fully restored. It wasn't an illusion. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought. Asari looked at him and said he seemed fine. He just stared at her, and she frowned, asking what he was thinking. Raising a finger, Asari asked if he had met Hekao when he went up there. Mikhail said yes and added that she didn't seem happy to see someone there. Hearing that, Asari flailed angrily and shouted that Hekao hadn't let her in. She threw up her hands and screamed at the top of her lungs. Apparently she really regretted what she had blurted out before and kept yelling that she wasn't like that. MC had to cover his ears. Once she calmed down, Asari crossed her arms and asked what he got from Hekao. While she was talking, something appeared above her head. A stone block dropped right onto her. Mikhail stared at the boulder in confusion. "What is this?" he asked, checking what had fallen from above. There he found a note. He opened it and read Hekao's message. She told the little one to be quiet and said this was a gift for him. When he finished reading, he untied his belt. The holy mantle, the saint's cloak, fell right into his hands. Asari popped out from under the rock and asked if he had really gotten that from the cat goddess. "No," Mikhail said firmly as he put on the mantle. The moment he wore the holy mantle, it felt like lightning shot through his whole body. Asari stared in shock and asked what was happening. His eyes sharpened and he said, "Stigmata." Before Mikhail returned, Hekao had looked up and asked about stigmata. The protagonist reached out his hand and said he now had the Lord's finest blessing and mark. Smiling at his hand, he said that out of everything he could have received, this was the best. Hekao looked surprised and said she hadn't expected that answer at all because this was actually pretty funny. Then she smirked and said she was interested in it too, since she had never seen anything like it. One person had been offered it before, but he turned it down. The first warrior gave an awkward laugh and said he wasn't sure he could take a piece of the Lord and still remain himself. Hekao stepped closer and teasingly told Mikhail things might be different for him. Her eyes shone as she added that he was already partway to becoming a demigod. MC looked back at the goddess. He remembered that moment. Even if only briefly, he had reached the 10th magic circle because of it. Hekao put her hands behind her back and asked if he wanted the mark. Mikhail answered without hesitation, yes. The goddess took his hand and placed hers over it. Before starting, she explained that she would awaken the engraved pattern and give him powers suited to his body. A drop of blood slid from her finger as she warned that the effect might not show fully at first, but it would grow stronger with time. The drop fell, and she said she would keep going. Leaning near his ear, Hekao smiled and told him to develop. She looked down at Mikhail's palm as the drop of blood spread across it. He watched magical lines spread over his hand, then pain hit, and he cried out loudly. The girl only smiled, while he thought that if he could break the fate set for him, he would reach what he wanted. Hekao looked at him from under her brows and said she would always protect him. Mikhail looked ahead and chose to trust her. His cloak flew loose, and he looked at his hand, asking what it was. Then he looked at the cloak and asked if it was memorization magic. Memorization magic is when a spell is stored in an object so it can be used right away. He realized it was 7th circle magic, but like the warrior's mark, this spell had been improved. As Mikhail examined the cloak, he suddenly sensed 9th circle magic too. Asari angrily shouted, asking if he had really taken a mark from Hekao. She started circling him in a panic, yelling that accepting something like that was dangerous. At worst, he could wipe out all humanity. Waving her hands in front of his face, she kept asking if he was okay or hurting anywhere, and the protagonist coldly said he was fine. Then he abruptly looked to the side. Turning to Asari, he said they had to get out of there fast. He took one step, then suddenly stopped. Mikhail turned back and said he had almost forgotten something. Harem braced a hand against the tree. He stared into the distance and muttered that this couldn't be happening. His body shook with rage as he cursed his own power. The high priest suddenly puffed out his cheeks and blood poured from his mouth. With a crazed look, he realized he could no longer feel the demon's presence. That meant the remains had vanished from the capital completely. He clawed at his face, saying that if the plan had failed, Lady Meryl would never forgive him. Lowering his head, he said he would have to do something even bigger now. Then he remembered that the general meeting of archbishops was in 2 days. Harem looked up and said, killing an archbishop wouldn't be enough. With a bloody, twisted smile, he whispered that he would kill the Holy Father. He immediately started walking off at a fast pace. The protagonist watched with a thoughtful grin. Perched in a tree, Mikhail said that was interesting. Sometime later, glass shattered across the floor, and an angry scream rang out. Killian was leaning over a table, hissing through clenched teeth that MC Walpurgis was a slippery bastard. Then he demanded to know why he had to suffer like this. He raised his hands and asked if God was against him. Him. Staring at the ceiling, he wondered why God had sent Harem to him. Killian was sure this boy had been sent to speak God's will. He thought back to the high priest's gentle smile and felt sure things had finally started going his way. Then Cassandra came to mind, and he told himself that if he had trusted her, none of this would have worked. That was why they cast her out. Snapping out of it, he yelled that they thought they had everything under control. So what the hell happened? After calming down, he said they could not let that filthy Mikhail Walpurgis take over everything. With pure hatred, he swore he'd use even the dirtiest methods if he had to. Right then, someone knocked and asked if the Archbishop was inside. Killian turned at once and recognized the voice. It was Harem. Killian immediately thought that if the Holy Father or the Archbishops lacked a clear revelation, then they still had a chance to turn everything around. Thinking that, he opened his arms and asked Harem if he had received a prophecy or any sign from the Lord. The boy gave a wide smile and said yes. Killian lit up and asked what the Lord had said. Harem answered that Gregory, the Holy Father, had gone down the wrong path, and that a mage like Mikhail Walpurgis should not disturb the temple. The old man quickly nodded and said he knew it. Then Harem quietly reached out his hand. He touched Killian's cheek and asked what they should do. Killian froze, and Harem smiled, saying they had to do everything they could. For his sake, he added, showing his sharp teeth. Then his form began to change. His eyes glowed as he grabbed the Archbishop's head and warned him to be ready to dirty his hands too. A terrifying pressure filled the room as Harem demanded an answer. Killian's eyes changed, and he quietly replied, "Yes, Lord." Lifting his head, he obediently said they could now change the temple's future. The day of the warrior candidate test arrived. At the temple, Mikhail and Archbishop Narun sat at a table. Narun laughed as he checked the papers and said he had won over the neutral archbishops, and even some who backed Siegfried. Doing that this fast was incredible. The protagonist folded his hands and said a lot had happened. Narun pointed out that Siegfried himself had barely tried to fix things. Mikhail said maybe he had his reasons, though he guessed he had wounded Siegfried's pride. Even so, MC still thought he had good traits as a warrior. He said the Siegfried he knew would have found the best answer here. Narun reminded him they only had 3 hours to choose a warrior, but he said it was fine. Looking aside, he added that they just had to wait a little longer. Siegfried would come. Narun asked if he was really that sure, and the protagonist just smiled. He raised a finger and asked how a warrior candidate could act without honor. Narun looked at him, then dropped his gaze. He said choosing that boy as the warrior, there was no better answer. Mikhail instantly smiled wider. Then Siegfried appeared before him and said he had been waiting. MC crossed his arms and asked if he had thought about what he said. Siegfried looked down and admitted he had lost sleep over it. Clenching his fist, he said he was not the only one who felt that way. He explained that Habe had denied it too, just like he had, but later admitted he was wrong. Habe felt awful and apologized to Mikhail Walpurgis and the Prophet. The other knights did the same. Some still denied it, and some were angry, but Siegfried said this could not keep going now that the truth was out. There was a demon right under their noses, and it was likely planning more than just taking over the knights. Mikhail said that made sense, and Siegfried remembered his words. He also thought back to something Killian once told him. He remembered the Archbishop saying the warrior's path was the right one. Siegfried had believed that was what God wanted, so he never questioned it. Everyone around him had supported that choice. But sadly, Siegfried said only one person had ever told him he was wrong. "It was you," he told Mikhail. He remembered turning to him in shock when he first heard those words. Now he bowed and asked him to tell him what to do. Looking up, confused, he asked what came next. Until now, Siegfried had been trapped. When he was a child, he found a book in a trash heap, A Warrior in Fairy Tales, and ever since, the title of warrior had trapped him. He worked endlessly because he did not want to let down the Archbishop who saved him. But now he had to admit it. The one he had called unworthy of being a warrior, Mikhail, had acted more like a true warrior than he had. Siegfried lowered his head and cried out, begging the protagonist to tell him. Then he looked up and calmly asked what he should do now. Mikhail stared at the boy in front of him. After a short pause, he looked up and asked if Siegfried really wanted instructions. Had he already forgotten what MC told him from the start? Siegfried lowered his eyes and said he had lived under false ideas for too long. Because of that, he lost the only person close to him. Covering his face, he quietly admitted he had no clue how to fix his life. He looked at him and asked, annoyed, if he was really just going to stand there and whine. Siegfried lifted his head, confused, and asked what, but before he could finish, a fist came flying at him. Mikhail drove a hard punch into his stomach. Siegfried cried out in pain. The hit sent him flying back several meters. Sweating cold, he stared at the protagonist and asked through the pain why. Mikhail cracked his fists and said Siegfried came here talking about changing everything. What a joke. As he walked toward him, he snapped that people never understand until they get hit a few times, and if Siegfried really wanted change, he should stop acting like he could just apologize later. Fear filled Siegfried's eyes. Smiling in a way that looked almost crazy, MC said he should have gone to someone else. Siegfried tried to stand and begged him to wait. Looking terrified, he pleaded for mercy. A loud, painful scream rang out. Sometime later, at the temple, the archbishops were already gathering for the election. One of them said he never thought he would get to take part in choosing a warrior. Others brought up that candidate Mikhail himself said he was a magician, which made them uneasy. Another archbishop answered that no law forbids a magician from becoming a warrior. Then the crowd reacted when Archbishop Elia arrived. They said they rarely saw him, and Elia replied that of course he came. This was the choice of a warrior. The archbishops talked about how Mikhail, the candidate, was a great evil that had appeared in the capital, and questioned whether he could really handle the demon safely. Elia smiled and said that was exactly why he came, to support the young man. Then a voice behind him asked if it was really Elia. He turned and saw Archbishop Kilian. The two greeted each other and shook hands. Elia smiled, but inwardly thought this was the old man who always messed things up. Frowning, he wondered what Kilian was planning now. Kilian then faced Elia and, smiling, asked if he truly believed God was pleased with what was happening. Elia saw it as bait and answered that it was not their place to decide that. Kilian took his hand and said God's will could change at any moment. Elia looked at him, confused. Then he glanced around and realized the archbishop had vanished. "Really?" he muttered, and immediately thought of Mikhail. The protagonist was walking ahead, dragging Siegfried behind him. His face was swollen with bruises as he asked if MC really had to beat him that badly. "Yes," he answered shortly. He added that if Cassandra had not stepped in, it would have been even worse. Siegfried quietly said her name. Then he asked what he was missing to become a warrior, and Mikhail rolled his eyes. Looking down, Siegfried said he really was useless. The protagonist kept dragging him along. Glancing over, he thought Siegfried looked pathetic. Then, an archbishop came running up. He rushed toward Mikhail and shouted. Stopping in front of him, he was met with MC asking what happened. Elia shouted that they had a problem. In the empty temple, a dark figure stood waiting. It was old Kilian. He said he had started hearing God's voice, even though he had never received a revelation before. Then a voice spoke inside his head, telling him it had always been there. The veins on his hands turned blue as the voice declared it was time for a trial, and he would be the judge. A girl stepped out and ordered the archbishop to stop. It was the prophet Cassandra. Without any fear, she told him not to cross the line. The old man frowned. "So that's it," he muttered and stepped toward her. Then a sword flashed. Edda stood in front of Cassandra and asked if he really didn't get it. Without looking away from Kilian, she asked if he was only pretending not to understand. The question caught him off guard, and Edda thought Mikhail had been right. She drifted back to a memory from one evening when they were alone. Back then, he said with a smile that Archbishop Kilian was bound to make a move. That memory stunned Edda. Coming back to the present, she wondered how the protagonist knew, then told the archbishop to make his choice before it was too late. Kilian froze, like her words had cornered him. Then the old man burst out laughing. Staring at the girls, he mocked them for talking so boldly. He raised a hand and called them nothing but sinful children. His eyes changed, and he declared that God was on his side. Shock flashed across Edda's face. In that instant, a strong blast of magic slammed into her. Cassandra saw it happen and cried out. Edda was thrown back by the explosion. She stopped, looked up, and fear hit her. This was not divine power. Dark demonic energy poured from the archbishop, and Edda demanded to know what he was doing. Kilian spread his arms and asked if he had not already told her. Hooves stepped out of the black mist, then horns appeared, while the archbishop repeated that God was with him. A black goat emerged from the fog. Edda got back up, staring in disbelief. "A goat?" she asked, just as demonic energy wrapped around it. The goat charged straight at Edda. In less than a second, it was right in front of her. She stared at its horns in horror and thought this might be the end. Then someone behind her struck the ground with a staff. A shield appeared and blocked the demon's attack completely. Edda turned around in surprise. A big grin spread across her face and she laughed. Seeing Mikhail, she teased that he was late. He answered that he got here right on time. "Well then," he said. His weapon shot forward. Kilian dropped to his knees. Fury filled his eyes as he demanded to know where Mikhail came from. MC stared him down and asked how it felt to become a demon's vessel. "What?" the archbishop asked, confused. Then his face twisted with rage. He looked at Siegfried and called him over. Holding out his hand, Kilian reminded him who had raised him and guided him. He pressed him, asking if he knew he had to choose the right side. Still held by Mikhail, Siegfried asked what he was supposed to do. He answered coldly that the choice was his. No one else could take that responsibility. Kilian kept motioning for him to come. Mikhail's expression hardened. Siegfried suddenly stepped forward and leveled his sword, making the archbishop ask what he thought he was doing. The boy shot back that a knight could never stand with someone possessed by a demon. Veins bulged on Kilian's forehead. He shouted that he had trusted Siegfried more than anyone. With a wild look, he laughed and yelled that God was still with him. Mikhail moved in front of Siegfried and warned him not to interfere unless he wanted to get hurt. Kilian lifted both hands and cried that he had waited his whole life for a revelation, and now he could finally hear it. The protagonist answered coldly that he was the revelation and the death sentence. The archbishop looked around, confused about what was happening. Then his head jerked sharply to the side. He lowered it slowly. Mikhail looked down at him and said it would be better if they understood each other. Then he told Killian to show his real face. Looking down at him, MC asked if he could hear him. Horns pushed out from the archbishop's forehead and his eyes turned red. The demon looked at him and asked how long he had known. He calmly said, "From the start." With hate in his voice, the demon said he was the one who captured the ugly lord. The protagonist quickly replied, "You're next." The demon laughed at that, saying it was interesting. He knew MC was strong, but he had existed for a very long time. He just closed his eyes. The demon took that as proof he could not win. Then the protagonist opened his eyes and said firmly that the old monster was bluffing. In his mind, he judged the ugly lord as no real threat, and that clearly shook the demon. The archbishop relaxed his hand and said he had an idea. Touching his face, he said he had captured more than just this old man's soul. Mikhail replied that he already knew Lotus was not here, so he could guess where he was. That answer clearly surprised the demon. He narrowed his eyes and quietly asked how MC knew. He gave him a mocking look and said it was obvious. Then he pointed his staff at the demon. With open disgust, he said demons were simple-minded, and this was the easiest trick to guess. At the same time, inside the cathedral, Lion was searching the area. He looked around and muttered that it had to be nearby. He remembered his teacher crossing his arms and telling him to find the demon-possessed one. Back in the present, Lion looked down and thought Mikhail was never wrong. If there was a mistake, it had to be a small one. Thinking that over, he turned the other way. Then he finished the thought. Everyone here could be in danger. He was surrounded by archbishops. Clenching his fist, Lion said this was too important to mess up. Suddenly he grabbed his head and shouted, asking why Mikhail had dumped this on him. Lowering his head, he muttered in a panic about magic and divine power, saying he could not tell them apart. Then he remembered the most important thing was the result. Coming out of that thought, Lion threw up his arms and yelled that the protagonist always said things no one understood. While complaining that MC could have given him even one clue, an archbishop walked past him. Right then, Lion's face lit up. The sword in his hands began to shine brightly. He tensed at once, realizing the glow reacted to the person who had just passed him. His brows tightened as he figured out what that meant. A second later, he turned toward the passing archbishop. The moment the man faced him, Lion was stunned. There was a clump of black magic sitting on the archbishop's shoulder. It was a black goat. Lion acted at once and pointed his sword at the man. Startled, the archbishop asked what he was doing. Lion's blade shone even brighter. A beam of light shot out. The shockwave knocked the archbishop to the floor. He frowned in confusion. That black goat was still perched on his shoulder, wrapped in magic. Standing over him, Lion said he had a really bad feeling. He turned, sensing more of that energy. Then he snapped his head to the side and spotted a figure. Harem stood in the shadows with a cruel smile. He whispered that the little guy was late. Then, grinning like a madman, he shouted that they were prey now, and no one would leave alive. The goat on the archbishop's shoulder started pouring out black mana. It lashed around the archbishops like whips. They screamed for help, choking as the black power closed in. Lion gripped his weapon and shouted, asking what he was supposed to do. He looked at the crazed Harem and realized the dark energy was swallowing people. The archbishops were covered in black magic until their bodies started turning dark. Lion realized in horror they were about to die. He looked around wildly and told himself to calm down. He could not let the dark force get into his head. Then Lion lifted his head toward a bright beam above. The light grew so strong it hurt his eyes. The archbishops raised their hands. Confused, they stared up at the light. One by one, they fell to their knees. As they knelt, their thoughts turned to God. The black goat stood over them. A voice from the portal commanded them to listen. A girl reached out and said darkness had blinded them for too long, but a gifted man had broken through evil's veil and come. Then she ordered everyone to rise. Lion looked down and realized his body was moving on its own. He frowned, unable to understand what was happening. Then he remembered him saying the outcome mattered most. That meant he had expected this and sent him here on purpose. Lion wondered if the protagonist had really seen God. Honestly, it felt like something he could do. He looked up and asked what he should do. The girl told him to set her free. "Got it," Lion said. He activated his sword, raised it, and said it was time to get serious. In the beginning, there were two forces, darkness and light. Darkness simply existed. Light moved outward and widened the small world, creating laws, earth, and sky. From the earth, the first sprout appeared. Light always stayed tied to law. Later, humans called that light the grace of God. Divine power, Lion thought, gripping his sword tighter. With that in mind, he lifted the blade to strike. Bright magic lit his face as he said something had to be done. The black goats all turned toward him. One suddenly broke from the group. Lion brought his sword down. His blade crashed into the floor. A massive shockwave burst out. Shock filled Lion's eyes. The bright holy light erased the black goats. That sacred power quickly spread through the whole temple. The demon inside the archbishop felt it immediately. He looked aside and asked how a higher being could interfere so fast. Mikhail smiled and said, "Good work." Then he asked if the demon really thought it would get off that easily. The demon lowered his head, unable to answer. MC raised a hand and thanked him. With a cruel smile, he said the temple was cleaner now than it had been in a long time. That made the demon furious. He raised a hand, and dark energy wrapped around it at once. Then Mikhail's storm burst out. The two powers slammed into each other. Asari reinforced the storm, calling the demon nothing more than a devil's underling. Walpurgis lifted his staff and said coldly that he had no more use for her. Asari froze and lowered her hands in shock, and he added that it sounded pretty ominous. After that, he looked down and wondered if he was becoming evil too. Thinking of the little archbishop, he answered with clear hatred, however many demons it took. The guardian glanced at him and asked what he was thinking now. Without looking back, Mikhail said he might be starting to think like a demon. That caught the girl off guard. Then she smiled. After a brief pause, she turned to the demon and told the protagonist not to give him too much credit. "Hey," the old man growled through clenched teeth. He threw out both arms and unleashed a huge wave of dark power. It shot at Mikhail Walpurgis, but he blocked it with a divine barrier. Staring at the demon with open contempt, he warned him not to even think about escaping. The demon lowered his head. "Run away." His hands shook as he pointed at MC and ordered him to shut up. Then he spread his arms and screamed that he would kill every last one of them. Demonic energy swallowed his body and hands. Mikhail watched and thought the demon had completely lost himself, but not his power to destroy. A hand suddenly reached toward him from behind, reminding him where they were. Hekau appeared at his back and said this was a holy temple, where God's power does not waver and faith fills the hall. She looked at the demon and asked if he really thought that applied to him. Mikhail gave a small grin. After a short pause, he struck the floor with his staff and spoke. Divine power flared around him as he declared that the demon had already missed his chance. The moment he said it, a blazing pillar of light dropped from the sky. It crashed onto the demon and swallowed him whole, drawing out a loud scream of pain. The protagonist only watched in silence. The demon reached toward him, yelling that he remembered him, and swore he would kill him someday. Mikhail answered with a smirk. When the holy light faded, he said he would be waiting. The priests and archbishops stared up at the divine light overhead. Shock filled their faces as grace and holiness spread through the temple. Priests and worshippers dropped to their knees and folded their hands in prayer. All of them were overcome with blessing. God, absent from the temple for so long, had finally returned. Meanwhile, in a dark throne room, blood splashed across the floor. The demon girl covered her mouth and spoke about the soul she had worked so hard to claim. She stopped, lowered her hand, and let out a heavy breath. This was Meryl, the 6th demon commander. Grinding her teeth, she cursed Mikhail in rage. He had appeared out of nowhere, ruined her plans, and even beaten her warriors. No matter how gifted a mage was, some demons were not easy to bring down. She pictured Hekau standing behind MC and figured she had to be involved. Pushing that thought aside, Meryl said she needed answers. As soon as she spoke, a massive black goat appeared beside her and spat out the Lotus demon. He hit the floor screaming. Meryl called to him, and the moment Lotus heard her voice, he panicked. He spun around to speak, but she cut him off and said maybe she should have killed him back at the temple. Lotus looked at her and thanked her for sparing him. He didn't get far. Meryl's cold stare shut him down as she asked who said he was forgiven, then told him she needed his memories. The demon trembled in fear. A giant horn suddenly pierced Lotus. Blood poured from his chest while Meryl said his worthless life meant nothing. Clutching the horn, Lotus begged for mercy, but Meryl said she did not care. A second later, his body dissolved, leaving only a red stone behind. Meryl picked it up and brought it to her lips. Without hesitation, she absorbed it. After taking in Lotus's memories, she wiped her mouth and vowed that next time, she would kill Mikhail. A week later, many archbishops gathered before the temple. His Eminence thanked everyone for coming to the warrior appointment ceremony and said that, after everything that happened, they had cleansed the corruption. His father and their butler were among the crowd. The monarch declared that the world would never be the same again. Lion, Cassandra, and Etta listened with smiles. Hard times would still come, but the Lord had not abandoned them. Instead, he had sent them his messenger, Mikhail Walpurgis. Watching the ceremony, Asari said in surprise that they had put it all together fast. A few days earlier, the protagonist had met Siegfried, who said he was thinking about stepping down as a candidate. The protagonist asked, annoyed, "What now?" Siegfried lowered his head and asked if he was really fit for this. He barely even knew how to act in battle. He said he had thrown away his old life and everything he went through to get here. After hearing him out, Mikhail Walpurgis asked about his sister. Looking at his hand, Siegfried said she could not see any of this. MC folded his arms and asked why he came. Did he actually want to say something? Something like that, Siegfried answered without lifting his head. After a pause, he quietly said he didn't like him. He stared at him, then asked if anyone could like an arrogant, self-obsessed idiot. Well, he muttered. Seeing the confusion in Siegfried, Mikhail realized he would have to face reality fast. Maybe memories from before his regression were affecting him, but he really had changed. The protagonist saw the sadness on his face. Cassandra was happy now, but he alone seemed left behind while everyone else had changed. He lowered his head and thought that was kind of sad. Siegfried said Archbishop Killian would spend the rest of his life in prison for helping the demon. Still looking down, he went on to say MC Walpurgis should have done the same to him from the start, but didn't. That made MC ask, annoyed, why? Siegfried placed a hand on his chest and said he hated him, so why spare him? The protagonist smirked and answered that a warrior's life is meant for saving others. In the present, the monarch asked if he swore to carry out a warrior's duty. MC answered firmly that he did. After that, His Eminence placed a tiara on the boy's head. Loud applause broke out, but Mikhail lowered his eyes. He remembered Siegfried standing in this very spot before his regression. Back then, he had been in the crowd, clapping. Letting the memory go, he closed his eyes. A bright light appeared in the sky, and a beam fell on the protagonist in blessing. Sitting on his shoulder, Asari said the cat goddess had really worked for this. Mikhail looked up and said it had been worth it. Bathed in divine light, he thought this was only the beginning. Smiling at the sky, MC knew he had finally taken a big step toward his goal. With his arms folded, Lion was glad it was finally over. Then he spread his arms and asked if this counted as a win, since his friend had become a hero and the demons had lost. He shut his eyes and reluctantly agreed. Scratching his head, the knight asked if he wasn't supposed to be happy about earning the title of warrior. Looking down, Mikhail Walpurgis said he really was happy. Still, he knew this was only the first step. Becoming a warrior was just the beginning. A crown rested on his head, but Meryl still had an army of demons behind her. Evil still remained, and the world was far from safe. The young man stood alone on barren land. Facing the light, the mage thought everything was only starting now. With both hands on the table, he said they had to be ready for disaster at any time, even if he could choose to ignore it and live peacefully instead. The swordsman raised a brow and asked if he had a plan. Mikhail closed his eyes, said yes, and added there was no reason to wait. They would leave tomorrow. Lion put a hand on his hip and asked what he should prepare. The protagonist Walpurgis replied that his body was enough. Heading for the door, Lion said he was going to sleep. Etta looked up and asked if he had really agreed that easily. He glanced back and asked about her. The girl flinched. With a grin, she said that between following him and staying at the temple, the second choice sounded much better. Besides, she needed to keep watch over her brother. Mikhail nodded and asked her to tell him if anything happened. Closing her eyes, the blonde promised she would. Hearing his friend's voice, the mage looked away. Cassandra sat on the steps, waiting to hear what she should do. Mikhail smiled and said she should stay here. Disappointed, she frowned and asked if it was because she was a prophet. Looking down, she assumed her limited powers made her useless. MC Walpurgis raised a hand and said that was not true at all. He just did not want anyone looking down on her. Her eyes lit up. Until now, anyone who spoke with God had been treated with contempt. Hekau reached out to the guy, and he hoped he could become a better version of himself. Clutching her dress, Cassandra cried out that prophecies were only seen as following fate. Because of that, people rejected them without even realizing it, and that was why they turned away from the fortune teller. The prophet gripped the hem of her dress tighter. Mikhail watched her, tense. Then he lowered his head and said that wasn't true. Prophecies reveal things no one could have known before. Tears in her eyes, she asked what he meant. He stepped closer and told her not to see everything in the worst way. She needed to look at it with hope. Her job was to read the prophecy right and get ready for what was coming. Etta smiled. He gently patted his friend's head and leaned in, telling Cassandra that her part in all this mattered a lot. Cassandra looked up. After wiping her tears, she said she understood. With a small smile, she promised to do her best. Later, on the balcony, Asari called it a pretty cute excuse. Mikhail asked what was cute about it. She said he could have made Cassandra rely on him from the start, but chose not to. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said there was no need for that. Asari grinned and thanked him for not treating her like she was some made-up thing. She was also happy Cassandra got to choose her own path. Her smile stayed in place. Floating beside him, Asari said she was glad they met him. Then her cheeks suddenly turned red. She tugged Mikhail's cheek and blurted out that she meant something else entirely. At that moment, the seal on his neck began to glow. Touching it, MC quietly agreed. He lifted his gaze. The full moon hung overhead. It mattered to him because it was tied to the training and experience he got from his teacher. Morning started to break. Clouds covered the moon. Before the regression, whenever it appeared, Mikhail would remember the magic lessons he learned from his mentor. He always watched it closely. Then a voice called out, and he turned. Morden stepped onto the balcony. He asked how his break had been, and the butler said it was interesting enough. With his hands behind his back, Morden said he had seen and thought about a lot during that time, enough to make a decision. Smiling, Mikhail asked what answer he had reached. The man closed his eyes. In the moonlight, Morden began by saying, there used to be a magic school that took the moon as its symbol. It saw humans as vessels for mana, and once every few hundred years, monsters born in human form would appear, each one leaving its mark on history. Morden explained that those beings were made for magic, with mana flowing through their bodies in special ways. Looking at Mikhail, he added that followers of the Moon School tried to force themselves into becoming creatures like that. They broke their own bodies and healed them over and over, trapping themselves in a cycle. The protagonist called it madness. Morden looked down and admitted it was madness, and that it almost ended at one point. He clenched his teeth and asked how Mikhail would feel if the last one of those madmen had been standing before him this whole time. MC remembered the day everything fell apart, when he knelt in the ruined castle after losing his family. A knife shook in his hands. He had failed to save the people he loved. He raised the blade to his own throat. Then someone came up and asked if he was happy he had helped bring his family's deaths closer. He cried through gritted teeth. The man in the suit said it all happened because of him. He mocked the protagonist, asking if running off to the dead was really courage, and the protagonist turned to see who it was. Light flashed across the knife. With a cold frown, Morden said that was all the young master was worth. MC stared at him through tears. Now that same man stood before him on the roof. From a short distance away, Morden spoke of a result he had chased for years, one he could not reach even by destroying his body. Then he asked what Mikhail would do if he learned someone had been possessed by that pursuit since birth. He frowned and answered with a question of his own. What would Morden do if there really were a way to reach that result? The man's eyes went wide. He realized his guess had been right. Spreading his arms, the protagonist reminded him that he had been born with this gift. Looking up, he thought the whole thing was unfair. He raised a finger and said he had not only a special body but a gifted mind too. Pointing to his head, Mikhail asked why his body took in mana so easily. Morden looked up. MC went on, asking why he could make several magic circles when most people struggled with even one. Stunned, Morden asked if he had figured all that out by himself. The butler lowered his head. He remembered that Mikhail had only been studying magic for 3 years. Closing his eyes, he said it did not matter whether it was talent or not. Some people are simply born able to do what others never can, no matter how hard they try. Morden asked if that was not ridiculous. The protagonist looked up at the sky. Then he said the world was full of contradictions, and their bodies were just bags of bones in the end. Morden watched him carefully. Mikhail said he liked looking people in the eye, and the moment they met, both of them felt something strange about the other. He guessed Morden had also nearly destroyed himself chasing that knowledge, except he actually got somewhere. The man lifted his chin. His eyes narrowed. Clenching his right hand, Morden thought about what he had achieved. He had once been called the Twilight Magician. He beat the mages who mocked his talent, but even then, he never reached the 8th Circle. Later the side effects came. It was only natural. Everything inside him was breaking down. To keep up with his skill, he had to push his body past its limits. Mikhail noted that even so, Morden had lived a long time. With a faint smile, Morden said he gave up on that path in time. Touching his chest, he explained that he let go of his dream of the 8th Circle and only used magic when he had to. Closing his eyes, Morden said his body had already reached its limit and there was nothing he could do. Mikhail looked at him and said there was a way to fix it. The butler's eyes widened. He raised his hands and insisted his body was beyond saving, but MC calmly repeated himself. Morden held his hands out and said no one knew his body better than he did. Then his brows jumped in shock when he reached out and said that with God's help, nothing was impossible. He placed a hand on Morden's head and told him to get some sleep. Morden stared at him, confused. Smiling, Mikhail cast a sleep spell. The butler's eyes opened wide, then they turned fully white. Catching him as he went limp, the protagonist said his personality really had not changed. Looking down, he said it was time to begin. Holding Morden upright, he carried him to the bed. As Mikhail raised his hand, a fresh, cool feeling ran through him. He decided to become someone who could reshape the body again. Asari asked what that meant. Morden lay on the bed, his body covered in scars. Looking down, MC thought that being able to resonate with mana was a blessing. In the past, Morden had stood before the forest. Someone was behind him as he said he had not been born with that gift. Mikhail realized that in the end, someone he cared for had lost his mind because he could not overcome that limit. No matter how sharp his mind was, he had never found a way to help him. Blue energy gathered around his hand. The protagonist and his past self both looked ahead. Placing his hand on Morden's body, he thought that he had not come back to the past just to watch his friends suffer the same fate again. He decided to give his subordinate his twilight back. The ritual to restore that twilight began, and the room filled with a huge wave of blue energy. Sunlight streamed in through the window. Morden opened his eyes. As he sat up, he felt a pain in his back. Then he froze. Looking at his hands, he noticed the pain was far weaker than usual. He kept feeling his hands. Then he tested his body in shock. Closing his eyes, Morden wondered where this strange lightness was coming from. His eyes suddenly widened. He sat back down on the bed. Opening his shirt, Morden checked his mana flow. The scars on his chest were gone. He turned to Mikhail and asked if he had really done this. MC said yes, but warned him to take it slow at first since his body was not used to it yet. Morden buttoned his shirt. A bottle of pills floated through the air. He caught it, and Mikhail told him to take one each day and learn the right way to train. Staring at the bottle, Morden asked what it was. Turning away, he said they were fruits from the world tree. Morden's eyes flew open. He jumped and asked how that could be possible. Dropping to all fours, he stared at the bottle and asked how Mikhail could hand over something so precious, so easily. The protagonist said if it could help bring back 8th Circle magic, then no cost was too high. Morden looked up in disbelief. Then he lowered his head and said he did not have the ability for that. To him, magic circles were like ranks. Grabbing the edge of the wall, he compared it to climbing higher, something fixed from birth, something no one could break through. Young Morden looked up, tense. People kept climbing the steep wall. He pulled himself upward, still trying to reach the top. Morden's eyes shone. Staring at the tower, he thought he still could not reach the 8th Circle, even with that brutal method. Mikhail lifted his chin and told him to stop talking nonsense. Leaning forward, he said Morden could do it and promised he would help him get there. Then MC asked if he really did not believe him. Morden's eyes widened. The old man lowered his head, not knowing what to say. His old memories broke apart in his mind. Morden narrowed his eyes and asked if the young master truly meant to help him. Mikhail shut his eyes and gave a small nod. Since there was no point waiting, they headed into the forest to learn autonomous circulation. Pointing at Morden's hand, he said he wouldn't teach his own method. He'd teach the one that fit Morden best. A blue aura wrapped around the hand. Morden asked what it was, and Mikhail said it was the idea he mentioned earlier. The servant wondered how he came up with it. The protagonist smiled and said it came from many generations of his family. That made Morden raise his brows. MC then added that the old training method was flawed, but still far from useless. The old man looked up. Then he pressed his lips together and let out a quiet laugh. With his eyes closed, Morden admitted it was actually very good. The group sat on their horses in front of the temple. Lion kept admiring the armor. The shine bouncing off it seemed to pull all his attention. Mikhail asked if he really liked it that much, and Lion cheerfully declared that armor was the most important thing. Then the boy asked where they were headed this time. He answered that they were going to the county of Draculion. The knight stared in shock. He turned and asked if that was really the same sleepless estate. When Mikhail said yes, he just gaped. Throwing up his hands, Lion shouted to Saint Heikau that her chosen one was walking into his own grave. The protagonist watched him and thought his friend had completely lost it. Still, he understood the reaction. That place had once been rich and thriving, but Count Draculion tried to gain immortality and swallowed up half the land, so the church punished him. Since then, the estate had been overrun with monsters, and that was exactly where they were going. Lion frowned and asked why they had to visit such a miserable place. Mikhail explained that it held something like the tomb in his own estate. The boy touched his chin and realized they meant to investigate the dungeon. MC added that Count Draculion's seal would soon be broken. Then the coffin's cross lit up, and rose petals drifted into the air. Stretching, Asari said she was glad she finally got good sleep. She asked how much longer they had to travel, and Mikhail told her they were almost there. Something off to the side caught her eye. White steam was pouring from Morden's mouth. The butler was using magic to lift the horse into the air. He frowned and opened his mouth wide. Lion was asleep, tied to the horse. Asari stared at them in confusion and called them insane. A few days earlier, the group had been riding through the forest. Eyes wide with worry, Morden asked if Draculion's seal was sleeping, since the coffin trapping that monster couldn't be opened from the inside. Mikhail kept riding and asked if that was really what the gods said. Lion raised a brow and asked if there was any way to kill a creature called immortal. He confirmed there was, and said he wasn't going in without a plan. Lion shut his eyes and nodded. Mikhail squinted and said his friend hated taking risks and always thought through every detail first. Morden covered his mouth and called him a genius. Watching them, the protagonist thought they were putting too much faith in him. When they asked for the plan, he smiled. He even looked pleased with himself. That smile made Lion tense up, and he asked what kind of expression that was. Mikhail explained that he did have a plan, but it needed a few conditions first. Lion's eyes widened in panic. He said he didn't know what MC needed, wasn't ready for any task, and whatever it was should wait. Smiling even more, he reminded him that the sooner they did it, the sooner they'd be done. Lion saw the hand coming toward him and begged him not to scare him. Mikhail cast sleep magic and the boy started slipping off his horse, so they tied him to the saddle. Morden, brows raised, asked what they were doing, and the protagonist suggested leaving Lion like that. Looking down, Morden noticed the spell wasn't simple at all and guessed MC had put him into a controlled trance. The knight stayed asleep. After getting off his horse, he realized even Morden had trouble understanding the spell. Frowning, the butler asked who he took him for and said he'd analyzed even 8th Circle magic. Mikhail turned away and asked if he wanted to try studying this spell too. The protagonist looked back, annoyed they didn't have 8th Circle magic to compare with, and suggested making it a bet instead. Surprised, Morden asked what exactly they were betting on. As the horse calmly chewed grass, MC proposed that if Morden lost, he'd carry it with magic the rest of the trip. Holding up 2 fingers, he added that he'd do it himself if he lost. That instantly got the old man's attention, and he agreed. Now he was the one carrying the horse over his head. Morden asked how he twisted the spell so well that it couldn't be sensed, and he thought to himself that spell mixing belonged to the 9th Circle. Magic circles floated all around. Asari pointed aside and told her friend to deal with that first. Then she turned her head and said she couldn't really help, because she knew almost nothing about the tomb. Mikhail raised a brow and asked if she truly knew nothing. Hand on her chin, Asari explained that the other tombs weren't made in a normal way. They didn't have the shape or size you'd expect from a dungeon. They moved through the castle. Asari said Azar's tomb was filled with strange spaces and trials. Closing her eyes, she added that the protagonist had been lucky the first tomb was easier. She explained it wasn't the kind of place where failure meant horrible suffering. Then Asari said each tomb had its own guardian protecting the dead inside. Mikhail remembered that before his regression, Draculian had only been violated because of fear of aging and death. A red coffin gleamed against a black one. Something tugged at him. He figured this case might be different, so he lowered his gaze to check. Mikhail looked back when someone called him. Morden straightened himself. Shaking, the butler asked if they could slow down and let him return to his normal duties. MC agreed and told him to put the horse down since they were almost there, and Morden dropped to the ground. Sprawled out on the grass, he said he felt much better. Mikhail squinted and asked if he was about to fall asleep too, telling him to find a way to stay awake longer. The old man shuddered. Getting up, Morden said he felt older than he was. He raised a brow and asked if that was supposed to be praise. Scratching the back of his head, Morden said no, his master just acted like an old man. Suddenly the servant's eyes went wide. Mikhail only smiled even wider. Morden said he couldn't keep carrying the horse anymore, and the protagonist replied that he wasn't going to force him. Then MC raised one finger and said it was time to start mana circulation for the 6th Circle. The old man looked up in surprise and asked what he meant. Smiling, he reminded him that he wanted to reach the 8th Circle. While they talked, Asari nervously hid her hands behind her back. She looked away and let out a heavy sigh. As they neared the castle, Mikhail took in just how huge it was. Looking up, he spotted a barrier that sealed the cursed land off from the outside world. He said that proved the Empire and the Church had taken Draculian very seriously. Lion looked around and noticed there were no guards. Riding up beside him, Morden said so many disasters had already happened that guarding this place probably seemed pointless. Mikhail placed a hand on the fortress wall. Standing there, he guessed this place had a hard time responding to anything outside its set rules. He thought the barrier should have lasted for centuries. A glowing mark appeared over the magic sphere, and the protagonist noted that the man who sealed the castle was the Holy Church's finest knight and clearly spared no expense. Squinting, he thought no one should have been able to break this seal. Asari covered her mouth and said it smelled awful here. Looking away, she added that the bad smell wasn't just coming from the castle. Mikhail looked around, and Asari said the place smelled more like a cattle pen. With his eyes closed, MC called that an interesting way to put it. From his horse behind them, Lion asked if they were really just going to walk in. He pointed ahead and said they had to do something first. The boy turned in surprise. In the middle of the forest, the group decided to clean themselves up first. The horses stomped the ground impatiently. A woman stood by a counter. People still moved through the town. Looking around, Lion was shocked that anyone still lived here. Mikhail explained that not everyone had taken part in that battle. The disaster had been so awful that many locals died, leaving the cemetery packed with graves. Someone laid a rose by a coffin. People stood by the graves in tears, and only half the estate had survived. With no lords or knights left, the common people had to protect themselves, and Lion looked away in disgust. That did have one upside. Monsters had stayed away from this land, and something with glowing red eyes watched from the forest. It was like Draculian's disaster had scared every monster off for years, while ash still drifted over the castle. As they rode through town, the boy explained that no nobles came to collect tribute. The empire had abandoned this place, and even greedy land grabbers stayed away. That made the young man frown. Draculian clearly wasn't simple. His coffin had been locked inside an iron maiden. Set on a broad pedestal, it showed he had known from the start what would happen once the seal was broken. Morden touched his cheek and asked if the gods had left any instructions for what to do if the seal ever came off. The butler's eyes went wide when he heard their enemy had an ally. From horseback, the magician said it might even be a devil, though he had no idea what rank it was. Someone called out to him, and the protagonist looked up. With a friendly smile, a local said they hadn't seen travelers here in a long time. Leaning closer to the horse, the head of Piacolum introduced himself. Davlos proudly said no traveler would find a place as warm and pleasant as their village. Mikhail jumped down from his horse. He lifted a brow. Then a smile spread across his face. Shaking Davlos's hand, he said they were only looking for a place to rest, and the village head offered to guide them himself. With his arms folded, Lion noticed that odd smile on his friend again. Davlos turned and told them to follow him. As they walked, he realized they had come here on purpose, not by chance, and asked what brought them. The young man glanced down. Then, with his eyes closed, he mentioned Draculian. Davlos stopped cold. Turning back, the villager asked if they had come because of that. The magician only smiled and said he had his own reason for getting involved. Davlos's eyes widened, and he said he understood. Moonlight shone through the house windows. The group gathered inside a room. The protagonist half closed one eye and asked his friend what he thought. Morden said demons loved using charms. It was the easiest hunt when the fish swam right onto the hook. Lion stared at him, surprised. The boy raised a hand and asked if they had just been called fish. Mikhail folded his arms and admitted Morden had a point. When the knight asked what they meant, the boy explained that whoever was pulling the strings had probably already started their plan. The swordsman's eyes widened, and he asked if a devil was tied to this village. The boy raised both hands and said demons were linked to more than just this place. Holding up 6 fingers, he reminded them there were 6 villages nearby and asked if that number meant anything. Lion frowned as he remembered there was a 7th point, with the core right in the center village. A huge crystal stood in the square, and the other 6 villages were arranged around Piacolum. Together, it looked like one giant magic circle, with a purple crystal in each village. The boy slammed his fist on the table. Grinding his teeth, he said some bastard had set the whole thing up. Arms crossed, the protagonist told him to calm down. Anger wouldn't fix this. Morden looked over and asked what they should do next. The swordsman stared at him, confused. Mikhail raised a brow and said there was someone he needed to meet first. The group moved down the street. Then they suddenly stopped. The boy's face hardened. A man in armor sat by the fortress wall. He held a spear. Red light flashed through his helmet slit. The butler muttered that he looked like a demon, but the young man said he wasn't exactly one. The stranger stood and said he was glad they had finally arrived. Lion's eyes widened when he noticed the spear. The knight tightened his grip. At the same time, he leveled the weapon at them. The servant snapped his fingers. The spear tip struck the protective barrier. The old man lifted a hand and asked why anyone would attack on a first meeting. He pointed downward. A force slammed the stranger to his knees. The knight slowly forced his head back up. His red eyes glimmered. Dark energy started spilling from his helmet. The magician frowned and told his friend to stop. A black aura wrapped around the man. He kept staring ahead. Eyes closed, the protagonist told him to stop too. The stranger shifted into a fighting stance and demanded to know who they were, and Mikhail answered that they had come to talk. The boy reached into his inner pocket and introduced himself. The knight watched closely. Pulling out the relic, the protagonist said the gods themselves had recognized him as a warrior. Then he added that they needed answers about what was happening here. The man lowered his head. He dropped to the ground, laughing, and said the church had sent them too late. Putting the relic away, the mage said there were reasons for that, and he wasn't here to run or hide. When asked why he was guarding the barrier, the knight looked down and laughed. Glancing at Mikhail, he said they couldn't exist in the same world. Part of his chest armor hit the ground. The warrior grabbed his spear, then he drove it into his own chest. Lion gasped. The spear burst out his back, and blood sprayed everywhere. Frowning, the boy told him to stop. A hole went straight through his chest, and then it healed a second later. Pressing a hand to his chest, the knight called himself immortal. The warrior swung his sword. Mikhail told him to lower it, but Lion said this man was almost no different from Draculian. MC shut that down at once. Looking at the man, he realized the knight knew exactly what future awaited him. The stranger lifted his head and told him to try killing him, but the young man refused. He said he couldn't call someone a monster when that person still wanted to be human, and the knight trembled. Reaching for the helmet, the magician said he knew who this was. He pulled it off and called the man by name. Tepes froze in shock. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Long ago, the Impaler had stood in a vast desert, known as the Immortal King from a lost future. Light gleamed off his armor. His father had tried to stop Draculian's crimes and died for it. So when they learned the man before them was Draculian's only blood relative, Lion and Morden just stared in shock. The knight lowered his head and asked what they planned to do with him. Mikhail looked down and said Tepes might not like it, but he wanted him to work with them. Tepes looked up, stunned. The full moon hung overhead. When he heard they wanted his help to finally lay his father to rest, the Impaler's eyes went wide. He looked down, laughed, and said he had no choice. The boy gave him a hard look. Grabbing his spear, the knight said he had something to say too. He stood up and asked them to come with him. The group entered the castle grounds. The young man stopped, surprised to find a hole there, and Tepes explained smugglers had used this path long ago. Looking up, the magician noticed this area was polluted. Tepes then asked why he trusted Draculian's own son, and the protagonist glanced back. He turned away and stayed quiet for a moment. Then Mikhail said a son shouldn't carry the guilt of his father's crimes. When Tepes heard they had come to solve the polluted zone, he stared at them in surprise. The boy narrowed his eyes. Ruins stretched out before him. Lion said it looked far worse in person than any rumor had made it sound. Frowning, the man said his father had once been a good ruler, and the people had followed him. Stunned, the boy asked if he meant Draculian, and Tepes said yes. Looking up, Tepes said it hadn't always been like this. He had grown up surrounded by love and care, with his father as the only one close to him. The people of the city had smiled at them too, especially after his mother died. Now that city was only ruins. The Impaler frowned as he remembered those days. Heading toward the fortress, he said they needed to go this way. The group moved toward the forest. Looking down, the man said his father changed after the dungeon was opened. The young man guessed Draculian had failed to find treasure there, and Tepes confirmed it, saying they had bigger problems at the time. Mikhail gave him a curious look and asked what he meant. Tepes explained that his father had gone insane after entering the dungeon. That caught the protagonist off guard. The king never let anyone inside, not even his own son. The knight came to a stop. Looking back, he said they had arrived. Lion stared, amazed. A huge portal stood open before them. Smiling, Mikhail asked if this was really the dungeon. Remembering his old team, he finally understood why they had never made it here before, and why Draculian had gone mad. Perched on her friend's shoulder, Asari said she couldn't explain the details. The young man guessed the crypt keeper might not be evil by nature, just someone who chose the wrong path, and the girl's eyes widened in fear. She quickly looked away. Seeing that, the boy frowned and asked what his friend planned to do. The magician rolled up his sleeves. Reaching forward, he decided to analyze the dungeon. His hand sank into the portal's strange surface. Blue waves of energy spread around the group. The main character woke up on the ground. As he got up, Mikhail was surprised he had somehow fallen asleep. Then his pupils shrank. Nothing was around him but rocks. The pollution source was gone, and the land looked clear again. Looking up, the boy wondered if they had really done it. A voice behind him said they had. He turned and saw his team. Sitting beside him, the priestess said it was over. They had really done it. Smiling, she told him she never could have saved her sister without him. With her eyes closed, she thanked him, and the magician smiled back. Then suddenly, his expression changed as he opened his mouth. Mikhail tasted something sweet in his mouth and immediately understood what was going on. Seeing him stand, the priestess asked what happened, but he just looked ahead and said he had to find a way back. He was smiling. The girl quietly watched him. Then she smiled too and said she understood. She raised a brow and said he had worked hard. Her body started turning into black mist. Mikhail looked away and said it was time to finish this. Floating above him, the stranger told him to enjoy the illusion a little longer, but he said it was too painful. He raised an eyebrow and asked if she agreed. A symbol shaped like an eye appeared. With her eyes closed, the keeper of the dungeon and its treasure introduced herself. A golden aura floated behind her. Mikhail lowered his eyes and apologized, but the person he wanted was gone. As she came down to the ground, Nephthys explained that God never wanted his child to see these dreams, and she was sorry. Looking at her, the protagonist guessed she knew what he needed. With a sad look, she said he needed an artifact. MC agreed, but said he had to confirm something first. Nephthys looked confused when he asked what she knew about Draculian. Mikhail guessed the king had seen the same dream. He narrowed his eyes and said Draculian had sacrificed the villagers and turned into pure evil. Nephthys looked up and said she was deeply sorry that it happened. He rolled his eyes. He said he had been thinking about this the whole way here. Nephthys listened as Mikhail called her kind because the illusion showed people what they wanted most. That kindness came from her heart. She clasped her hands. The protagonist looked up and said things could have been different if she had not crossed the line. He asked if he could be honest. Clenching his fists, he said this crypt had already been plundered. The keeper frowned sadly. Mikhail looked at her hard, said her name, and suggested she had done something she should not have. She silently nodded. Nephthys lifted her hands and explained that if the tomb had been plundered, then the artifact inside had already chosen its owner. Draculian had been swallowed by dark energy. The king lost because he had no right to take from this tomb. The girl reached out, trying to save him. Looking down, Nephthys called him wise and said she was surprised he understood so fast. Mikhail raised a hand and said the artifact's special nature was no secret, and its power could not be felt here. Standing in the desert, he asked if she understood what her actions caused. The city was destroyed, and tens of thousands of innocent people died. There could only be one reason for that. Nephthys lowered her head and asked for forgiveness. Mikhail frowned and guessed Draculian had attacked the crypt many times. He held out his hand. It went limp right away. At first it was a test, but later it became an addiction. In a field of flowers, the king spread his arms. To him, this was a chance to bring back the illusion he had lost long ago. His eyes were bloodshot. Seen that way, immortality was not his true goal. MC narrowed his eyes and realized Draculian wanted to make the illusion into reality. Nephthys lowered her head and asked if she would be punished, but Mikhail said there was no need. He raised his hand and said he had beaten Draculian. Smiling, he added that he still needed to take something with him. The keeper closed her eyes and understood what he wanted. He pointed down and said he wanted to take this crypt. The next moment, he woke up in the forest. Lion leaned over him and asked if he was all right. Mikhail said yes. Teeps was surprised. They had not been more ruthless. Getting up, the protagonist said that had always been possible. Asari flew up and asked if he got anything. MC closed his eyes and said the artifact was not there. His reward was something else. Yellow flowers spread under the blue sky. Morden raised his brows and asked what he meant. Mikhail said that the crypt now belonged to the butler, looked up and said that would be useful later, then realized the young master had taken Draculian's territory. He confirmed it. The impaler walked up and asked what had really been inside the dungeon. The protagonist looked back. Without turning, he said Draculian had probably been trapped there for a very long time in the past. The knight stared in shock. Then he understood and gave a slow nod. Mikhail said what the king had done was horrible and impossible to defend. Gripping his spear, Teeps decided he would punish his father himself. MC turned to him and said he had a small favor to ask. Smiling, he asked Teeps to become Draculian for a while. The impaler widened his eyes in confusion. An old man sat on the throne. Davlos frowned and reported that a suspicious traveler had shown up and did not seem trustworthy. The man bowed his head, his eyes covered by a bandage. Thinking about the strangers in the village, the headman said they looked like they had come straight from the church. A stranger asked if the traveler had been asking about Draculian, and Davlos said yes. The old man tapped the throne's handle with his finger. Looking up, Davlos said that if they really were from the church, then the trouble probably went far beyond the wall. The man rested a hand on the throne. Then he stood and told his subject not to worry. There was nothing to fear. The blindfolded man ordered him to calm any villagers who were scared. Davlos widened his eyes and promised to do so. Then the hall doors slammed shut. The stranger scratched his beard and thought this was getting ugly. He guessed the church people were trying to uncover something. The candle flames shook in the wind. Touching the bridge of his nose, the old man decided the two twins were probably not a problem. Still, he smirked. If even part of the truth came out, he would have to kill them. The village chief burst in, calling for the elder. The stranger told him not to rush in like that, but the villager said things were bad. Hearing that Draculian had returned, the old man shuddered. A knight moved down the street. The man shook in fear at the sight. Pretending to be his father, Teeps marched forward with a spear in hand. A blue aura swirled around his helmet. People ran in every direction, screaming that the demon had come back. The terrified guards raised their weapons and tried to stop the impaler. He lifted his hand, then swung the spear. The shockwave kicked dust into the air. A spark raced across the ground, and a massive crater opened behind the guards. The knight thrust his hand upward and caught his spear. Teeps looked back and promised he would return soon. Then he walked off. One guard grabbed his head, shaking with terror. The impaler lowered his gaze. Smiling, Mikhail thanked him for the help. Sitting on the ground, Teeps asked if that would be enough. After taking off his helmet, he said the villagers were badly scared. He told him not to worry, then asked what the most useful gift a person has is. Looking around, Teeps guessed it was will. Mikhail spread his arms and grinned. No, it's the power to lie and persuade, to make people do what you want them to do. Frowning, the impaler asked if that was why Draculian had been brought back. The protagonist raised a finger and said they needed the villagers to believe these lands were not as safe as they thought. Then he added that the one behind all this would come to them on his own. The next day, a gray sky hung over the village. Davlos threw up his hands and asked what everyone was talking about. A frightened villager cried that Draculian had returned and had been seen in a nearby settlement. The heroes watched from around a corner. Lion frowned, realizing the immortal king still terrified these people. Davlos looked helplessly at the others, unable to control the crowd. Mikhail frowned and realized it was time to move. The villagers turned when someone told them not to worry. An elder had stepped into the square. MC narrowed his eyes when he saw him. The old man smiled and told everyone to stay calm. What attacked the village yesterday was not the real Draculian. A villager argued that the monster looked exactly like the king, so the elder asked if he had been drinking. Then the elder knelt and said something had poisoned the man's mind. He put a hand on the ground and added that if it had really been Draculian, there would be piles of corpses everywhere. Looking up, he asked if anyone saw that here. The crowd stared in shock as he said peace and goodness could not last forever, and evil forces wanted these lands. Mikhail laughed with a wide grin. The elder raised his hand and declared that chaos brings no peace, so they had to unite and punish the cursed one. There was a red eye drawn on his bandage. The villagers looked at him, confused. Davlos's eyes went wide, then his eyelids drooped. Morden raised his brows and asked what was happening. Mikhail frowned, realizing the old man was using mind control. The man gave a nasty grin. If you want to ruin people, mind control is one of the worst ways. They had become puppets. He frowned in disgust. There is never a good reason to steal someone's will. He pressed his lips together, thinking it was truly cruel. The butler peeked around the corner and asked if the young master really wanted to begin now. The protagonist clapped his hands and thanked the elder for the interesting story. Hearing that, the old man flinched. Mikhail smiled and said he understood now. At the elder's level, even a normal dog wouldn't just bark, it would reveal the truth. The old man looked up and asked if this was the wanderer who came to their village. Still smiling, the protagonist said yes. The elder looked away and said he had no right to meddle in their business. Mikhail reached into his bag and said that wasn't quite true because Draculian was involved. Davlo's eyes went wide. The villagers watched closely. The staff struck the ground, and blue magic wrapped around MC. A giant magic circle rose behind him as he declared that he'd been chosen as a warrior. Breaking mental control was incredibly hard. The victim clawed at his own throat, and every second of delay could mean hundreds of deaths. Even before the regression, this had always been a huge problem. Mikhail tightened his fist, knowing he had to end this fast. He swung his staff. Blood burst from the old man's mouth, and his eyes narrowed. He slammed the villain to the ground. As people rushed in, they shouted that he was a fake. Mikhail just grinned. While beating the man, he ordered the demon to let him go. The elder lifted a hand toward him. Someone under mind control can't fight the puppeteer. The victim's eyes widened in terror. In front of him was a smiling mass of dark energy, like the devil itself had taken over the old man. The man's face was scraped and bloody. Mikhail clenched his fist and ordered the demon out of his body. The elder pushed himself up and claimed there was no demon inside him. The protagonist hit him again. The villager threw up his hands and asked if the wanderer meant to kill him. MC said that even if he really was a devil, he wouldn't die from this. The old man opened his mouth wide and cursed him. Mikhail kicked him in the face and told him to repent. Then he said he had bad news. Draculin was about to return. But the demon controlling this honored elder had come first, and the villagers stared in shock. As the bloodied man lay there, he said Draculin might spare him. When the villagers asked what to do, he kept beating the elder and said they first had to leave. He raised one finger and said they needed to get to the village right away. The crystals at the center of each settlement began to glow. The elder lowered his head and let out a sigh. He was tied to a wooden post. When Mikhail came over, he saw the old man was back to his senses. The elder asked why people followed him. The protagonist said he didn't need to know. Then the old man asked why he'd been kept alive, and MC only smiled. The sage gritted his teeth. Long ago, when Draculin lost his wife and fell into despair, he had clouded his mind. Back then, the elder had walked up to the king and whispered in his ear. The demon couldn't attack the tomb directly, but it could possess a person. The old man raised a brow and asked how Mikhail knew that for sure. The elder reminded him that Draculin had slaughtered many of the demon's servants. He closed his eyes. He held out a hand, and the sage said he couldn't do anything anymore. The protagonist gave a wild grin and said the demon still could, then asked if he wanted another boot to the face. The answer was no. Lowering his hand, Mikhail told him to listen carefully. The elder was the key to the immortal king's freedom. The old man clenched his teeth in fear. A hand appeared in front of him. He frowned helplessly. Touching his face, MC realized the only way to prove it was through mind control. A blue haze spread over the sage's body. Grinning, the elder spat a curse at the traveler. Mikhail smiled wider. His red eyes flashed as he said they should begin. A bright flash lit up the area. Feeling the spell's force, the old man threw his mouth open and screamed. Mikhail raised his brows. His eyes gleamed. Before the regression, demons had far more power than humans. For hundreds, even thousands of years, they had stayed quiet. Monsters surrounded the armored man in that memory, with Siegfried's team behind him. The Argo expedition had closed the gap, but the cost was huge. In the past, he had studied magic alone in his office, forced to keep making sacrifices. Grinding his teeth, he realized he needed a new way to fight monsters. He kept trying to seize the elder's mind. A blue light formed around the old man's head, and Mikhail found a way to ignite the devil's mind and force magic out of it. Looking down, he realized the spell used on Draculian was like the reverse. Frowning, the protagonist said Meryl had made a nasty new spell. If he hadn't known the original form, it would have been hard to figure out. Asari pressed her lips together in frustration. The priestess spread her arms to cast. Before Argo's regression, she had paid a price. Mikhail remembered Ariandel giving up half of her remaining life, but now that they understood the spell, that sacrifice wasn't needed. Black smoke poured from the old man's body. The man lifted his head and screamed. Gathering energy in his hand, MC told him to have a nice trip to hell. The sage vanished. Warden and Lion shuddered in silence. Mikhail closed his eyes. Then he said only one last and most important step remained, and now it was just a matter of time. His face darkened as he said they now knew one thing for sure. Draculian could remove his own seal. Teeps looked at him in fear. Eyes wide, the Impaler asked what that meant. The knight asked how that was possible since his father had been sealed by the Holy Knight's power. Lowering his head, Mikhail told him to just believe it. Narrowing his eyes, he guessed this had been Draculian's plan from the start. The other man frowned and asked what plan he meant. The protagonist stepped closer and explained that the immortal king had only been waiting until he was strong enough. He waved it off and said the four of them could handle it. Teeps went still. Mikhail narrowed his eyes. He looked back and said, Teeps didn't have to come if it was too much for him. The Impaler lowered his head and said he was fine. He just needed time to sort it out. MC covered one eye. With a hard frown, the knight said this was his family's problem. Mikhail closed his eyes, agreed, and said they should go. Dark clouds hung over the city. The heroes walked down the street toward Draculian's castle. The man looked up and said he hadn't been here in a long time. Squinting, he remembered this was where his father turned him into an immortal monster. In the past, the king had reached out to his son and said cruel things that cut deep. Teeps drew in a sharp breath, his father's grin reflected in his eyes. Mikhail looked back as the Impaler said Draculian always claimed he never wanted to hurt him. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that was common for parents, then asked if his friend could handle it. The knight looked down at his hand gripping the shaft, and the protagonist asked if he could really raise that weapon against his own father. Straightening up, the man said he'd regret it if he couldn't. Teeps put his hands on the gate and said it was better to help your parents, no matter what, than live with pain and resentment. Frowning hard, the Impaler pushed the gate. It creaked open. Roses filled the place. Whoever lived here wanted beauty. An iron maiden stood in the center. Beautiful flowers grew beside it. Papers covered in magic symbols hung on chains. Leaning toward him, Morden asked if he'd be okay, and Mikhail said he could handle it. Looking ahead, MC guessed Draculin probably didn't want to leave his coffin, but they couldn't ignore it. A staff appeared in his hand. When he said they might have to destroy the castle, the knight stared in fear, then lowered his head and agreed. Mikhail headed for the coffin and decided to begin. He leveled his staff. Light gathered at the tip. Then chains dropped from above and cut off the spell. The coffin started to glow, and a voice from inside told the intruder to be quiet. The coffin lid opened. The immortal king stretched out his hand. With burning eyes, he demanded to know who dared enter his home. Mikhail smiled. His wild eyes widened with delight. He was glad the coffin had opened. Frowning, he said he'd been waiting for him to show up. Draculin set a hand on the coffin lid, and dust billowed around it. The immortal king glared. Teeps stood behind the others. He trembled at the sight of his father. Draculin reached out and said he didn't belong with these people. This estate held memories of his mother. The knight looked at him and said it had been a long time. Draculin's eyes widened. He spread his arms and said he had found a way to bring her back. When he heard the demon was dead, the immortal king frowned darkly and asked what that meant. Stepping forward, a staff appeared in his hand as he warned that he wouldn't let the plan succeed. Looking straight at him, he told him to get ready for purification. Draculin frowned in fury and shouted that this was absurd. Opening his fanged mouth, he declared he had done everything for the sake of his own reality. Teeps gritted his teeth. He charged with his spear. The bloody energy around his father stopped the strike. The spear tip shook. Dark power spread across the flower field. In a memory, the knight sat beside his mother's bed. Smiling, she called to him. She reached out her hand. He trembled. The warrior clenched his teeth in horror. Mikhail placed a hand on his shoulder. Stepping up, he praised him and said it was okay. Then the protagonist stepped onto a mass of dark energy. His cloak whipped through the air, and the impaler stared in confusion. The knight lowered his head, knowing he could never face his father, a heretic beyond forgiveness. Without even turning, the young man said he was right. A faint smile crossed his face as the mage looked back and said this was still family. His friend had already raised a sword at his own father, fully knowing he'd carry the name of traitor for it. Sadness crossed the man's face. The protagonist looked at him and said it was okay. Mikhail lifted his brows and said he didn't need to do it himself. He would handle the purification. With wide eyes, Tapes asked why things had to end up like this. Raising his glowing staff, the boy said it was simple. Heroes exist for a reason. Magic circles spread out around him. Dracalion grinned wildly and tried to stop him. Skeletons rose from the rose bushes. Holding his staff out, the young man fired a multi-charge spell. Pillars of holy light crashed down on the undead. Then the mage suddenly tensed. The immortal king lifted his hand and a spear formed above it. The villain swung his arm and the protagonist raised a hand as the weapon came at him. Lion leaped in front of him and knocked it away. With one swing he sent the flying spear off course. Staring at his shaking hand, the boy wondered where all that power came from and how bad it would get if they fully recovered. The knight gave a bitter grin and called it pure insanity. Morden asked what the young master planned to do, and Mikhail answered that the enemy had to be destroyed. The butler asked if he was sure, and the boy said there was only one way. Then the skeletons charged. The servant raised his hand and cast firewall. Flames swallowed the whole room. A sword flashed through the air. Holding it ready, the warrior chose to buy them time. Tapes lowered his head and said he would help. He glared at his comrade and told him to let his father rest. Draculion's face twisted with rage. White flowers grew around the grave. Standing before it, the immortal king thought reality was cruel and decided to give up. Then a man in white robes walked up to him. The villain dropped to his knees, and the elder said everything could be brought back. The man looked at him with desperate hope. Still kneeling, Draculion asked if it was really true. The old man smiled and said yes. Holding out his hand, he said all they needed were sacrifices. The king trembled as the sage promised it could restore what was lost, if it worked out. The villain pulled his son into an embrace. Grabbing his robe, the boy asked if they'd never see their mother again. Looking down, the man decided this was the path he chose. He raised a hand glowing with bright power, ready to throw away his humanity. Nephthys reached out to him, and a red gem appeared in the air. If they succeeded, the people who died would return to life. The king narrowed his eyes and decided that was enough. Now his pupils shrank. Opening his mouth wide, the villain demanded to know why his son kept resisting when they could still build the world they wanted. Draculion asked if he truly didn't want his mother back. Thepes answered with silence. The immortal king yelled that it was possible. They already had half of the lives they needed, only the other half remained. The impaler tightened his grip on the spear. With an angry grin, the knight asked why his father still understood nothing. He shouted that his father had been used, and the demon only wanted a monster puppet for its own goal. Hearing that no one would grant his wish, the villain froze. He clenched his teeth, thinking this couldn't be real. Reaching out, Draculion wondered if all his effort had meant nothing. In his memory, the elder gave a cruel grin, then warned him he might be trapped by illusions. The immortal king claimed they were trying to fool him. Lion frowned. Gathering energy in his hand, the villain decided this wasn't his son at all, but a phantom. Draculion frowned darkly and called it a test of his faith. The protagonist rose into the air. Wrapped in light, Mikhail told the enemy to stop. He looked completely sure of himself. The immortal king stared in fear, reminded of the white mage who looked just like him. The church cape fluttered behind him. Lowering his head, the young man used righteous light. A flash burst from his chest, and the villain ground his teeth in rage. Clenching both fists, he shouted that this was his domain. Bloody blades formed in his hands, then flew up and grew larger. Looking up, the young man realized only 3 minutes were left. In the memory, the elder opened his mouth and screamed. The mage's eyes widened. He remembered the immortality spell and realized he had 3 minutes to trigger the reverse order. Asari held out her hands and asked how hard she should hit. The protagonist told her not to hold back. Bloody spears shot forward, and green waves of energy rushed to meet them. A huge whirlwind filled the room and trapped the stunned Draculion inside. Mikhail raised his brows and said he wasn't the only one with new powers. The immortal king stretched out a hand and declared that time was on his side. Summoning red energy, the villain asked how much pain people could endure. The young man answered that 1 minute remained. The man frowned, confused, and asked what that meant. The young man raised one finger and repeated himself, eyes wide with madness. Bloody swords shot forward. The mage did not move, his staff lowered, while his allies knocked the blades aside one after another. Morden looked up, Teeps stared in horror, and Lion frowned, asking if that was all. 30 seconds remained. A hole opened in the ceiling. Moonlight fell over Draculion. 20 seconds remained, and the immortal king's face tightened in anger. Bloody energy gathered in his hand. Lowering his head, the protagonist said there were 10 seconds left. The impaler charged. Mikhail raised his hand. Magic circles spun around him as he cast reverse death. The bloody blades turned to dust. The villain's hand began to vanish. His pale eyes widened in terror as he asked what was happening. Mouth hanging open, Draculian realized he had become mortal again. The young man lowered his eyes and let out a long breath. The immortal king frowned and demanded to know what had happened to his immortal body. The magician looked at him in surprise. The villain asked how that was even possible. Turning him mortal again should take a massive amount of mana and power. As he spoke, his body started melting away. Looking down at him, the protagonist admitted it had been very hard. Remembering the giant entrance to the dungeon, Mikhail explained that he had obtained a divine artifact. He held out his hand and added that he now controlled the crypt itself. Draculian looked up and shouted that the artifact was his, and no one could defy the master of the tomb. Lowering his glowing staff, the boy said power built on empathy would never match that object. Raising his brows, the young man told the enemy to go ask Asari about that. The immortal king opened his mouth in horror. His body hit the floor. The villain rolled onto his back. Looking up through the hole in the ceiling, Draculian realized it had all been pointless. Closing his eyes, the immortal king felt bitter that after everything, he had only chosen to run. Then someone lifted his head. Teeps sat beside his father. The villain asked what he had done, and the impaler, head lowered, told him not to run anymore. Pressing his lips together, the man said he only wanted to take it all back. Leaning closer, the knight asked what had blinded him so badly that he would commit such evil. Then he demanded to know why his father had forced that sacrifice on him. Rain began to fall. It dripped through the hole into the castle. Sitting in the rain, Teeps asked if his father had really been trying to protect his family. Head lowered, the impaler said all he had needed was to talk to him. Asari looked over her friend's shoulder, thinking that sounded harsh. The knight stood in the long shadow that had been ignored too long. His parents once led him by the hand. Draculian had been a good father before his wife died. Then the glass holding that family broke apart. The man raised his hand and said he hated the immortality his father had given him. Covering his face, Teeps said he would always curse that gift, because his life had become nothing but pain and regret. The immortal king narrowed his eyes. They shimmered faintly. With rain running down his face, the impaler said he would keep living. The villain stared at him in surprise. Frowning, the knight said he would move forward and leave it all behind, no matter how heavy the burden was. Looking up, the old man called to his son. Then he suddenly trembled. A family portrait hung on the wall, showing a happy family. Draculian's mouth tightened. Then the immortal king gave a small smile and asked if it was true. The protagonist looked over when he called him. The scoundrel pushed his hand into his own chest. He pulled out a stone and gave it to Mikhail. Closing his eyes, the man said he had no more use for the artifact. Taking the gem, the boy asked if it was finally time to go. Raising his hand, Draculian said he should have done that long ago. But before meeting his wife again, he had to answer for his crimes. White clouds drifted across the sky. The immortal king placed a hand on his son's chest. With a gentle smile, the scoundrel asked for forgiveness. Squinting, Teeps said goodbye. Draculian's body crumbled into dust. The impaler lowered his hand as the young man walked over. The magician looked up, and the knight